hands to protect it from fall damage and carrying it on your back. Key word here is holding. Hands requires you to literally hold the trigger the whole way through, which is a single aspect of a much larger trend as we'll see. First question, is this a walking simulator? Yes, except the world is actually a world. Walking along the pavement in Everybody's Gone to the Rapture has nothing mechanical to it. Walking along the terrain in Death Stranding is appropriately far more demanding. Technically, the same label could apply to this game, but that's a flaw of the label. Ignore the connotations. There's far more to this than directing the stick. It's easy to point out how different this is and say that it's the result of no one being able to say no to Kojima. That's probably true, but it's also the reason Death Stranding is interesting, special, meaningful, and to some, great. I'd rather a game incredible at doing one thing than a game decent at everything. What is that one thing? No one knew going in, and the instant the credits rolled, they'd never forget it. In this dead, crater-scarred landscape, only one man could dare to stand against the Death Stranding. Ross Kemp, obviously, but he wasn't available for some reason, so we've got Norman Reedus instead. This cutscene is all about establishing Death Stranding's post-apocalyptic monsters. BTs, beached things. The skin of people with Sam's abilities turns red at their approach, and they're completely invisible save for that damp handprint. The mysterious woman from the intro returns to ensure Sam's safety, and as she does so, the BT begins climbing the cave walls. The significance of the handprint is related to the Neanderthals. Their cave paintings were interspersed with stenciled outlines of a large hand. They could be the signature of the painter, or perhaps something worse, a warning. Either way, the hand is a symbol of connection. So I wonder if these beasts are supposed to mean something, that death is trying to reach out to us, trying to clutch us in its grip? That some connection leads you to dark places? Whether this was a purely artistic decision or it has meaning, is a dilemma I find myself having very often when thinking about this game.
How are you doing today, bro?
Wander off, leaving Sam and Fragile in safety. Now we understand BTs. They're your typical horror movie stalker. Big footsteps, terrible to non-existent eyesight, and a key part of staying alive is holding your breath. That's interesting, and I think if you've played Death Stranding, you'll agree. Because these BTs, save for two upcoming exceptions, are nothing like anything else we will see again for the duration of the entire game.
Where's the best place to put
Their
that?
predatory nature is jarringly tossed aside.
Just saw the Bond trailer.
Well,
the full
we'll see.
deep dive thing. Or just the trailer. Am I going to put this here? Over the steering wheel? Nobody needs to see the steering wheel, do they? Oh, the 2 minute, yeah, forget that, man. Go watch that deep dive they released yesterday. That was amazing. Even better, watch my analysis of it. What there? Nobody needs to see the steering wheel, do they? I need to see the steering wheel. Fuck. I need to see behind it. So, Roman, I got VR. We've got to get a new PC tower. There's no fixing it. I agree with Whisper's Uncharted comparison. Gilded Wolf. Really? I didn't see any. I didn't get any Uncharted from it at all, except that one bit where he's hanging on the thing, and even that you're doing it, man. To me, it was made more like Watch Dogs, like way more. Like the combat in it looks very Watch Dogsy. Watch Dogs 2. I don't get the Uncharted thing. Because there's no gadget stuff in Uncharted, is there? Like quickly doing your gadgets. I don't know, maybe. I didn't play a lot. I've only played the first 2 or 3 Uncharted. Gilded Wolf. What was your name, bro? I don't know this name. You must have changed your name. Am I going to put this fucking thing? Should I just put it over me? Should we just not have me? Just have it there. Above me and smaller. I'm going to get a new one soon later today. Okie dokie, Dr. Jones. Hold on to those potatoes. I'm going to play it here, I guess. There. It's got to go here, isn't it? It's going to have to not worry about that mirror.
I think they're gone. What the hell? Didn't mean to grab you so hard.
This is my YouTube one. What's your Twitch one?
Chiral allergy. So, you have dooms, like me.
I've got the extinction factor, but I think you got me beat.
What's your level? You can see them, right?
No, but I can sense them.
Level 2 then.
What are you doing here?
Trying to stay dry. Same as you. Time falls let up. My name is Fragile.
Time to get the job done.
Yeah, I've heard of you.
That right? Sam Porter Bridges. The man who delivers.
God or something like that. I don't remember no Wolf God, man. I'm watching my favourite game critic, Whitelight's 7-hour evaluation of the first Death Stranding, yeah. One of my favourite gaming critic videos. I've seen it twice already, but
it can't wash everything away. The past just won't let go. I'll see you around.
Turn right.
Sam Porter Bridges.
Fragile, or Fragile, depending on how you pronounce it, expresses a curious interest in Sam. Her story doesn't quite add up, trying to avoid the timefall, and yet she appears immediately in Sam's path earlier, as if waiting for him, as if wanting him to slow down. Though to be fair, in this world, protecting someone from a BT isn't just a good deed. So, that very lengthy cutscene established a number of things. Fragile and Sam have an ability called Dooms, which allows them to sense BTs. Sam has or had a family. Fragile owns a delivery company, Fragile Express, and Fragile has been soaked in timefall, which results in an extremely aged body underneath the leather. The Bobby Big Dick actors used in Death Stranding are no secret. Norman Reedus is of course played by the real-life celebrity Sam Porter Bridges, who was selected by Hideo Kojima for the unique properties of his bodily fluids and because his last name is Bridges, which is funny because there's a Bridges in Death Stranding. As for Fragile, she's brought to life by French actress Léa Seydoux. Would you like to know Léa Seydoux's full name?
Tosca's critic of Demon's Souls remake is a good watch.
Fournier de Classon? I think.
The Tosca.
There's not going to be a huge amount of trivia in this video, unless it pertains to Norman Reedus obviously, but a name like that is worth sharing. Léa is very familiar with loneliness due to various circumstances in her childhood. Given how close aspects of other actors' lives are to their roles in this game, I do wonder if that's why she was chosen for Fragile over Stephanie Jewston, who played Quiet in Metal Gear Solid 5. This is a picture of what Jewston would have looked like in the role, if you were curious. There's a bit of a sad story to this actually. According to Stephanie herself, Kojima personally asked if she wanted to play Fragile very early in production. After a year of radio silence, her manager contacted Kojima Productions and all they got back was, casting has been finalized. That's gotta suck, especially since they'd already worked together before. I wish things had turned out smoother for Jewston.
Bro.
Though this was no doubt wrongdoing, I don't think Hideo Kojima is a remotely impersonable man. He's had a lot of criticism related to his supposed ego and arrogance, much of which I think is incredibly unfair, but the fact remains, we'll never know for sure. We don't know him. But all of the actors who worked with him speak to his intentions. Many of them came on board because of the impression he left, and I think most people who've played this game would agree that he has the best intentions at heart. I quote, "People have built walls and become accustomed to living in isolation. Death Stranding is a completely new type of action game, where the player's goal is to reconnect isolated cities and a fragmented society. All elements, including the story and gameplay, are bound together by the theme of strand, or connection. As Sam Porter Bridges, you will attempt to bridge these divisions.
If you've got a choice of pretty much an A-lister and Léa Seydoux, you're going to take Léa Seydoux, aren't you?
Through your experience playing the game, I hope you'll come to understand the true importance of forging connections with others. Death Stranding is a Kojima game, in case you didn't know. So, discussion surrounding its story is gonna run rampant. Is this really a game movie? Is it all style and no substance? Believe me, it's not as simple as yes or no. Kojima says the need for real actors is because a real human is needed if you want to portray those human emotions that were so important to this game. I think it worked. If this game is an examination of human connections, then characters that felt inhuman would have been problematic to say the least. I wonder then if we can only have a game with these goals because technology has come far enough to facilitate it. The only reason Kojima was able to fund Death Stranding is because a huge fan of his worked at one of Japan's biggest banks. Outside of that, no one would give him a loan because he had no track record independent of Konami. The fact that this game was born from social connections, I don't think could be any more appropriate. Before we dig too deep though, we should probably address the first Strand type game, Deadly Standing, which was released by Video Kojumbo for the iOS and the Android back in 2018. If you're unfamiliar with it, I'll give you a quick rundown. You can
Genius
finally
Kojumbo
try
game.
playing the great genius Kojumbo. Everybody knows Kojumbo Genius, therefore the game is brilliant. There was a global catastrophe. The big explosion changed the familiar world and the water began to go away. All marine animals are stranded. Death spread all over the planet. There were strange dark creatures. The birth rate of children has stopped. But there is a small ray of hope in the form of a new child over the past many years. Mankind will have to protect this child at the cost of his life. You're a former prisoner, and you have to take over this baton. You have a flask with a baby, and you need to protect it from the dark creatures.
Shadow God.
Survive, eliminate the danger,
That was
flee, hide. Find the necessary means for protection and movement. The car will make your life much easier. Find out if you can solve the mystery game of the genius Deadly Standing, a survival game. Wow, well I'm sold. I never played Deadly Standing, which is a shame, but I heard you don't need to play it to understand this one. Unfortunately, opinion was almost as split on that game as it is here. Critic Robert Melville said, "Genius Kojumbo has outdone himself again. Deadly Standing is a masterpiece, plain and simple. You must protect the flask. The flask has a baby in it. An incredibly deep concept if you ask me. Trippy, surreal visuals combined with epic shooting gameplay makes this a must-play and a classic for generations to come." Arcatasius, writing for Game Sonar, writes, "Matteo Kojumbo is a genius. You know because he writes, he programs, he promotes, he act, he did everything for this game. This game also stars Rossman Nidus as Hans." But on the more critical side of things, Andrew Monteiro writes, "I can't believe it. Kojumbo is a fraud. I thought leaving Konami would be good for him and his creativity, but this game is so much worse than any of his other games. Borman Fetus and Bads Fakelson are so bland in this. Very poor acting." Well, let's hope Andrew Monteiro enjoys Kojumbo's latest a bit more. We're arriving in Central Knot City now, which was Sam's original destination. The way the game deliberately placed additional boxes off the beaten path was basic but functional tutorialization for the core idea of the more you deliver, the greater your reward. It's basically a fight for an Amazon employee to make the living wage. Now, if you've been on the internet lately, you might have heard that Death Stranding was in fact developed by Hideo Kojima. He's actually just about to come out of that truck. Kojima does like plastering his name on everything, from the box art to tramp stamps. He's like the not dead Tom Clancy. To be fair to him though, if I worked in his marketing department, I'd push for even more. This is a AAA game with no clear-cut genre, and therefore no audience loyalty to the project beyond the guy making it. If Hideo Kojima wasn't there, what would get you interested in this game? Would you even make the assumption that the complex visuals in the trailers meant anything, if not for the director?
Igor, Bridges Corpse Disposal.
Yeah, he's just saying that. It's actually Kojima wearing a mask. Just a quick note for viewer convenience, I'll be going through the rest of the intro now, so if you've played Death Stranding recently, you might want to skip to the time on screen, at which point we will be in the meat of the game.
How long since he flatlined?
We don't know the exact TOD, but I'd say it's been upwards of 40 hours.
He wasn't quarantined.
Not sick. This is a suicide.
Jesus.
We're just lucky we found him at all. Got him on ice ASAP, but who knows when he'll go necro.
Where you taking him?
Closest incinerators to the north.
This route's crawling with BTs. Sure you can't use another?
I wish I could, but there's no time.
Then just burn the poor bastard right here.
Put all that chiralium in the air so close to town? Can't do it.
Better that than trying for the incinerator.
Hey, we can do this. We just need someone like you with dooms.
Well, he's already in the first stages of necrosis. If we don't hurry, this place is a crater.
So how about it? Can we count on you? Then Bridges hereby enters into a contract with Sam Porter.
Sam. Just Sam. And I can't spot BTs. Just sense them.
That's why we came prepared.
A bridge baby, huh?
With its help and you, we'll be able to stay one step ahead of them. Makes me feel like shit every time.
You're plugging into the other
Did you
side.
complete 2 yet, by the way?
Freaks me out too.
RP.
Roll out.
I have no idea how true this is, but apparently a Brazilian news outlet ran a story about Japanese scientist Hideo Kojima creating BBs to fix the low birth rate in Japan, and they used a Death Stranding poster to prove this. That's just... honestly, maybe there is hope for humanity if that's true. According to the law, Igor is actually far younger than he looks. Corpse disposal catches a lot of timefall and he ain't immune. As for Sam, his apparent disrespect isn't deliberate. He suffers with aphanphosphobia, the fear of being touched. This is a game about connection, directed at people who play games, and Sam is supposed to be inhabited by the player. Yeah, nice one, Kojima, I get it. Sam is very much a representative of the player, not scared of connection, but self-isolating. On the subject of subtlety, notice how all the dialogue in that cutscene felt believable. Sam would need to know the time of death to assess the journey, which establishes that corpses are time bombs and that 40 hours is cutting it close. Sam also wouldn't be familiar with bridge babies because he's a doom sufferer and they're incompatible. Their almost alien nature would believably spark a couple lines of discussion. It's good exposition. Hope you liked it, because there ain't much more of that. Igor, or should I say Kojima, is going to take this opportunity to explain the game's backstory to the player.
Yeah, you have to
used
separate
be
that,
good,
man.
Death
Like I said,
Stranding
just
bad,
make sure
now
you
we
don't
need
go into
couriers
chapter
like
11
Sam.
before...
There is no possible reason Sam would need or want to
Or
be
you finished your
reminded
busy
of
work.
any of that. This manner of blindingly overt exposition shatters the narrative illusion that you're in a world with real people, instead revealing that those words are being fed to you, the player, not Sam, by a writer at Kojima Productions, not Igor. As divine punishment for crimes against storytelling, the body takes a turn for the worse. The necrosis is beginning. There's no time for caution. Igor and Sam will have to cut straight through the BT territory. Kojima delivers the tension here fantastically. Bleeping sensors, bumps that don't distinguish between the road or monsters, horrific noises in the distance. It can't quite be said how well Kojima portrays the BTs here, like the most terrifying dinosaur or zombie movies, but with a supernatural, almost alien element that throws in the fear of the unknown as a cherry on top. We're never explicitly told what happens when you don't destroy the bodies of the dead in time, so when it happens, a few feet away from Sam, as Igor tries to pull the pin driver from the wreckage, tensions are surging.
This game's so awesome, foreboding and melancholy. I viewed them as one now. I can't separate them anymore. They need each other.
Taking a bullet instead of letting yourself fall into the hands of BTs is one thing. Watching a reasonable man repeatedly, desperately stab himself in the heart to avoid what came next is another. That scene had incredible shock value and firmly establishes the darkness.
Yeah, just
of
forget the
this
building,
world.
bro. That's what I
Now
did. I just
Sam
sacked it
awakens
off.
on a beach, stranded like
I
everything
mean, I had
else in
to.
the
Like I
city.
said, once I started 11, I was like, you know what? That building's just going to have to wait until if there's a post-game or not. Because I need to finish the story now. And then it just kept bang, 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 bang. It's constant. That last 6 or 7 hours of chef's kiss, I've gone the wrong fucking way. It's the...
Falling down, London Bridge is falling down. My fair.
What I kind of want to do is I want to play it again and just literally
The
go through the
supernatural
story.
twisting of
and not do
fundamental
anything
aspects of
building-wise.
nature is as effective on the beach as it is with the rainbow. Those entities have been watching you since the start, even in the place after death. The beach is like the underworld, a plane between worlds of death and life. The ocean before you is called the seam. The seam is everywhere, like a higher dimension. When you're in it, you can look down at the world of the living and understand the beach's place in it all, but otherwise you're blind to its effects. Or at least that's how it should be. It's supposed to be a one-way trip, but Sam is special. A repatriate. He can be reborn.
Once there was an explosion. A bang which gave rise to life as we know it. And then came the next explosion.
To go back into Alien Rogue Incursion, but it's a traumatic ordeal. Yeah, I just need to finish it off. I think I've got like an hour or two
An
left.
explosion. That will be our last.
I might finish that this week sometime.
Sam awakens
This
again,
weekend,
cuffed to a
even.
bed. Deadman is introduced here and he explains the situation. That city from the start of the game, it's gone. Central Knot City was the second largest outpost in America. Obliterated, just like that. Now you know why Igor tried to kill himself before the BT snatched him. Better to tear out your own heart than let them trigger a void out. An annihilation of matter with BT antimatter, creating an unthinkably devastating explosion. Deadman explains
Did
that
you do that
BB
thing?
wasn't working properly and that
Sleep
Sam
on
has
the
been
coffin
taken
on
in
the
by
stone?
Bridges, an organization
with the
dedicated
coffin
to American
board.
Reconstructionism. But none of that matters, because look at this. Monster Energy, alright, let's go! It's incredibly jarring, this insane, overt product placement has no in-law explanation. It's so weird that it's genuinely hilarious, and I think that was probably intentional. If a good joke is the price of no in-game microtransactions, then that's absolutely fine by me. And unlike a lot of product placement, it doesn't severely impact the immersion, because characters
Oh, yeah.
react to it believably. They don't pick it up, take a swig and start reading
Get in
a
the damn hot
sales pitch.
springs,
They
man.
just think, oh, Monster Energy. Brings me back to Roblox in 2005, where a Monster Energy
Make
t-shirt
sure you talk to
put the
Dogman
cool
when you're in there.
it's time for school. So, here we are in Capital Knot City, Bridges' new HQ, and apparently the home of America's last president. Even though the world has ended, the US government lives on. Supposedly, Bridges wants Sam to provide the president with some morphine, but it becomes clear that she just wants to meet you in person. I was certainly surprised when a game I thought would be about existentialism fired up the American politics, but it was a short-lived shock. There's always going to be a select few who will desperately try to make this game political. They'll try to act like it's secretly a critique of whatever side they're not on. Kojima references how specific political events today have caused division, and I think it'd be right to say that he laments those that build walls instead of bridges, but it's accepted among anyone who played the game that Death Stranding sends a humanitarian message, not a deeply political one. Death Stranding overtly critiques vapid online toxicity, and truly, I pity someone who could play this game and use it as an excuse to start attacking people. So at this point the game has repeatedly let you know just how important Central Knot City was to America. In fact, Dead Man's doing that right now. But if the game's trying to imbue a sense of loss, the exposition seems the wrong way round. Surely the stakes should have been set before things went tits up with Igor. Then that shot of the crater would have had significantly more impact. Impact. Get it? Cause it's crater? Oh, fuck it.
That's the president's right-hand man, the director of bridges.
Die Hard, man.
Oh, you were with Bridges 1? So, I guess no introductions are necessary.
What's it been, Sam? 10 years? Look at us. A bunch of deathless freaks meeting like this. Yeah, well, good to see you two. President's waiting. It's your mother, Bridget. She's a bit out of it, but I know she'll recognize you.
Amelie.
Amelie.
The hell?
You remember Amelie went west. Took her 3 years to cross. She's trying to rebuild the country.
Still going on about that, huh?
You're the one I wanted to send, Sam. Time's running out. Help Amelie. She needs you. Together, you can help us reconnect. You can make America whole. Sam, if we don't all come together again, humanity will not survive.
We don't need a country. Not anymore.
We do. Alone, we have no future.
No, America's finished. Bridget, you're the president of jack shit.
Sam, listen to me. Please. So you are willing to help me?
No, I
love you, Sam. I'll be waiting for you on the beach.
Bookend. I'll say no more. I want to talk, but I can't.
Madam President!
While you're here, RP, you need to finish that damn game.
Oh, no.
Doctor, we need your help.
All hands on deck here. Season B fixed. Give me 150 cc's. She's not responding. This is dropping.
Hold on.
Welcome back if you skipped after the prologue. There were very strange features of the Oval Office cutscene. If you've played the game, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If not, did you notice anything? Well, I'm gonna ask you to remember it. Now that I've watched it again, I think the portrayal of Sam's aphanphosmphobia was cinematically incredible. It made Bridget feel like a monster, creeping towards him, but of course she just wanted to touch her son again. So, Bridget's dead, and no one can know. Hope for a better world is the heart of the American Reconstructionist movement that she spearheaded. If anyone knew she was gone, that hope would go with it. Well, let's hope this corpse disposal run goes a little smoother than the last, huh? Die Hardman's decided to show his concern by telling you how to use the map again, and that
bro.
we should get to the incinerator quickly, because we hadn't
Have a good
just been
evening.
blown up in a void out or anything. We needed to know that again. Are you kidding me? Stop! You've just said that! Unlike the prologue map, which was made for that specific section only, this is the first time you're set into the open world proper. A harmonious symphony of disappointed gamers chant, wait, so this is actually the game then? I'm actually meant to lug my dead mum up a mountain unassisted. This is Death Stranding. Sure is, those were my words too. I think the best place to start when analysing Death Stranding's gameplay is the interactivity of the controls. Along with the physics, you truly feel connected to Sam. It really makes you feel like Spider-Man. And actually, I think this is one of the biggest reasons playing Death Stranding delivers such a different experience to watching it without having played it. If you've never touched Death Stranding, let me explain how much is really going on here. The physics do an incredible job of giving you a feel for Sam's center of gravity, so due to the physics of a lever, if you have heavy objects stacked up high on Sam's back, what happens is a very believable sway effect. You can correct for that by either instinctually walking in the opposite direction to shift cargo over, or by holding one of the triggers. R2 has Sam pulling his rigging to the right, and L2 to the left. If you hold both, you can dramatically reduce the risk of dangerous swaying, but the thing is, continually holding the triggers is somewhat uncomfortable. A fact that Death Stranding plays into masterfully. This is the first open world game where the enemy is the open world. The terrain presents a genuine obstacle. You can't just be mindlessly walking over rocks. You have to be careful to prevent tripping or falling, which is mostly self-explanatory. But the effect is regular adjustments to Sam's direction. When you're going down a hill, for example, the weight can put you in a realistic state of runaway momentum, so you'll periodically hold the triggers to slow yourself down. Kojima likens this learning process to a baby learning to walk, and hopes that when you've mastered it, it'll be a step towards the player becoming Sam. I think the ultimate encapsulation of that would be how you pick up handheld objects. Depending on which hand you want the cargo in, it's R2 or L2, and it's not a press, it's a hold. In the same way, if you're running past a piece of cargo, you need to time the hold of the trigger to get Sam to swoop it up. Your trigger finger moves in the same way as Sam's does. There's a tactile link there, and I can't quite express how immersive I find that. Holding an object in your hand comes with advantages, but you have to slam your fingers down for the duration of the entire journey. It plays off that mild discomfort. I hope I've quantified just how special these movement controls are in combination with the physics. It is a walking simulator, but the label fails it, so if you're new to Death Stranding, I ask you to bear that in mind when watching gameplay. You're not just holding forward on the left stick, you are thinking, and that genuinely makes all the difference. On the subject of clearing up confusion, which when talking about this game is quite the subject, you might be wondering just what the fuck is going on. Before release, there was this meme about how literally nobody knew what Death Stranding was about, which got a lot more exciting when GameBite magazine published an article revealing that the Financial Times published an article that those madmen expect me to pay money for, that revealed that not even Hideo Kojima understands Death Stranding. It was a safe bet that it was just some Lovecraftian Holtzman brain that popped into existence and was beyond human comprehension. I don't really think the meme applies in reality though. The game has complex storytelling, which is a complex topic in and of itself, but the core of the game is pretty simple. Build connections with other people, stop being such a virgin incel loner. As for what the fuck is actually going on, the fundamental concept of the Death Stranding is that life and death is a one-way trip. When you die, your soul, or car, passes through the seam and onto the beach. It's only from the beach that you may enter the world of the dead. For eternity, this was a one-way process, until the Death Stranding. Now, when you arrive at the beach, if your body remains intact, you can go back through the sea, you can return to the world of the living. But there is a corruption in this process, and when your soul reconnects with your body, a beached thing is formed, a BT. The only way to prevent this process is to obliterate the body so that the car has no vessel to return to. I believe the process of corruption is linked to chiral symmetry. The idea of chirality is that if you place the mirror image of an asymmetrical object on top of that object, the two images wouldn't overlap. Like your left hand and your right hand. If humans are asymmetrical, then this could explain BTs. They're mirror images of ourselves, just not quite perfect. The reflection exists on every level, including the particles themselves. Antimatter instead of matter. Though this doesn't seem to line up with the fact that only BT giants can produce voidouts, because only they contain antimatter. Why? Well, no one knows. Though of course, you and I know. It's so BTs can play their roles as spooky beach ghosts without every encounter resulting in a 500 megaton explosion. I also have to wonder why incineration was the only way people could think to dispose of bodies. Surely it's better to just crush them than risk the lives of corpse disposal men, whose deaths could trigger additional voidouts. The body from earlier, for example, couldn't they just put it in an industrial press? Hydrofluoric acid? Explosives? As long as you contain the mess to prevent chiral contamination. It's never explained why these people consider fire to be the only option in a world where risking it through a BT zone is risking an entire city. For Bridget, though, I suppose a more dignified exit is understandable. BB-28 seems to be working with Sam. Why didn't it work for Igor? Huh. Anyway, matter at hand. Welcome to the game's first in-game BT section. Gotta raise the pace, right? You excited? I know I was. The previous cutscenes made out these creatures to be truly terrifying enemies. Here's how it plays. Avoiding BTs requires you to take into account your sound level, so for the most part that means crouching. The
3D
flashing
Minesweeper.
Odredeck sensor gives you an idea of distance between you and the closest BT. Blue means close, so crouch. Orange means oh crap, so use R1 to hold your breath. Because of course, footsteps are far quieter than breathing. I found myself waiting throughout the entire game for the BTs to become the dynamic horror experience I've waited for since the very first Days Gone trailer. Well, it looks like I'm going to be waiting till I'm dead too. The BTs don't move unless specific events occur. They don't surprise you, they don't stalk or hunt you as they do in the cutscenes. They just sit there like a bunch of Muppets, which is disappointing enough, but these pseudo-stealth sections barely cut the mustard themselves. Invisibility doesn't count for shit when I have Dooms and BB telling me exactly how far away they are. Since they don't move, that's all the information I need. It's just a more immersive version of having lines of sight on a minimap, except somehow even less challenging, because those lines of sight never change. This means there's always a reliably safe route between them, and it's not hard to find it. Though I'll grant this specific BT section is the exception. It's extremely challenging, which is supposed to serve as some kind of tutorialization for what happens if you get caught. For most people, that's just spamming square and walking out of a tar well. Typically, getting in requires a slight air of caution, getting out is just retracing your footsteps. By obeying only that tactic, the BTs aren't a challenge, they're an inconvenience. The only way you'll get caught is through impatience because you want it to be over quicker. Not out of fear,
Agreed.
out of boredom. To be fair, it's unlikely the player yet realizes how impotent
that's
these
why,
enemies are on their first playthrough, but that'll soon fade. To me
Lowered
at
the
least, there was
consistency of them in the
simply
second
no
game.
fear factor. It's at best a mild tension factor, which is entirely a credit to the sound design and the artists. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a child to comfort. Thankfully, this game comes with a fully interactive child comforting simulator. I've got a merit in BTEC child rearing, so this should be a piece of cake. You cut off its life support, jerk it about like a shaker maker, and job done. So if you guys need any parenting advice, just hit me up in the
bro,
comments.
don't give it the
Once
Louise
you've
Woodward.
made it back, Dead Man explains how dangerous it was for Sam to connect with the
Until your
BB.
BB.
Doom sufferers can't work with them, they cause memory feedback. But there's something about this baby that Sam isn't willing to let go.
Don't worry. It's okay. I'll always be with you.
Let that yawn out. There's no pretending.
According to Mads Mikkelsen, he had very little prep time for that lullaby, but damn, it worked.
You're upset. Is this about BB-28?
Go fuck yourself. I'm not your errand boy.
Well, that didn't age well. Funny detail, but if you look into BB's pod after the handover, he's giving Deadman the middle finger. For now, it's time for Sam to get some sleep.
It's almost time to go, Sam. Here. It's a dream catcher. Wear it when you sleep, and I'll keep the nightmares away. I'll always be with you.
Figure that one out. We awaken in Sam's private room. We're being told to take a shower. Yeah, because we're gamers, real funny. But one of our other available options is drinking Monster Energy, so a shower can wait. 3 drinks and you can boost your stamina by 25%, which becomes quite significant in the more challenging areas. Behind Sam is a set of figurines. The corpse disposal truck, Igor and Sam, which will change throughout the game to reflect recent events. Like the energy drinks, I've got no answer for this one. Where Sam gets them from, how they could even exist, nothing. Later in the game though, you can use them to replay a select few boss fights, which is probably as much sense as a replay boss fight feature could have made. For a game all about freedom, it surprised me that you couldn't get up and explore the private room. I'm guessing this was for the sake of high-quality, complex close-up animations that didn't work with Sam's usual walking physics. For example, if you ever need some extra money, you can obviously sell feet pics, but if you do it too much, Kojima will burst forth from the underworld and enact holy punishment.
Feel disappointed that didn't happen in the second one.
You did well, Sam.
Or the
Thank
shaking
you.
the beer up.
Bridget may no longer be with us, but her legacy has a chance to live on. Sam, listen to me.
Maybe there was a way he
America.
just missed it.
Reconstructionism. Her dream isn't dead.
I don't want to hear it.
This is the face of our new hope. Our new America.
Amelie.
My mother may be gone, but I'm here. And you, Sam, you're here too.
Been 10 years since you saw each other, right? And in all that time, she hasn't aged a day.
He knows why. My body's still on the beach. I don't get to grow older. But you do, Sam. You look good.
So you're serious then about reconnecting everyone? Everything?
Sam isn't convinced, even by Amelie, but they continue to pressure him into accepting because everybody knows that the higher budget the exposition, the purer the ideology. Bridges 1 set out from the East Coast, led by Amelie, whose Doom's abilities allowed them to avoid BTs. She reconnected as many settlements as she could, bringing anyone who would accept into the United Cities of America. But when, after 3 years, she reached Edge Knot City on the Pacific coast, she was ambushed and her entire team wiped out by the Homo Demons, a terrorist faction led by someone who looks exactly like the man we saw earlier. They're a band of violent separatists who want Edge Knot City to stay independent, forever. They're holding Amelie captive as insurance.
More than a few would rather stay isolated. Keep to themselves. Go it alone. Like you, Sam. They
PlayStation
think
servers
that
down.
America
Damn.
can only be rebuilt by force.
Seen that in a
by
while.
men who tell them what to do. Who take
The
away
hell?
their freedom and put them in shackles.
What'd you put on me? Huh? You know better than the demons. Just another kind of cult.
They're not shackles, Sam. They're a symbol of our bonds.
Fine earlier. Till
That's
7
what we
p.m.
need right now.
We were playing
Not to stand apart,
mini
but to
golf,
come
4 till
together,
7.
to form chiral knots and
I know what that is.
reconnect.
Sam, we want you to go west and finish what Emily started. The people she left behind have been hard at work, setting up chiral network terminals. But these terminals are still isolated. We need you to bring them online. And for that, you'll need a Cupid.
Really?
This contains all the
The hell?
necessary security and operations protocols to integrate a terminal into the chiral web. Take the Cupid west, Sam, and reconnect the people of our great nation. And when you get to Edge Knot City, find Emily and bring her home.
After that, I'll take over the presidency and carry on Mother's work to save the country.
This was Bridget's dying wish. This is how we'll move forward.
Please, Sam. We need you.
I'm Sam Porter Bridges now. I'm not a
Weird,
Strand.
man.
Hell, I'm not even part of this outfit. You all saw to that. I'm not getting involved with you, or anyone else, ever again.
It's like a big
Wait.
hack again. Like the summer of, maybe 2000.
See? It's like I'm not even here. Same as it ever was.
10?
Sam! Sam!
PS3? No, earlier. 2008
Sam,
maybe.
listen. You are Sam Strand.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. My name is Sam Porter Bridges.
It's a funny word, Strand. A strand is part of rope or bond, while stranding means being washed up on the shore. And being stranded is when you can't go home. I'm stranded now, Sam. Here on the shore of the Pacific. Thousands of miles away. But our bond still holds. You're free, but we're still connected. Don't tell me we're not. Come back, Sam. I'll be waiting for you.
Amelie's body is on the literal beach at the Pacific, but it's also on the dimensional beach, which is why she doesn't age. Is that right? If her body is on the dimensional beach, how can she be captured? If her body is on the literal beach, why doesn't she age? Well, I've written nearly 75,000 words about Death Stranding, and I genuinely can't explain why no one questions that. The denizens of Death Stranding have long wondered about the tangibility of the beach, but even visited in one's sleep, it must be real. Why else would Sam wake up with the Dreamcatcher in his hand? Though, as we find out later, the beach visited in one's sleep isn't the actual beach, it's just a Doom's vision. I'm sure we'd like to dwell on that, but Die Hardman is going to make sure that we know what a private room is. In case we had forgotten, it has almost been 5 minutes. This is the second and final occasion I'm going to ask you to remember anything you found odd about those previous cutscenes. Nothing overt, more subtle oddities, anything that raised your curiosity. Just bear it in mind. 4.6 billion years of history on Earth, all the wisdom and knowledge we lost since the Death Stranding will be ours again. That is the plan to beat this thing. But not before Die Hardman explains that exact thing almost immediately after, obviously. Now we embark on our second true journey, but this is the one that actually sets the precedent for the rest of the game. You have a destination, obstacles in your path, various equipment, and a scattering of lost cargo before you. The more you bring, the tougher the journey, but the higher the reward. Basic stuff, but what's really interesting is the glue that sticks all the gameplay together. The social system. It's as simple as placing objects down and those objects appearing in other people's worlds. Every time someone uses them, you get a like. It's a competition in that way for who can be the most helpful, and that changes the game so dramatically that for some, it takes the game from like a 3 out of 10 to a perfect score. Here's what Kojima has to say. Anytime you want to use something someone else left behind, you automatically like it, whether you wanted to or not. Incidentally, that's something a lot of our North American playtesters pushed back on. Quit automatically liking stuff, they told us. Their reasoning was rooted in a culture where tipping is prevalent. In America, services cost a little extra on top, whereas in Japan they're just considered part of being hospitable. So we ended up blending a bit of this East and West together in Death Stranding. Once the automatic like has been sent, you can opt to send an additional like if the placement of a particular item really helps you out. In games, we like to default to doing things that benefit us. If I do this, I'll power up. If I do that, I'll make money. Even building bridges is motivated by personal gain. I want to get across this gap, so I'll build a bridge. But the bridges you build in Death Stranding are shared with other players in the world, and they'll give your bridge a like when they use it. Once that happens, you start thinking things like, maybe that was a good spot for a bridge. And then you build your next bridge in a spot that helps others as well as yourself. Maybe instead of throwing away items you don't need, you put them in a shared locker. My hope is that it creates a chain reaction of positivity. Though I will say the staff hated the idea of including just likes in the game. They kept saying, who would bother giving something a like if it doesn't do anything for them? It does create a chain reaction of positivity, and the blend between Eastern and Western preference works beautifully.
That's who.
The effect is that the helpfulness of any given item will be proportional to the amount of times that you mash the touchpad. And again, that tactile link makes it feel so much realer than simply typing in the desired amount of likes to send. You might wonder then why this game isn't just multiplayer. There are two reasons, and the one we're going to focus on now is related to Kojima's childhood, which was discussed in his interview with Vulture magazine. I felt lonely when I was talking to my friends because they couldn't understand. I wanted to go home and turn the lights on because I was frightened. I had so many friends at school but was lonely. I didn't tell anyone. I thought I was sick. Things changed for Kojima when he first watched Martin Scorsese's Taxi Driver. Travis was the same as me in a way. I'm Japanese. I thought every American guy never even felt solitude. When I saw Taxi Driver, I was surprised, but I empathized. I felt relieved. That's why I added this indirect online connection in the game, so that people will feel it's all right, it's okay. You're relieved that you're not alone. You see other people's footprints and think, it's not just me here. I believe it paid off tremendously. Apparently, it's no Dark Souls December, which means I'm not allowed to compare anything to Dark Souls, but I'm a rebel, so here goes. It's kinda like Dark Souls' social system. A constant reminder that though you may be alone, there are other people like you. And that's a uniquely impactful feeling. Dark Souls was pretty special for its ability to express almost every in-game mechanic within the lore. Time dilation, dimensional distortion, even the respawning. Well, we know Sam is a repatriate, but what about the chiral network? The smartest of the remaining humans, like Mama, were able to use humanity's connection with the beach to their advantage, technologically. She explains, in a way, the chiral network makes use of the beach to allow us to travel through time. See, sending large amounts of data takes large amounts of time, as you'd expect. But the thing about beaches is, well, time doesn't pass the same way in them as it does out here. Might not even pass at all. Think about how the light from the stars in the sky we see was produced thousands and thousands of years ago. Routing data through the beach is like jumping to a point earlier in that journey, thereby cutting it shorter. Much shorter. Just imagine, massive amounts of data transferred almost instantaneously. That's what we're trying to achieve with the chiral network, in a nutshell. In theory, the network allows us to reconstruct old data that would otherwise be lost, and to do so with fragmented resources. Using what's known as Evo-Devo analysis, we could take the finger bone from a dinosaur, say, and extrapolate from that not only the dinosaur's form, but its composition, internal, external, even its thought processes to a degree. Anything's possible with chiral computing. In other words, we won't just be able to reunite a nation, we'll be able to reclaim everything we lost in the Death Stranding. More even, theoretically, we could go back as far as the birth of the planet and beyond. And thanks to the beach, we'll be able to compile all that data in one place and reduce the processing time for even the most complex analyses to nearly zero. Computationally, I guess this works. The simpler way of thinking about it is transmitting data into the past, so in the present, anything you want is already complete, like Day of the Doctor. You are literally removing processing time and the need for physical storage. How Evo-Devo analysis can extrapolate almost anything from fragmented data, however, sounds much more imaginary. But how do you develop software that takes into account every single variable in the entire universe? I don't know, but this concept is still refreshingly creative. Imagine plugging an algorithm that improves upon itself into a beach computer. You'd instantaneously produce a Lovecraftian god. I really hope not doing that is in the safety guidelines. At this point in our journey, we've seen the use of ladders and climbing anchors. They're the bread and butter equipment of Death Stranding, and though they do have a few bugs, I'm surprised at how well refined the programming is. The next aspect of gameplay worth addressing is its depth. It's all well and good that the controls are a knockout, but can you master it? Are there decisions to be made? Yeah, I've already talked about how many micro decisions need to be made while traversing damn near any environment. Half of the game's challenge comes from the weight, the other half comes from the setting. If you're in a valley holding one object, the game's a cakewalk. If you're in the whiteout at the top of a mountain with half a skyscraper on your back, it's much tougher. There are more obstacles and so more decisions need to be made. But let's focus on button skill for now. To start with, you can actually use traction to your advantage. If you've got a huge load and you're about to blow it, you can maintain that tipping state for as long as possible to exploit the speed boost. There's a huge risk reward in that. If you fall over, your cargo will take permanent damage, but if you're careful enough, you can use the extra speed to your advantage. And that's where button skill ends. Yeah, that's it. I've now addressed pretty much everything. Surprised? I was. That has plenty of repercussions, but thankfully, there is far more depth to be found when we look at preparation, management, and the environment. Rivers have depth levels, literal depth levels, and you'll be able to check that with your Odra deck. If it's red, you'll be swept away, and you're going to be using a truckload of stamina in the yellow. If you've got a large enough phallus, either literally or metaphorically, you can attempt to jump over a good chunk of the river, reward being saved stamina, and of course a river cross that you couldn't otherwise, risk being things going tits up if you stick it into the red. Furthermore, if you're wading through the yellow, you've got to pace yourself. Running out of stamina has the same effect as being in the red, so you'll have to periodically stand still to rest your weary legs. That or drink monster energy, of course. The same concept is applied to scaling steep surfaces. Running out of stamina has you slipping right back down. That's the environment. Seeing any red flags? Let's talk about preparation. This is fairly self-explanatory. The more you carry, the tougher traversal gets, so you need to manage what you bring in consideration of the route you might be taking. Every item has its niche. Ladders make rudimentary bridges and allow you to climb up small cliffs. Climbing anchors allow you to climb down almost anything, but only 30 meters of it. PCCs allow you to build structures for your convenience, contain a repair spray so you can stop timefall from destroying your cargo. You have to weigh up the pros and cons of bringing whatever amount of every item considering your destination. BTs, make sure to bring repair spray and a PCC. But you don't want to be slowed down if you're making an escape, so don't bring anything in excess. That example rarely applies because BTs are easy, but you get the gist. Preparation consistently presents decisions, and that's continually expanded upon to some degree as more items and more risks are introduced. Finally, we have management. This is as self-explanatory as preparation. Weigh up the pros and cons of each item's use, because they're scarce and you might need them later on. I could use a climbing anchor to get down this cliff, but I'm only halfway there, so I might just look for a different way round. Then again, imagine how useful other players would find it if I placed it here. This doesn't have the same issue as consumable items in other games where you're too reluctant to ever use anything, because in Death Stranding, you know that you will almost always have access to a refresh every time you make it to a destination, and you know exactly how far away that destination will be. The social system has a huge role to play here, but we will come to see why that has to be categorized separately. For now, we have two red flags to discuss. Firstly, standing still isn't gameplay. You're wading through a river, and you will be swept away if you overextend yourself. You're moving slow, you want to go faster, so you're pushing that endurance bar as close as you can to nothing. You push it as far as you dare, and then stop to recharge. The only skill tested here is patience, but not like in a Dark Souls boss fight, because backing down is still gameplay. Standing still isn't. The only time the rivers ever create worthwhile, interesting moments is when you risk-reward it with jumps to see how much of it you can skip. There's an argument to be made in its defense when you're climbing up mountains because it's immersive and it gives you an excuse to drink Monster Energy, but that's not good enough. I firmly believe that there should have been a way to manage stamina in these situations in an interactive way. Secondly, how much fun is preparation in reality? Though there's no argument to be made against its depth, it's not as intensely rewarding as button skill. I'd call it low-level RPG depth, like in Skyrim, where your decisions are all made in the menus. It's still a skill, there's still room for mastery, but such a huge chunk of the game's depth is separated from the moment-to-moment gameplay. I'm not arguing for less preparation, and to be honest, I would have liked even more. It's good. I'm trying to say that not all depth is created equally, and when you reflect on everything I've described and realize how significant a proportion of it is done before you set off, you can see things aren't looking so good for Death Stranding's gameplay. Well, the journey's finished now. We've made it to the first of many way stations. Want to know what we've been bringing? Food or medicine? No, we've been carrying drugs. Oxytocin to be specific. The game establishes its themes of isolation and the effects thereof in numerous ways. Of course, thanks to the timefall, going outside is risking your life. And thanks to the BTs, going outside is risking everyone's life. According to the interviews, this horrid disconnection from the world resulted in widespread agoraphobia and an astounding spike in asexuality. The rate of sexual harassment and assault plummeted, but birth rate followed. Sex couldn't be further from the mind. In fact, the collective aversion of physical contact due to an ingrained fear of BTs and void-outs have created almost universal oxytocin deficiency. It's supposed to be released when we touch each other affectionately. That's why it's called the love drug. Chemical supplementation is the only way to pull people out of isolation-induced depression. I think integrating elements of science fact into the science fiction makes this isolation tragedy so much more visceral. Simply because it's more believable. I know I felt something when I realized I was bringing Capital Knot Waystation a shipment of oxytocin, so they could drug their way past their lonely melancholy. Interestingly, the game implies that some humans have evolved past the need for oxy. According to Deadman, recent studies have shown something very interesting indeed, an increase in the number of people who regard fear not as a stressful experience to be avoided, but a pleasurable one to be sought out. In humans, the amygdala regulates the emotional responses to fear and pleasure-inducing stimuli. Some scientists theorize that because these contradictory emotions are processed by the same region, we may have the capacity to convert one into the other. Conversely, were the two governed by different parts of the brain, such a transformation would be impossible. In an age where threats such as BTs, timefall, and terrorism abound, could the ability to experience fear as pleasure serve as a useful mutation? An adaptation, even? I don't see why not. This might just be a lore tidbit, it might have a thematic element that I'm failing to see, it might be a response to Joseph Anderson's horror game video, or it might be Kojima speaking from the heart. He was working on, and I'm sure laments the loss of, Silent Hills, whose playable teaser is considered one of the scariest games ever made. Depression never did anyone any favors. Certainly not the mules, who've decided to make a move on Sam's cargo. They're remarkable characters, driven by a mess of instincts and powerful emotions, but even they're still sane enough to back down when the skies turn. No minor issue in Death Stranding has had more complaints than the Odradek cutscene. You'll get that same startup animation every single time you enter a BT zone for the rest of the entire game. True story. Some people guess that this is necessary to hide pop-in, and if that's the case, then fine. If not though, oh god. Why? Why would you do that? The Odradek itself is a fairly interesting item. The term Odradek was coined by novelist Franz Kafka to describe a process observed by psychologist Sigmund Freud. When a boy's mother was absent, he would throw a spool of thread under his bed, then he would wind it back up again so he could see it. Concealing and rediscovering the spool of thread was a coping mechanism. Because the boy was in control of the spool, he could make it disappear and reappear at will. This helped him to comprehend his mother's absence, not as something sudden or irrational, but as something controlled, and therefore not a cause for concern. It brought comfort to fear through control. An emotional process kinda similar to how the Odradek helps us navigate around BTs. And in the same way as the boy's thread, our scanners connect the unobserved to the observed, whether it be the unknown locations of various items or through BBs, the silent world of the dead to the world of the living we know. Having made it past the BTs, BB becomes afflicted with autotoxemia, stress-induced poisoning essentially, which is the mechanical incentive to comfort BB regularly throughout the game. I found it extremely difficult to ever get BB in this state, not that I was trying, so unfortunately it never really did the job for me. The only time I ever felt a mechanical reason to interact with BB was when it kicked up a fuss. Thankfully, the distro center is nearby, and Deadman has a solution.
Deadman, you there? Little help? Okay, Sam. Remove the pod and connect it to that incubator.
It's in.
Good. A temporary excess of stress. Easily addressed if we return it to its mother's womb.
Mother?
Located in the capital Knot City ICU. Brain dead, of course.
You mean still mother?
Correct. A still mother's womb facilitates a connection between the world of the dead and the BB.
Waiting for you. Come and find me.
Rise and shine. Since Sam's blood seems to have a toxic effect on BTs, Bridges' chief scientist Hartman theorizes that the bodily fluids of a repatriate could be used as a weapon.
There. Take the sample with you. Should the opportunity arise, try using it on a BT. I'm curious.
Dirty shower water, huh? Classy.
Oh, it's almost time.
After you make your connections and nothing happens, then what? I said, then what?
A peeing mechanic is something we put up to a Kojima-ism, but I don't think Kojima sees it that way. He thinks it's unnatural to depict a character going through hell and then not depict them relieving themselves or sleeping or eating. That's also the reason given for the private rooms. I don't really have any thoughts on that statement, but I am grateful. You can throw a grenade full of your own shit, you can pull out your beef torpedo and fire away at BTs. It's certainly not glamorous, but it's memorable. It's unique. At this point, the game introduces emails. Plenty of these are just plain bad attempts at hinting you towards secret locations or giving supposed consequences to your actions. But before the veil comes off, I think they have an appreciable effect. George Batten tells you how much the oxytocin has helped. That feels good.
Isn't what we agreed on. You said you'd do everything in your power to save BB. System woman in a mask who's done nothing but lie to me.
Putting the mad in mads. Forgive me. These memories prompt Sam to contact Deadman. Apparently, it's a bleed-through effect. We're mistaking the BB's memories for our own. Even if we wanted to understand them, no one knows what they could mean. The BBs were developed in secret many years ago. No one understands them. We do understand, though, that Sam's next objective is to recover stolen cargo from nearby mules. Death Stranding is a post-apocalyptic Postman Pat simulator, so there's no surprise it would thematically tackle deliveries. I'll be talking about this game's themes quite a bit because it's a commentary and this game is nothing if not thought-provoking, but don't think that my personal interpretation is whole or the right one. In the words of Die Hardman, back before the Death Stranding, the comms and delivery networks were what held society together. The whole thing was automated, AI managed, deliveries carried out by drone. The belief was that taking people out of the equation would revolutionize the whole system, but things didn't quite pan out that way. Instead, we started seeing cases of what would eventually be dubbed drone syndrome. It was too much for some folks to accept, leaving everything to machines and nothing for the common man. And indeed, the oxytocin deficiency and hormonal imbalances we confirmed seemed to back up that assessment. Humanity needed to be a part of the process, so laws were put in place and we stepped back into the picture again. And then what happened? All the people put out of work by machines who got called up again convinced themselves society couldn't survive without them. And that brought on a whole new disorder. Delivery dependence syndrome, they called it. When the Death Stranding tore us apart, the delivery problem spiraled even further. It wasn't helped any by the fact that chiral clouds prevented planes and drones from flying, which meant we had to go back to relying completely on human couriers, whether we liked it or not. So, this is clearly supposed to be a commentary on automation, and it's a very legitimate fear. It's a coming, and with it, immense economic uncertainty. We might have to prepare for a world where most of us simply don't work. The economic turmoil is an issue that could have a catastrophic effect on millions of people, but we'll recover. I think the secondary issue at hand is one I'm very happy this game tackles: the existentialism. And we'll get to that in just a second, but we've got to deal with the matter at hand. Mules are presented as serious threats that warrant stealth in the same way BTs do. But it's hammered in so much that they almost seem like a bigger threat. But when I'm detected by a BT, I either run away or I'm dragged down, waterboarded by Flex Seal demons, and then pulled face first 300 yards away to be eaten by a giant alien monstrosity who wants to literally annihilate my entire being with antimatter, the resulting explosion creating a black scar on the face of the world itself. When I'm detected by a mule, I walk up to him and bash his head in. I mean, BTs pushovers too, but at least they aren't defenseless against a strong right hook. I'm glad that they make it known that stealth is an option against mules, but this is only necessary because you might not ever try it if you knew how easy it was to kick their asses. Typically, when you meet with a mule, they go for a swing with their spear. If it lands, you lose some cargo, but you can iframe through it with an attack of your own, and they don't attack often, making getting hit a rare occurrence. In the early encounters, mules have a strong guard, which blocks the first 3 of your attacks, but the subsequent kick staggers them. The attacks from there deal lasting damage, and it's typically the next kick that does them in for good. Use of the strand, which is Sam's smelly rope, is encouraged here. You insta-kill an unaware enemy with it, and you can parry. At this stage, it's a bit of a waste of effort, but it becomes more useful as mules increase in number and ferocity. The parry mechanic does its job. It rewards good timing and therefore mastery with a stun. No complaints from me. But in this encounter, mules are a dull inconvenience, at least if you're ever detected and you realize the extent of their impotence. It completely undermines any notion that I should be taking them seriously, which is a shame because they certainly are a serious idea. What happens when we don't work because we can't? Well, that's a disaster. But what happens when we don't work because we don't see the point? What happens to our bodies, minds, and souls when we have no need to exercise them? Bear in mind, once automation arrives, there's no material benefit in ever getting rid of it. There's a hypothesis in futurism, Isaac Arthurgang Rise Up, that suggests a biological race might become impotent if they're waited on by machines for long enough, losing capability, willingness, morality. There's no point in progress and there's no point in existing, so why do anything? Why live? Nihilism is a huge problem, and I think the work ethos in the developed world is among the only defenses we have against it, though that comes with issues of its own. It's why I'm quite positive on certain forms of spirituality, and I think this game is too. Because it doesn't matter if you're a minimalist or a Buddhist monk or Russell Brand. If it works, it works. In the Death Stranding world, restrictions were put in place to prevent widespread catastrophe, but the concept is taken even further. At fear of being replaced again, delivery workers became obsessed with proving that they could do the job, and then when the Death Stranding occurred, the chiralium drove that obsession to a life-threatening addiction. I have no idea how chiralium achieved this, but I don't think it has any thematic weight. It's less a prediction or a representation and more an excuse to have enemy porters. According to Die Hardman, the best chance for those at risk of losing it is joining a larger organization like Bridges or Fragile Express. With the chiral printer delivered, the game teaches you how to collect chiral crystals. You see a golden hand, you hold square, and it's a material for fabricating equipment, just like metals and resins. This ends up being quite a significant part of the game, because they're littered all around the world, requiring slight adjustments to your direction to collect them. They're like Spider-Man spider tokens, or Crackdown's orbs. The satisfying little animation just becomes addicting. Though it seems small, they're truly a fantastic addition. Next destination is the wind farm. This is where the terrain starts getting serious. The gameplay paces itself rather neatly, perhaps not always by designing the levels progressively tougher, but by having you follow a route through them that is progressively tougher. though in this case I suspect a bit of both. The much higher altitude of the wind farm presents the added danger of wind, which I suppose I should have expected. All it really does is make you a little more likely to fall over, and yet the visuals and sound quality are so strong that I found myself speaking like I was actually in these conditions myself. Death Stranding wants you to fear the weather, specifically the rain, and that's significant to me because I don't. I love the rain. It's relaxing. It's beautiful. So for me, it's a very strong contrast. It turns a primal danger into an interesting danger, but I've never considered it a danger. That doesn't work against the game, or for it, but it is curious. Even as close as my parents, I do think our attitude towards weather has changed with time. My parents don't like the rain, my grandparents don't like it, in fact, I don't know anyone over the age of 40 who does. It's called miserable weather. Why? Well, I imagine it's because activity to them took place outdoors. Wanted to play a game, that was outdoors. Wanted to find something out, library, you gotta go out. Same for shopping, same for chatting. There was no Amazon or Skype back then. When I was small, rain didn't prohibit all that much, but now with Amazon, it prohibits nothing. My generation is able to enjoy rain for what it is. Of course, after the Death Stranding, it's not hard to see why rain would stand in our way once again. And in a game that wants to accentuate our primal fears and desires, it's not hard to see why Kojima would use it as a vessel for mortal danger. On that note, BTs show up at specific and memorable locations whenever it's raining. Sometimes the timefall will indeed let up. But since the story forces it to be raining at specific times despite acting like it's dynamic by being related to the weather, it becomes very obvious how scripted the BT sections are. You can look into the distance and predict exactly which locations will have BTs just by getting into the designer's head. Well, we haven't had a BT section in a while and that forest looks spooky, so $1 million says we're in for a treat. Yes, we are. Every single time. I'm not dealing with them because they're stalking me or because I made a bad decision. I'm dealing with them because Kojima said so. Additionally, because BTs spawn in the same place every time, this disassociates fear of BTs with fear of timefall. In other words, when the rains come down, you don't pray for your soul. You pray you remember to bring a can of container repair spray, which is as much an issue with the BT sections as it is with the lack of interesting gameplay timefall brings to the table. Accelerated time is an incredible concept, but the only thing it amounts to is a rusty box. Like 2B's vagina. Surprisingly, I hear the wind farm is the toughest location to get 5 stars on due to the awkwardness of the trees.
Like
that and Jake
2B's
Wynn's
vagina.
ungrateful attitude. I gotta admit, it took me a slightly embarrassing amount of time to realize that all the UCA settlements in the game are populated by people named after their work. You'd think Sam Porter Bridges would give away that Jake Wind is called Jake Wind because he works with the wind. Though I don't really have an explanation for Charles Kahn, or George Baton for that matter, unless it's into BDSM. After the wind farm, you're allowed to take on additional orders, side orders in essence. By optimizing trips to cargo, you have a degree of control over the game's difficulty, which is fantastic to see. If I want to show my mum that I can bring all 16 Tesco carrier bags to the house at once, I can. Once you make it down to the distro center, you can build a generator, and with that, power up your very own reverse trike. Isn't this just a way to skip the game? Not really. With enough effort you can get your trike pretty much anywhere, but they are absolutely not intended for scaling mountains or skipping through boulder fields. It's typically after you've connected a destination to the chiral network that all the player-made structures make vehicle use more logical. Using them to power through uncharted territory is further discouraged by the risk of cargo damage from barreling into a BT zone at 600 miles an hour. Since the game has to get across that vehicles aren't meant for extremely rough terrain, I wonder if difficult controls were actually necessary for balancing. It seems to entirely obey the position of the wheels, which is why you can hang off ravines by your fronts, and that means the instant they hit the ground after a tiny bit of air, you shoot forward. If you've watched the Top Gear Polar Special, the trike can handle a bit like that. Explosive progress, slow. Explosive progress, slow. I never found this frustrating, because when there was a part my vehicle clearly wasn't designed for, I just got off. But I understand where the feeling comes from. It must have been incredibly difficult to program vehicles that work believably on tough terrain like this, bearing in mind that vehicles being too good at their job would pretty much break the game. I find it much harder though to sympathize with complaints from those who drive their trike up a mountain or straight off a cliff. I do think it's reasonable for the game to expect the player to intuit that driving a vehicle in extremely tough terrain isn't going to go smoothly. The game is clearly meant, to a reasonable degree, to mimic realistic travel. I highly doubt that we'll ever have a wheeled vehicle that can drive straight up a jagged mountain without sliding right the way back down and sending the occupants to the beach. Why assume a game about walking is going to let you casually cruise to the toughest locations? Why assume the vehicles in any game could do that? It doesn't add up to me. Despite the complaints, the trike has a fair bit of depth to it. You have a boost and a wheelie feature. Boost is far less battery efficient, but far quicker, so you have a decision-making process through that straight away. For some button skill, the boulder fields require finer navigation to get through unscathed, and the boosted speed has a terrible turning circle, so for optimum travel, you can quickly switch between boost and standard speed when appropriate to travel the fastest and with the least damage. Lastly, wheelies allow you to get a higher arc on the unassisted jump. Yeah, you can jump without a ramp, kinda like the tumbler from The Dark Knight. If you perch up on one wheel, boost, and then hit the jump, you can leap over objects such as larger boulders and rivers. It's one hell of a rush when you pull that off. Just gotta be good enough on the timing. So yeah, the trike isn't completely worthless the instant you take it off-road. Just don't drive it up a mountain and expect undamaged cargo. One of the things that interested me most about the vehicles was the effect of the social system. In the words of Kojima, if people found a motorcycle during their playthrough, every single one of them would cling to it pretty fiercely at first. They'd customize it and get it looking really nice too. If they came to a spot that they couldn't get through on a motorcycle, they'd keep charging it up and trying anyway. But motorcycles are meant to be shared, as they would in a real-life bike share. Other games have taught us to hang on to these sort of vehicles, so it's hard to break that habit at first. As you press on in the game though, you might start to change your mind. You've customized it really nicely, and now it's time to share it with the world. Everyone wants to ride a nicely customized motorcycle after all. Each motorcycle will be marked with the name of its previous owner, and you'll get a like whenever someone rides it. I can vouch for this, and the impression I get is that most other players can too. Vehicles become something to share. I always get super excited whenever I see a sweet long-range trike in the middle of nowhere.
Just watch
and
more
I try to
Bond and
force
now
myself
resembles
to bring
Hitman.
the best trike
Yeah,
I
man,
can
forget.
because I know when I get
Bro,
off
I
it,
told
others
you, man.
will
Watch
get a
that
better set
gameplay
of
deep
wheels.
dive
You don't
for
feel
half
like
an
you
hour.
need to drag your wheels with you everywhere you go due to sunken
It's
cost
Hitman
effect.
mixed with Watch
That's
Dogs,
a
I'm
tiny
telling you.
aspect of balancing, but I think it'd be remarkably damaging if you felt at all protective of your vehicle. You'd force yourself to
Yeah, it's
ride it
IOI,
through
bro, yeah.
boulder fields, and that would just
Same
get
studio,
annoying.
yeah.
That said, there's a unique motorcycle you can get from a memory chip later in the game that looks like something you'd see in a modern-day biker gang. And you're never gonna believe what happens when you ride it. Sam will randomly blurt out, "I feel so fucking cool right now. I feel like Ride with Norman Reedus is happening right now." This all clicked into place for me when I remembered that there's a huge advertisement whenever you take a shit. This game is not only sponsored by Monster, but also by Norman
That I
Reedus
watched
himself.
Worth a Buys video. I
Ride
remember why I
with
was...
Norman Reedus is the actual title.
That
of
guy's a
Ride with
dick,
Norman
man.
Reedus. With Norman
With his
Reedus
fucking
isn't
little
just me
ding-ding,
saying
but
that,
he's
it's the
such a
title.
tool, that guy,
I didn't
bro.
know how to feel about that until
just
I
a
remembered that
fucking
Norman Reedus is among the greatest names
rage
of all
bait
time, just under
merchant
Biggie
for
Smalls.
me, anyway.
If you're curious, the show is
Can't
about
stand him.
motorcycle enthusiast Norman Reedus riding around the country with
I
a
don't watch
celebrity
anyone
guest
anymore,
each
basically.
episode.
I just
They
watch
investigate the local biker culture
these
and,
sort of in-depth
well,
developer
bikes,
things and
I
then make my
imagine.
own mind
The
up.
show has an 8.1 on IMDb, which is a
Still watch the
fantastic
occasional
score to
ACG
maintain
video,
over
but-
3 seasons. It sounds to me like American Top Gear, but actually playing to America's strength.
Oh, Game Rank's
I
pretty
think the
good,
game's
yeah.
getting
That's,
to me, because
um,
now even I'm giving it free advertising. I'm not
his
entirely
name?
sure why we
He's
had
got
to
like
go
an
all the
Italian
way
surname
back
or
to
something,
Central
right?
Knot City at this point. It's easy to call
Yeah, I
it
like it.
padding, but this is not a game that needs padding.
That's
I
the
like
same
the
guy
idea
anyway,
of
might
one
not be the same
final
guy.
odyssey across the entirety of a region with no breaks. It doesn't benefit from the length in the same way that the later regions does, because it's not like you can pick and choose
Jake
your
Baldino,
route.
yeah.
The eastern
I like
region
him,
is
yeah.
fairly linear.
I like Jake
but it still
Baldino. I don't know the
feels
other guy. But I like
fitting.
Jake.
What tips it in the direction of being worthwhile is its use as a tutorial for the reverse trike and how it interacts with the generators. Right now we're headed for Port Knot City, the last leg of our journey, but not before Die Hardman explains in detail how genetic diversity is maintained with frozen sperm and egg samples like the ones you're carrying on your back. Great. I'm glad I know this. Die Hardman, the director of Bridges, definitely has the time to explain why frozen cum has its uses.
Yeah, just
to a
watch the official
delivery
thing
map.
they released
It's
yesterday, man.
great
Forget
that
all
this is
that.
explained, but I think a big
They released the
problem with the
fucking.
exposition in this game
It's on the
is that its
PlayStation channel. It's on
overt nature
iOS
is in
channel.
conflict with Sam's personality.
A developer
Sam
deep
has made
dive.
it very clear that he doesn't care about America.
35
he
minutes.
just wants to help.
They
Amelie.
showed a mission
I
sort
honestly
of
can't think of
cut down a bit,
anyone
and then they went
who would care
really
less
deep
about
into the
Bridges'
combat
policy
system.
on genetic diversity than Sam.
Then there was a
and
007
yet, because the
Quantum of Solace
writers are
game from
actually
Activision.
talking to the player,
Yeah, I
we
tried
hear
to play it not long
everything
ago
in
with Gansorin,
strenuous
but it didn't
detail.
work on
I'm
the
not saying we
emulator.
shouldn't be told anything. I'm saying that Sam's complete disinterest makes this exposition even more
Bro, that worth a buy,
unbelievable than it
guys.
was to
Honestly,
begin
he's a
with.
tool, man.
Along with 50
I
kilograms of
realised pretty
gentleman's
quickly
relish,
that
we're
guy's a
also
fucking
carrying
tool.
some blood.
He's
I
more of
told
an
you Norman Reedus
entertainment
has
guy
special
than
bodily fluids. Hematic
somebody
grenades
to be
provide
taken
us with a way to
seriously.
fight back against BTs. If they're caught in the mist, they're out of the picture. On hard, it might take another
It's
throw.
too negative
It's a
and too,
trade-off between carry space and BT's own challenge, but on
too
normal,
subjective.
it's not harsh enough as far
If
as
he don't
I'm
like
concerned.
something, then he doesn't
2
try and see the good in it
packages,
that
that's
other
10
people might like.
grenades.
Whereas I
Should have
feel
been
like
6,
Baldino
3
and
each,
ACG
in
are the
my
opposite.
opinion. 10
If something's not for
insta-kills is
them,
far too
they'll still
generous
talk
for a
about the
normal
positives
difficulty.
that
You'll
for
see
the
what I mean in a
genre
minute.
or in context
Now that we're
of
at
that
the
piece
end
of
of
art,
the first
right?
region, I hope you've got a
Rather than
decent
just slag it
feel
off
for the
'cause they don't
anatomy
like
of Death
it.
Stranding. What I'd really like to draw attention to is its
Yeah, very
refreshing
hard to
take
believe.
on the open world genre, akin to Breath
Hope
of
you've
the
all gone,
Wild,
Sovereign.
and yet the complete reverse. Patrick Lee, working for The Escapist, recently posted an opinion piece that struck me. He noted that Death Stranding is an inversion of the typical open world. How so? Well, modern open worlds almost always have the fun, mechanically strong sections interspersed across the map, separated by vast stretches of travel. Shallow travel made relaxing and peaceful
even
by
better,
the beauty of the world.
just watch the
Death
first hour of my
Stranding
stream from
reverses the
yesterday.
entire formula.
Well, your
The fun,
favourite game
mechanically
critic
strong part, that is the travel. The
watched
relaxing,
it,
peaceful bit
and
is
then
when
watched
you've made
it
it
again
to your
and
destination.
commented it
That's
on
why
myself
finding
and
yourself at the summit of a hill
pulled
or a
up what I
mountain
saw
is
about
so
Hitman, what I
damn
saw about
rewarding
Watch
in Death
Dogs.
Stranding, and means next to nothing
Jim,
in
driving
Assassin's
in the car.
Creed.
Me too.
It values the journey,
I'll be
not
in a
just the
passenger in the car.
destinations. I'd say that's vastly more of a genre shift than Zelda
Guardians
was,
good review.
and I do
Yeah,
think
yeah,
it's
yeah.
gone
That's what I mean, they're the kind of guys I
simply
wanna
because I
listen
think we
to,
need
man.
to see more of this. We need to see an expansion on this kind of open world design. What it could achieve with refinement might change the genre forever. Where it's appropriate for Breath of the Wild
just
to be
skip the
called
first
just that,
playthrough where I'm
Death
just sitting
Stranding
watching
would be
it,
more
RP.
like Dracarys of the Wild,
And then
because
watch
the
the
Wild
second
is here
time I
to
went through
fuck
it.
you up, not naming names, but in
Never
another
played
game
Watch Dogs,
that
right,
starts
okay,
with
yeah.
S and ends with Kyrim, that's either an invisible
Just have
wall
to
or a
take my word
challenge
for
of
it.
controlling glitches in the movement system. In Death Stranding, that's a mountain. Prepare to be treated like it. We're feeling smug down here, but 10 minutes later... The things I do
Happy
to
Wild
bring
West bit.
people their hentai. And the result of the stresses of the journey is an incredibly intense satisfaction when that journey bears reward. In a way, it has made the open world a reward in and of itself. If you played this game, I think you'll know exactly what I mean.
Fact.
Death Stranding's marketing was quite a challenge, because how do you
In fact.
adequately show off what this game can truly mean to people in a 15-minute demo? That's the problem that made Kojima hesitant to show gameplay. Everyone fixates on Norman Reedus pissing and no one pays attention to the rest of it. Kojima admits that what the game does well is vastly lessened when watched instead of played.
How far in are
He
we?
said,
We're only an
"You're-
hour and a half in of 7 hours. I'm not going to be able to watch all of that, obviously. I ate 2 mangoes today and my stomach's rumbling. I think the peel goes right from... Bro, I've got some... Well, I don't want to talk about it too much, but I'll let you know in a few days if I might be in a... Right, remember, 1.5 hours. He's got a relatively new Watch Dogs video that I've not watched yet. I noticed it today. I watched the first little bit of it. How modders fixed a broken promise. So I might put this one on instead, because it's only 50 minutes. I can get through the whole thing.
The sun is setting on Watch Dogs. But what is it that draws me back to a game like this, a game so seemingly compromised? Well, simple answer.
Which
it's
Watch Dogs
this.
should I play?
It's walking through it.
Well, listen, then they're separated from each other. I'd play the second one because I think the second one's the better game. Just forget about the third one. It's good, but for different reasons. I think the second one's by far the best one, mechanically at least. And I think it's got it's going to depend on... At first, when I looked at the characters in the second one, I thought I'd hate them. I thought, you know what, I'm going to hate these fucking characters. But I ended up absolutely adoring all of them. So, first one's darker, grittier, but more restricted in gameplay. Second one's one of the best open world games I've ever played. One of the best open worlds. I prefer it to any of the Grand Theft Autos. So, no Ragnarok spoilers, Grand Soren. Yeah, no spoilers for anything, man. No spoilers for anything. God of War, the trend of having action games pasting the camera on the back of their characters in the sequel. Yeah, I like it. I like the camera kind of close in and rather than pulled out. I prefer it. I think it's more visceral. I think you get more immersion. So I'm all for a sort of close in third person camera just off to the left or to the right, whichever way you want it. So I like it personally, Grand Soren. Again, same with everything, right? It's all subjective. So if you've got the option to mod it and pull your camera further out, do it. Da, 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 da.
It's the fact that underneath the story and the QuickTime hacks and those godforsaken police scans, underneath the bugs and the dismal side content and Damien pissin' Branks, underneath the disappointment is a vivid world, and one of the single best capturings of the atmosphere of urban noir in the modern gaming landscape. Usually, Watch Dogs looked one of two ways: grey, lifeless, drab, nothing like what we were shown or what we hoped for from the 8th generation, and I think one of the ugliest games of its time. Or grey. Okay, now that's the grey of life. That rain, and it understood that hazy fog, and the wind whips your coat, your hands are in your pockets, and amidst a gaggle of umbrellas and hunched shoulders, you walk slowly, calmly, unprotected from the torrent, because this is where you're truly at home. Now that's fucking noir. It understood that it mattered to get the color of the streetlights right. And this was not an interactive world, but you could ride the train, screeching, vandalized, warmed on the inside by dim yellow lights. I think for the same understanding. I like Watch Dogs for the same reason I like its soundtrack. It plays the right notes. Watch Dogs was one of the few games of its time that successfully married an ambition to realism with strong stylization, and perhaps the only game to bring the aesthetic of noir out of the past, replace the cigarette smoke with a high-tech heart. Bloom was the center of Watch Dogs' noir, implied by brushstroke, to be the root of the city's darkness, their machinations as cloaked as you in guarding shadow, as though the camera and the stalker were one. It's beautiful. And if Watch Dogs ever managed to say anything about the things Bloom stood for, that was how. Watch Dogs was a disappointment. Everybody knows that. A lethal reckoning of the decent game we got and the masterpiece we hoped for. But why did we hope for so much? Anyone who sells you a simple answer's lying. GTA was hot and this was that kind of game. It had a marketing spend that could send you and a +1 to Mars. It promised, by choice or not, to be a true beginning to the 8th generation. It held all the hopes we had for something more.
Long-form video essays.
But there was one more thing. The spark. The idea. Watch Dogs was a really fucking cool idea. From its tech and its tone, it assembled a collection of some of the strongest fantasies of our time. Who wants to be invisible and to know what everyone else is hiding? Well, only just about every introvert alive. It tapped into the smartphone wave, rationalizing magic spells with an iPhone app. You didn't need to be chosen by a wand, you already had one in your pocket. Who wants to make the traffic lights green, or to make the trains stop, or to take money from the rich? A lot of people. Who wants to be Batman? Or the Punisher? Aiden Pierce was a modernized fulfillment of the archetype of the dark vigilante, and Chicago played its part as his Gotham beautifully, the city being a manifestation of our collective paranoia, all the things that make us feel unsafe, which now included corporate control and the surveillance state, the other being one who brings order to that chaos and smashes the bullies back into the dirt. Revenge. For as long as the world has been a dangerous place, the Dark Knights have possessed a powerful appeal, and the game seemed to suggest that it would look at this man with a critical eye.
I don't know who came first.
Now, how much of that I believed is one thing, but no one could fault me for thinking that was a damn fine idea. People still want to play that Watch Dogs. I still want to play that Watch Dogs.
There are a few better gameplay moments,
but only in still frames, in brief moments when the sky is just right. When I return to Watch Dogs, I find myself wanting to
hitting the blackout button,
hoping each time to see
jumping on the train,
something
when all the police are after you.
Not ever am I entertained, but I'm always, as I have always been for more than a decade, disappointed. No one expects Watch Dogs to set the standard for a new generation of gaming anymore, or to trade blows with GTA 5. But man, I still wish it was the game it actually wanted to be. And I'm not the only one. Some people, possibly as delusional as I am, have tried to make a better Watch Dogs, and it's buggy. It's flawed. It doesn't fix the game, nothing could. But the reason I want to talk about it is that it did something remarkable. This time, I wasn't disappointed. So, you want to be a Watch Dogs, huh? Well, to do that, you're going to need to know how to code, and unfortunately, it's not as easy as it looks in-game. But I was able to go from basically knowing nothing to having a good baseline understanding of Python in less than 30 minutes using boot.dev. The thing is, boot.dev understands that the best way to learn is by doing what you'll be doing on the job, and the best way to doing is by not being bored. So it's fun. Expertly designed for my gamer brain with blips and bloops and points and streaks, as brief a read as possible, and video tutorials that find a way not to waste the first 5 minutes telling you about their favorite cereal brand or whatever. Boot.dev can teach you back-end web development from start to finish in Python, C, JavaScript, and just about anything else. It can teach you basic cryptography too, Linux, even pub sub-architecture in RabbitMQ, which probably means something cool. They can't teach you how to rack up slow-mo headshots and tank explosions, you'll need to be subscribed to me for that. But apparently, it can teach you how to get a job, so that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. So go to boot.dev and try out the courses free. Using code Whitelight can knock off 25% from your first purchase, the entire year if you go for the annual plan.
Might play through the Watch Dogs games again soon. Played through them both about. I played the second one 3 times, first one twice. I think.
Watch Dogs has been remastered. I hate remasters. I love what remasters could be, and I value the fact that they have made many a classic game available to those who only own an 8th or 9th gen console. But, you know, you could have done that with a port, which would be much less likely to do the artistic harms that remasters usually do. I hate what remasters have turned out to be. Not the opportunities of a game's creators to come back and do what time and technical limitations didn't allow the first time, but instead the contracts of third-party companies to lather on as much makeup, botox and filters as the shoestring budget will allow, to look maximally improved in the completely decontextualized environment of the trailer and the YouTube comparison video. What's actually good for the experience has nothing to do with it. Fuck it, man, just throw a massive beaming orange sun into Assassin's Creed 3. Surely playing notes of comfort and sympathy as loudly as possible in an environment meant to be cold and harsh
Extra, I think they're both on there. Oh, sorry, no, you need premium.
It looks good
in a YouTube comparison video. Don't you?
Yeah, fuck up all those obviously non-intentional brightness and calibrating choices from Assassin's Creed 2 and Dark Souls. And what a fucking absurd notion it would be if the devs intended to create a dreamlike and painterly effect. Come on, just make everything more HD. Look at this shit! The Ezio collection is like taking away a witch's circlet of youth, then handing you a better pair of glasses and saying, isn't she beautiful? Not really. No.
Tu as les mêmes bugs, tu as les mêmes problèmes, tu as les mêmes défauts, tu as le même gameplay.
Return to Arkham. Just what? Don't get me started on this shit, man, or I'm gonna have to rewrite the title of this fucking video. Just suffice it to say that if you've only played Return to Arkham, you owe it to yourself to play the actual
that's what crashed
Arkham
Steam
games,
today, apparently.
not
I
this
saw the, I remember seeing the thing on Gaming News.
Fucking breach of the Geneva Convention for crimes against atmosphere and cohesion, looking ass piece of shit. Return to fucking crayons, more like. God damn, man, get this shit off my screen. Look, the point of this rant is that it's a lot for me to say that I actually like an attempt to remaster a video game. But what's happened to Watch Dogs stands against these trends, and as an example of what the remaster can be. It all started for Watch Dogs with a community effort to make the game look like it did in the infamous E3 2012 demo, which really did look awesome. So detailed, so richly noir, with such deep blacks and intense rain. A long-running myth went around that the game actually came with the E3 settings, and all you had to do was go into the config files and turn them on. As Watch Dogs' top graphics modder explains to me, that was never the case.
The game ships some old lighting presets, essentially XML files, that don't even work with the finalized lighting system and shaders. They were just labeled E3.clear, E3.storm, and such, which have parameters that control the intensity of certain effects, colors, and other things on a time of day and weather basis.
Using those XML files, attempts would be made for several more years to recreate the E3 look. You might have noticed the showcases that flooded YouTube, and the fact that they never really came close in spite of what the titles might have promised. Ray-traced global illumination? Really? You did that with a reshade? Come on. There was a tendency with the early graphics mods to look, in every sense, maximal. Just add more graphics, bigger lighting, bigger reflections, fuck it bro, make everything red. Actually wait, make everything green. And this was, despite my childish shabbing, understandably to the taste of some, but perhaps more fairly characterized as alterations rather than improvements. They often ran poorly too. I'm told why.
There's this file called default render config.xml. in which you can control various parameters like
Pretty
LOD
much every big
distances, shadow
Ubisoft
quality,
game not released
reflection
in the last
quality,
couple of
water,
years is on
etc.
premium.
Those mods used to crank several of those settings to ridiculous levels. Also, many of them included a texture pack that claimed to improve performance, but all it did was remove MIP mapping from most common textures, which makes them horribly aliased and is actually very bad for performance.
I spoke to a lot of people involved with Watch Dogs modding. All of them view the period of obsession with E3 parity as a time now past, and few of them seem in any way to regret that. The limitations are what they are. A fact whose slow acceptance led to something far more important. The acceptance that it doesn't matter. Why look backwards when we could look forwards? Why should living up to a demo be the highest goals of those with the power to improve Watch Dogs? What if the best looking Watch Dogs isn't the one Ubisoft had in 2012, but the one we can create? The Fall of the Windy City is what I want a remaster to be. New lighting solutions, better textures, pronounced colors, more skyboxes, moon shadows, a darker night, and a clear day that looks, well, not great, but not awful anymore, which I think is probably a first. It looks more gooder. Crucially, it does that with a distinct awareness of what's best for Watch Dogs, rather than what stands out in a comparison video. Nearly everything done by the Fall of the Windy City brings Watch Dogs toward realism, a natural look instead of the explicit stylization of Revival or PS4 relaunch. It's more like real life for colors not to be desaturated. It's realistic for places without light to actually be dark, for indirect lighting to exist, and for the moon to cast shadows. If part of the appeal of Watch Dogs is its aesthetic plausibility, then realism can have a direct benefit. If another part of the appeal is its sense of life, then pronounced colors could too. But the truly impressive thing about the realism of this mod is how it nevertheless manages to bend the look of Chicago toward Watch Dogs' neo-noir style, rather than away. Style through realism. And it does that with darkness. It does that by emphasizing the difference between the dark and the light, bringing a truly vast enhancement to tone and aesthetic drama. Indeed, it comes close to resembling the clair-obscure lighting of film noir itself, where the severe contrast between light and dark becomes strongly symbolic. Good and evil, the exposed and the hidden. Watch Dogs inherits a similar power. Aiden lurks deeper and broods more darkly in this vastly deeper dark. His headlights on an unlit road become a piercing glare, eyes in the brush. Watch Dogs might now contain some of the most tonally dramatic alleyways in all of interactive media, deeply intense expressions of paranoia and the urban hunt, and Blackout, one of Watch Dogs' coolest ideas. So much more dramatic now that the dark you pull things into is that much more pronounced. Based simply on raising the effect of Blackout, the emotional response changes completely. This is a public inconvenience, meant to aid in your escape, but this makes people scared, because it means they can't see. That's more Aiden. That's more Watch Dogs. That's more interesting too. The darkness can disadvantage you if you don't use it smart. People never did tend to actually use Blackout that much outside of the novelty of its visual drama. What I find so fascinating about my latest run is that I began to, because the darkness makes its actual mechanical effect intuitive. The answer to the question, how much does Blackout reduce enemy sight cones, was never completely obvious. Now, it's pretty much by the amount that you would expect given the level of darkness. That makes it intuitive, and for me that gave rise to the confidence to actually give it a try, which I did, which was awesome. Using this dramatic dark to slip by the police was one of my favorite things about the many things the mods have done to the police.
She's still got that fucking rippling thing earlier on down her back.
Their own critiques of the subject.
She had a sleep, she seems fine again now,
legitimate
but
to say that Watch Dogs was too bright.
We're a little bit worried about
I think it was a mistake to minimize the fog during storms, and I just don't think that the bluer tint works as well as the grey. It's like a 10's gone down to an 8.5.
Worried more
but the Fall of the
mum
Windy City makes up for that minor stumble by contributing completely new skyboxes to the times of dawn and dusk, oftentimes moody but hopeful.
My mum was telling me about some fucking Jackson Galaxy video she watched with a cat that's doing it constantly. And there's not really much they can do about it. Doing it about 15 times a day or something. Then they said they reduced it to about 6 or 7, but bit worried about you, aren't we, mate? Hey, but you're gonna be alright, aren't you? Yeah, you don't want to be touched right now. Sure. I can still see her doing it now. Her back end's sort of twitching a bit. Goes twice, 3 times. No, no. This is what we thought she had when we first had her. Hyperesthesia syndrome. She doesn't do that. She doesn't attack her tail. It's this twitchy back shit. I think this is incurable from what I remember. And I think it can lead to brain issues or something. I can't quite remember. An increased sensitivity to sensory stimuli, particularly touch. Rolling skin disease, complex and poorly understood syndrome that can affect domestic cats of any age, breed, or sex. Bro, what have you chosen that fucking picture for? Get out of here, man. The syndrome may also be referred to as blah, 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 blah. Psychomotor epilepsy. It's commonly identified by frantic scratching, biting, or grooming of the lumbar area. See, she doesn't do that. The places she grooms the most are here. She clears her skin on one of her elbows sometimes, and she licks her legs a lot. But she doesn't do anything on her back. During these episodes, affected cats can be extremely difficult to distract from their behaviour and often appear to be absent-minded or in trance-like states. This is exactly how she was the other night when I fucking she's just sitting staring by a fruit bowl. Overall, the prognosis for the syndrome is good so long as the syndrome does not result in excessive self-aggression and self-mutilation. So you have to mutilation. So you have to just keep the eye on them, basically. Affects the endocrine system, nervous system, neuromuscular system, and exocrine system. Cats affected by the condition may display a variable number of clinical signs, including aggression. She doesn't do that. Towards animals, not really. She'll jump on Lucy now and again, but she's just playing. Dilated pupils. I've noticed that, actually. I've noticed some dilated pupils going really big. Salivation, no. Vocalization, no. Uncontrolled urination, no. Excessive grooming, I mean, she's had this since we fucking had it, but not the lumbar region. We call her Luna Licky Legs for a reason, man. Tail chasing, she doesn't do. Tail mutilation, she doesn't do. She doesn't do any frantic running and jumping. But this rippling thing, she's got it quite a lot. Hallucinations and behavior. We think she's had this from the beginning as well. Sometimes she just sits staring at walls, and it's like she sees things that aren't there. And it's not like shadows or anything, and it might be little bugs or maybe just fucking floaters or something, I don't know, but causes are highly disputed, largely due to the unknown pathophysiology of the syndrome. First theory suggests it is a behavioural disorder, which is caused either by behavioural displacement or stress factors. Well, we can't make her any less stressed. I mean, she's got... yeah, I don't think it's stress related with Luna. That's one thing. Well, it could be if she's got something going on in her brain, you know, she might be she might have mental issues. Brain issues. Second theory proposes syndrome is a seizure disorder. This is more likely for ours because that happened the other night. To me, it looked like some kind of fit. Because it was so out of fucking place. Like, I've noticed when we first had her, she did it a bit more often. She hadn't done it. I haven't seen her have one in fucking years now. And then that one the other night. That's why I got so worried, because it was so out of the norm for her. Can use anti-epileptic drugs. I don't really want to do that unless we have to. Intracranial or extracranial causes of epilepsy. Final theory is that the syndrome is not a distinct entity but a conglomerate of unique behaviours caused by a variety of environmental and behavioural factors. It's unknown whether there's any genetic link. Diagnosis is extremely complicated. Treatment, right. Treatment options involve a significant trial and error phase to figure out what will work for the individually affected cat. First step to treating is to eliminate or reduce environmental factors that may cause outbreak, stress, or anxiety. Well, I mean, massive house. It's not Lucy, obviously, because Lucy's been here, I think, for at least 2 years now, maybe 3. And they're fine for them. They're not friends or anything, but they're fine living together. If anything, Lucy's the more stressed out by Luna. So there's certain drugs that we can use. As of now, there's nothing. Yeah, short answer, fork nose. It's probably going to be cat to cat to cat. It's going to be different, but obviously if something like this starts happening, self-mutilation, then it'll get serious. But at the moment, it's just a little Ripley back, and the other night when she had that episode, apart from that, she seems pretty normal. So not too worried. You're right, Bomber. What are you doing sitting there? Come sit with me if you want. Hey. Come up here. Hey. You're right. It's going now, innit? See it twitching then, if you can see it twitching then. Yeah, I think she's alright. She's alright. But no. She's fine. Got my eye on her anyway. Like you said, she's got good people looking out for her. And I'm here constantly, so she's very rarely ever alone, so I'm here for her if she needs me. Right, you know what? Whitelight, I'm sacking you off for some music, mate. I'm here for her if she needs me. You shut up, you. Past me. Was that on the whole time? Fuck. Is that muted? That's muted. Hey! Stop fighting. Luna, lick your legs. I mean, it might just be a massive, great big fucking furball or something. Fuck knows. It's making her feel a bit uncomfortable. She licks her fucking legs that much. Wouldn't surprise me. Brushed her yesterday. I was fucking covered in it. Looked like I had a merkin on my fucking right thigh. Like Santa had been fucking noshing me off. I only brushed her for about fucking 1 minute. The fucking hand brush was full. I pulled a massive great big ball out of it. It was all over my top and it was all down my thigh. It was just white on these black trousers.
TTS test.
Music. Do I go with... Who's on YouTube? 3 people. Can't dump it off. Let's go with classical on the radio. Classical should be fine. It usually is. Right, now she's going again. Licking your foot for, Bubba. Yeah, there you go. She's being weird, man. I don't like this. Look. Turn the filter off. What's going on? She just started doing that thing where she was kicking her leg out. See, now she's going a bit more now, like, look. See her back rippling like fuck. She's just staring at nothing. Shoe. There goes that head movement. Tail whipping around. She never does that tail whipping thing. Lucy
Not
always...
something I've seen my CO5S do.
Yeah, Lucy whips the tail around a lot, but she's like a dog when she wags it. Luna never sort of whips the tail like that. You just missed it, but she just did the leg thing. Where she just kicks it out like really fast and repeatedly. You right, Bubba? Hair on the... Look at that. That's just from Just from... You right, mate? Right. Like I said, when we first had it, this was happening quite a lot. We took it to vets about it. That's where we first learned what that hyperthermia, whatever the fuck it's called. But for years, I haven't noticed it in her at all until the other night when she had this really kind of a big one. Fucking stroking her, man. She never stops molting, this cat. Ever. winter, summer, don't fucking matter. Just constantly molting. I'm gonna go put her on a shelf, see if she'll go to sleep. Shelf. Hey. See, she's hanging her head. She just keeps looking straight down wherever she is. She's doing that there at the edge of the shelf. Now she's doing it there. Just staring at nothing. Seems quite relaxed at least though. Keep my eye on it for a minute. Hopefully she'll go to sleep up there.
YouTube, grandson, hi Diaho, neighbor. Hi Tim.
Hi, Deho neighbor. Hi, Tim. What's that? Hi, Deho neighbor. Fucking Flanders. Neighbor Ineos, isn't it? Is it fucking Home Improvement? His name's Tim, isn't it? Tim Allen, is it? Just keep my eye on her for a few minutes. What I can do about it anyway, really, apart from just spend some time with her, I guess. She doesn't seem to want to spend any time with me right now. She wants to be left alone. Muscle. Hanging a bloody head over the edge. Well, that's not classical.
And ice cream castles in the air.
Oh, Looney, I hope you're alright, mate, because think about it.
YouTube, grandson, when you were close to the cam you reminded me of Wilson W. Wilson Jr.
I don't know who that is. Is that his neighbour? I've never seen that. If that's Home Improvements or whatever, I've never really watched it, so I don't know if that's the guy's name or not. I know Mr. Wilson from Dennis, the cartoon strip. Next door neighbour and that. Oh, is it because I was only at the top of my... Okay, I think I know what you mean. Because he always poking his head over that fence, right? Is it because my close-in camera? You can only see... Well, not now because I moved it, but you could only see the top of my head. Okay, she's up licking herself again now. Just going to have to keep an eye on her, make sure she's only licking and not biting. She's not fucking right, to tell you that much. She ain't right. My baby's poorly. Apparently, I think it's more common in pure white cats. I remember somebody telling that to me. when I first had it, because I was talking about it on stream when I first had it. I think it was Figment actually. I can't remember. Somebody who knows quite a bit about cats told me it's more common in pure white cats. I don't know why. Something to do with the... See, she's biting herself now. Biting her in her arms. She stopped. But she doesn't know what to do with herself. Like herself is confusing herself. That's what it seems like. Oh no, it's fucking weird. I don't like it. I don't like it. Sleep, Bubba. Self off to sleep. What are you doing now? Fuck me. This is fucked up, man. She did go for a lumber then. She was like biting around the bottom lower back, like I've just fucking read on that Wikipedia article. She's less confident as well, like that. She, there you go. Okay, she jumped. You alright, baby? Come sit with me. Come here. We get you some food. If it'll take your mind off yourself. I'll give her some food to see if it takes her mind off herself for a little minute. If there's one thing Luna loves more than anything, it's food. Just give me a few minutes. You want some food, Bubba? Come on. Come. We wolfed her food down. And the rest of Lucy's food. And a licky. A butt was still going while she was doing it, but I don't know. I don't know. Be a trip to the vets. Keep monitoring her.
Musikk i verdensklasse.
NRK Klassisk.
Go in. Go in out. She's left me.
israelske forsvaret hevder det har tatt kontroll over 40% av Gaza by. Det melder nyhetsbyrået AFP og Reuters. Israel sier at operasjonen vil bli utvidet og intensivert i de kommende dagene. Den israelske regjeringen har varslet en bakkeinvasjon av den største byen på Gazastripen, og har igjen gitt innbyggerne der beskjed om å flykte sørover. FN har nylig erklært hungersnød i området, og fordømmer sammen med en rekke land avgjør om å innta Gaza by med bakkestyrker. Oljefondet sitt salg av aksjer i amerikanske Caterpillar er blitt løftet opp til politisk nivå mellom Trump-administrasjonen og den norske regjeringen. Det melder det amerikanske utenriksdepartementet til NRK i en e-post i går. Bakgrunnen for oljefondet sitt salg av aksjer er at Caterpillar selger bulldosere som blir brukt av det israelske forsvaret. Korrespondent Peter Svår forteller at det er dialog mellom Norge og USA.
Trump-administrasjonen og den norske regjeringen snakker sammen, og så er det jo ingen av partene som har vært villige til å gi veldig mye detaljer, heller ikke i Norge. Men det er jo andre republikanske stemmer her som har tatt til orde for litt av hvert. Både at man skal bruke straffetoll for å straffe Norge i denne saken, og det er noen som tar til orde for innreiserestriksjoner for ansatte i Norges Bank, som jo altså har et stort kontor i New York. Det er verdt å minne om at oljefondet investerer flertallet av sine aksjer og nesten halvparten av sine totale investeringer her i USA, så de har en stor økonomisk eksponering for den politiske risikoen som vi nå kan bli utsatt for.
Det sa korrespondent Peter Svår fra gata et travelt New York. Norge og Storbritannia signerte i dag avtalen om kjøp av britiske fregatter. På søndag ble det klart at Norge kjøper 5 krigsskip fra Storbritannia. Prislappen er over 125 milliarder kroner. Dette er den største enkeltinvesteringen Forsvaret har gjort i nyere tid. Forsvarsminister Tor Sandvik sier avtalen gir mer enn å bare sikre Norge nye fregatter.
Det er en historisk avtale. Det er en kjempestor avtale når det gjelder kjøpet av fregatter. Men det er kanskje enda mer historisk i måten vi nå knytter oss veldig tett på Britene i et strategisk partnerskap for forsvaret av våre nærområder, våre viktigste nærområder, der den mesteparten av Norges rikdom kommer ifra, nemlig havområdene våre. Så dette er et avgjørende skifte, der vi skal totalt integrere oss med Britene i forsvaret av våre havområder.
Det var forsvarsminister Tor Sandvik som signerte for Norge, og den britiske forsvarsminister John Healey som signerte for Storbritannia. NRK Nyheter i studio, Bjørne Østrem, Ukastein.
Dette er NRK Klassisk.
me go see what she's doing. She's going to sleep on the back of the sofa and that. Probably shouldn't have gone in actually because I might have just disturbed her. She might come back out now. Okay. She seems relatively calm, so I'm going to leave her alone.
Du hører på NRK Klassisk.
With many a winding turn that leads us to who knows where, who knows where, but I'm strong enough to care. She ain't heavy, she's my Lulu. Go on we go. welfare is my concern. No burden is she to bear. We'll get there. And I know she will not encumber me. She ain't heavy. She's my Lulu.
Go straight on. Go straight on. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
Milky Way.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left. I'm going to Iceland. Fish store? This one. Reroute. Finding a new route.
A new route? What? Was I not supposed to go there? Yeah, I was. Oh, I guess I could have gone to one of these, maybe. Okay, well. Reykjavik, here we come. Go for a little sleep over there, I think.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Never mind. I'll find a new route.
Relax, lady. I'm just going for a sleep, man.
Make a U-turn.
I'll make you a fucking U-turn in a minute.
Okay, let's find a new route. Rerouting.
Shut up, Alexa. Sunrise, I should say.
Get ready to turn left.
And song request, Monsieur Romanoffa. Yes, Whisper. Sorry, what is it? Don't forget I'm on YouTube as well, so it'd have to be something. It's not gonna get me shut down. Sorry, bro. Why didn't I hear that? Fucking. Why in the fucking Twitch chat? Hang on. Put the chat thing on. It should have fucking spoke. Why didn't it speak? Was I in there? Did I not have my headset on? Hang on.
TTS.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't hear that. Apologies. Did not hear that come through. I don't know why, but maybe it was when I popped in there, look after Luna. But I swear I looked at the chat since and I did.
YouTube, the mice in your cupboard, OUI. That's shy. I suggest the video game music from last night. Future, by Health, from Max Payne 3. Is that safe? OUI.
Safe, that's safe. All video game music should be fine, yeah. Your wish is my command.
YouTube, the mice in your cupboard, Merci, makes you feel like serial killer on the road, None.
Might make you feel that way, don't make me feel that way. No man, I don't think there's any music that would make me feel like a serial killer. Although I don't know what serial killers feel like, so... Holy shit, am I gonna get up here? Dude, this reminds me of Force Majeure, by the way. You'll know what I mean when you finally watch it. This is very different. Undulation. Shit.
YouTube, the mice in your cupboard, icy roads in North Europe are very scary.
Yeah, man. Well, I don't drive, as you know, but that black ice, that ice you can't see. You'd imagine in Iceland, you'd have the roads nicely salted often, so you're probably nice and safe. I'm not expecting any unforeseen circumstances here.
Kane and Lynch, Dead Man, made music, is decent too, if you're up for request regarding ambience.
I don't want to keep sort of stopping the thing, but I might go to it in a minute after I've heard a couple of these. For every 3 minutes I'm going to have to stop, press escape, go over to there, drag that over, change the song, drag it back, click this screen again, come back into this. Let's just listen to a few of these and then I might change it.
And indeed, Shostakovich, number 2, is up your alley for sure.
Is that... If that's like a classical piece, I can put that on, no problem. Classical should be fine. In fact, I might just put my favourite piece of classical on, that's what I'm going to do. Sorry. I'll come to you... Oh, look, this looks icy here. I'll come to yours after, okay? One for you, one for me. Gorecki.
You'll recognize number 2 within seconds.
Shostakovich. Hang on. Da 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 da.
But one for you and one for me is a fair one, mind you.
Ra da 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 ra da da da. Bum 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 ba-da-la-da-lum ba-da-la-da-lum. Bum 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 ba-da-la-da-lum ba-da-la-da-lum. Bum bum bum. It's in a lot of my favourite films. In fact, not favourite films, but I noticed. I think what film was this most famously in? A Lars von Trier film, I think, maybe, or a Haneke film. It's a beautiful piece, man. I do love this piece. You're right. The thing with me and Liam talk about this a lot.
Eyes wide shut.
Eyes Wide Shut, of course. Classical fucking music needs to rename its tracks. Because you can never remember all those things, you know what I mean? Fucking number 2, third movement by fucking God knows who. Put some proper names on your music, man. Call this fucking, I don't know, the Waltz of the Wieners, whatever, anything. Just... But I want to listen to Gorecki. This is one of my favourite pieces of music of all time. It's tragic. It's based on a Holocaust survivor's written scroll. I'll show you right now. Give you the context before you listen to it. Remember the first time I heard it, it kind of made me cry. Symphony style songs, second movement, wiki. It's based on a message inscribed on the wall of a Gestapo cell in Zakopane during World War II. The text, written by an 18-year-old girl, expresses a poignant mix of fear, hope, and faith. It's the text.
You won't be surprised to hear I'm familiar with it.
You know
but
this
I
one, yeah?
appreciate your love for it.
Bro, I heard it once by accident. I
Tongue
was
poking
just
smiley.
doing the dishes at an old house I lived at, and I had classical FM on, and this was playing while I was washing the dishes. I was like, what is this? This is fucking amazing. So this is one of the most powerful pieces of music I've ever heard. And it had me tearing up and that, and then I had to wait, obviously, until it was over, and then I wrote down quickly what it was so I could look it up on Wikipedia and that. And then, yeah, when I read that, I don't know why it's not here. Second movement. It used to be on here. It used to tell you the lyrics. Description. There it is. This is it. Oh, mama, do not cry. No. Immaculate Queen of Heaven. Always support me. The composer recalled, I have to admit that I've always been irritated by grand words, by calls for revenge. Perhaps in the face of death I would shout out in this way. But the sentence I have found is different, almost an apology or explanation for having got herself into such trouble. She is seeking comfort and support in simple, short, but meaningful words. He later explained, in prison the whole wall was covered with inscriptions screaming out loud, I'm innocent, murderers, executioners, free me, you have to save me. It was all so loud, so banal. Adults were writing this, while here it is an 18-year-old girl, almost a child, and she is so different. She does not despair, she does not cry, she does not scream for revenge, she does not think about herself, whether she deserves her fate or not. Instead, she only thinks about her mother, because it is her mother who will experience the true despair. This inscription was something extraordinary, and it really fascinated me. That's some beautiful stuff, man. It's making me tear up a bit just reading about it. Every time I read about it. It's a beautiful piece, so I want to listen to this. In fact, I want to listen to this version because she sings it beautifully.
suppose you could turn your music up.
Just have done. Is it not loud enough for you? Should be alright now. It starts really soft anyway. Turn it down a bit now.
Messy.
The sun just came in then as this bit. Yeah, that was good timing. living fucking there, bro. You jammy bastards, whoever lives there. Because you got good internet anyway. Asked me for. Asked me for. Dana Lynch, Deadman, the main music. It's only 1 minute 43. Extended. This one.
Suppose you could turn it up a bit. It's a bit quiet for me, but you can skip Kane and Lynch, since I have 2 alternate weird suggestions, and surely you can retake them at your leisure. One for you and this sort of thing. The Lonely Shepherd with Andre Reu, and then Caruso by Hauser. These are music to your symphony taste surely. Or I hope so. Mind you, I am quite like Lecter, elegant yet strange.
Perfect. This has been used in a Western, right? I think. Or it maybe just sounds similar to something I've heard in a Western. I've got a massive hole in my sock. Yep, I thought so. Isn't this in,
YouTube, Grand Swan, great scenery.
Beautiful, right? I'm really glad I came over here. This is gorgeous. There's a little bit more pop-in than there is in the normal maps, but the pro mod, so this isn't even in the normal game. Modders have made this. fast, a bit too fast, mate. It's made Death Stranding a bit. Iceland always does. Caruso. Caruso. Great as well. I'm gonna have to go and see a live classical orchestra one day. I've never seen one. I know it'll give me all the motions, man. All the mosh. Or an opera or something. Love to see the ring cycle. Dee 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 dee.
Turn right.
YouTube, Gramsel and Caruso, as in Crow.
You know, what's he's running around, man? Fast. Slow it down, boy.
Ever noticed how Billy Drago resembles Danielle Rousseau in Lost?
No, not at all. I don't see that at all, bro. If you're talking about physical resemblance, anyway. You know, I did think the other day, though. Rachel Griffith and Juliette Binoche, bro, they are separated at birth. Separated at birth, mate. You might not know who Rachel Griffith is. She's in 6 Feet Under. Bro, look.
Trey's interessant.
Bro, look.
Intouchable theme. The French one, not the Palmer tongue poking.
I'm just going to listen to this for a little bit. This radio, I like, I think that's Claire de Lune, right? What comes on next?
Tis a piano one, mind you, at your leisure.
Always at my leisure and your pleasure. I was learning on the piano when I stopped playing. I need to go back and start again, man. I did quite well on this.
YouTube, Grand Soren, she's from a land down under.
Rachel Griffith, yeah, Australian, yeah. She's from a land down under. Shame that background, you see it being drawn in. I think what I'd do is I'd put probably cloud cover over them so you couldn't tell. It's a bit distracting seeing that being drawn in. clicked on. Look at it. A helicopter.
Den vakreste musikken.
NRK
It may be
klassisk.
too long, approx 11 minutes.
What is? It's 11 minutes. I don't really want to listen to the Untouchables theme, I'll be honest with you. We've listened to it about 2 or 3 times. Pick something else. Pick another one, bro. Pick another one.
Not Untouchables, Intouchable, the French
Oh.
one.
Intouchable. Sorry, I read it wrong. Not Depart Fuck. Sorry, bro. My bad. I didn't fucking read it properly. Intouchable. Not De Palma. My bad. One second. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Intouchable. Oh, can't fucking spell, bro. 11 minutes. Where you getting 11 minutes, bro? I see 6:26. Ludwig, on this one. Arnodi. I fucking love Arnodi. No problem.
How's your water here?
It's much better. Bet I know this already.
Pick one at your leisure, tongue poking smiley. There's a violin mixing in somewhere.
What do you mean? Two things are playing. Did not turn on the radio in the game. There we go. Turn it down now.
Recomputing.
How'd you like the movie?
Not seen it. Never even heard of it.
Montayu.
My God, indeed. Topple down the damn hill. I've seen a lot of people trash Arnodi. I think they're sort of old school classical people, calling him sort of too emotive and basic, but I fucking love his compositions, man. And they're beautiful. fact, one of my very favourite YouTube videos, and one of the best comments I've ever made on YouTube, is on a 9th Audi performance.
Intouchable as lost is this piano. It is very pretty and makes one's eyes water at
Right,
times.
beautiful music. There's a video that of his that made me cry. Well, it's not him. It's somebody else playing Arnody live outdoors, and then somebody else joins in. It's fucking really cool. I'll find it for you in a minute.
Keep right.
Fucking name. That's it. How do I find it? It's this guy. It's on Thomas Kruger. It says one of his. This one. Nouveau Bianche. 1.8 million. You'll see my comment. The couple in 576 fucking updates. The couple in the background at 3 minutes 50 will never forget. I clocked this couple at the background at 3 minutes 50. I'll show you that first. They'll never forget this kiss, man, as long as they live. You have to what? See these two here on the left, bro. Look at that. Imagine that, bro. I mean, hey. Just watch it. Paul Bianche. I think it's his most famous piece, I'm not sure, but it's the one I hear the most. This guy just... It's beautiful. Oh, I do too. I feel like if I could travel into any YouTube video, that'd be a contender for sure. Fucking view. That view. That beautiful.
I do like those moments, even though piano's not the most effective outdoors, but every music anywhere would work.
Yeah.
Piano's the groundwork for all instruments, and that mouth piano thing is very subtle. Could look cooler, lol, tongue poking smiley. Suppose I've got one last thing for you, that is, apart from you watching the French movie, 'tis a song, The Libertine, Rochester's Farewell, I bet, without malintent, that it makes your eyes water should you think of something sad. None?
La Libertin. La Labertine. La Labertine, I think.
YouTube, Grand Soen, Veen.
Viens. Viens. See, I don't like Johnny Depp, so I probably won't watch this, I'll be honest with you.
Is
this though. This is a little bit like Sorrowful Songs mixed divine Audi. No, I won't imagine that, you dick. Why the fuck would you say that, you weirdo? Especially on a night when I'm worried about one of my cats, because she's poorly.
At the ramp, take the second exit. Exit now.
Oh, Whisper, you were doing so well. Then you go and spoil it all by doing something, saying something stupid.
Trying to make your ice water.
Well, don't
so
shut up.
The most to you, Desolate.
Just annoyed me now. You've ruined the song for me.
YouTube, Grandson, just realized the area at least us to reach here must be seen it.
Can't see ostrich. You would have had a far greater chance of it making me cry, Whisper, if you'd have just shut the fuck up and not said anything and let me put my own experiences onto it rather than saying something stupid like imagine burying your cats, you fucking freak. Which just annoyed me and made me not want to listen to it. Sometimes less is more, Whisper, you know? It's not on there, Grand Soren. I'm afraid, that place, unless it's near one of those places that you can see there.
Soren, you seem less intouchable from France. Dude, Rome, thought you got a fitting one for you. Since you're there now,
There's no more.
Seguros, Craig Ferguson's
There's no more.
band,
You've
it's
lost.
called
No.
Restream.
You've ruined it and thrown away your fucking request privileges for the night. You have to be taught a lesson. Now you gotta wait till next time.
Osterreich is Austrian for Austria.
Oh, right, sorry. I did not know this. I won't be going there tonight.
LOL. Sorry.
Yeah, you should be. To yourself. More than me. I shall forgive you once again. Can you forgive yourself? Look inwardly. What is that up there? We might have time for one last journey, but Austria, it's going to be fucking... I could get the ferry to Denmark. Yeah, it might be too far, man. We might have to wait till next time. Go on, sorry for that. How long have I been on?
Well, I
4
shall
hours.
dash. Don't forget cigarettes. Awesome, awesome. Live.
You don't have to leave, Whisper. I'm not that annoyed with you. Relax, man. Let's go, bastard.
Let's do this. Keep left.
And now what, no bad?
Go straight on. At the roundabout, take the second exit. Exit now. Go straight on.
only be half an hour. I don't hold it against you skipping on the native music, lol. I'm not that vague.
Skip fucking anything. In fact, I listened to native music for you the other day. I just said to leave it a bit because I don't want to keep bouncing over to grab the YouTube, type them in. I just want to drive and listen to some music. But you lost your privilege for tonight for that silly comment about my cats. So you have to wait till next time before you request anything. But I'll see you in half an hour. You dafty. Consider your actions. Give Fruit Loop. Powerful music you shouldn't need like an outside influence. While you're listening to it, it should evoke these emotions in you anyway. It probably would have done if I hadn't been bloody annoyed at what you told me to do. You dafty.
At the roundabout, take the third exit.
Hold it against me. Fuck me.
Exit now.
Name one other streamer that you've ever been to that'll do what I've just done for you. There ain't any. You crack me up, bro.
Musikk I verdensklasse.
NRK klassisk.
Get ready to turn right.
Didn't mean it. I was trying to direct a dramatic moment. Didn't work, did it?
Look
I
at this.
realized the message was a mistake once sent. LOL. But I bet you like that one nonetheless. Craig did.
It was nice. I was enjoying it.
Always referring to
I was
us
enjoying
in
it.
this show for some reason.
You saw I was enjoying it.
Accommodating streamer.
I even mentioned that it was reminding me of the Symphony of Sorrowful Songs and Dynardi together. And then you drop that daft fucking statement, and I'm like, bro, you've just ruined it, because now I'm thinking about how annoyed I am with you instead of just sitting enjoying the music. But it's, don't worry about it, man. We live, we learn, right? I love how he drops the lurking straight away, by the way, so don't worry about it. I'll see you in a bit. By the way, listen to this singing. This sounds kind of native, the singing. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, Grand Soren, what I could do, I could fast travel back to Nuremberg and go to Austria from there.
No, I'm talking of cigarettes. Try it. Let me take the influence.
Oh, not tonight. I told you, you've lost your privileges for tonight. You'll have to remember and ask again next time. There has to be consequences, or people will not learn from their actions. Tonight, I am the strict headmaster. Right. What was that place called, Grand Soren? It was called Österreich. Österreich. Let me Oh, I don't think it's on here. Let me see. What it is. Oh wait, that you just mean East Austria, right? That's what you said. So like, what like Vienna? Ah, Vienna. Oh shit, Vienna. Gyor's in Budapest. Graz. We can maybe get like Graz to Vienna. Graz. Dude, that's a really short one. If we could search by country.
YouTube, Glanzhorn, East Austria.
I know, sorry, no, there's nothing. I might have to go back over there first. I kind of want to go to the Faroe Islands. I might save that. And here as well. I think this is where, I think one of these is Ithy's Island. How do I, travel back? I have to go to... Garage manager. Berg. Travel. $4,000.
YouTube, Glanzhorn, but West Austria had the mountains ranges.
Well, so if we go like Salzburg, if we come down through Munich, go to Salzburg, and then through to Vienna, and then maybe down to Graz. We could just drive, we don't have to do a delivery, but I need to earn the money, I guess. Let's see if there's any jobs available first. To Vienna. Nothing, why? What about Klagenfurt? I wonder if it's because I've not discovered them yet. Yeah, these are the only jobs are. Not because I've not discovered them yet. Right, so if I come down to Innsbruck and then just go right, fuck it, we'll just go on a drive.
Time to get the job done.
We'll go Innsbruck through Seffelden. Come down here to Graz. Why is this giving me 2? I'll get rid of that. Go to Innsbruck first. We'll do bit by bit. We'll get Innsbruck, Saffelden, Graz, Vienna.
Okay, here we go. Turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Go straight on and then keep right.
These?
Keep right and then turn right. Turn right. Keep right and then turn right. Turn right. Keep left. Keep right and then turn right. Turn right. Keep left and then exit left. Keep right.
My feet are freezing. My slippers. Oh, feet.
exit right. Exit right.
Keep warm. Keep warm. Allianz Arena. Bayern Munich play their football. Lights up red now, it looks great. Sick.
Yeah. Klokka 2, her er NRK-nyheter. USA skal få et krigsdepartement. Det amerikanske forsvarsdepartementet i Pentagon skal få et nytt navn. Det har Trump-administrasjonen bestemt. Samtidig skal dagens navn også brukes videre, ifølge Fox News. Presidenten skal i morgen signere en presidentordre for å starte prosessen som skal ende med et navnebytte, melder Reuters. Pentagon hette krigsdepartementet fram til 1949, da det ble oppdøypt til forsvarsdepartementet. Norge kan tape på å politisere oljefondet, det mener finansforsker Espen Henriksen ved BI. Oljefondet har selv aksjene sine i det amerikanske selskapet Caterpillar, fordi selskapet produserer bulldosere som blir brukt av de israelske forsvaret. Uttrekket er nå tema på politisk nivå mellom Trump-administrasjonen og den norske regjeringen. Henriksen sier Norge kan bli fattigere.
Hvorvidt vi har uttrekk og hvorvidt vi eksklusjoner, har absolutt ingen betydning.
The mice in your cupboard, Dan, they did not want to be outside, even in a little rain.
Dad on the roof, who you cut?
Det har gitt inntrykk av at vi faktisk endrer verden.
YouTube, the mice in your cupboard. Suppose I'm back LOL.
Welcome back, Mr. Whisper.
Veldig stor del av fondet er investert i aksjer som er listet i USA. Hver politisk risiko vil være fryktelig dyr. Og da er det problemet her at hvis vi nå har det til å rote til, ved at vi har gjort ting som overhodet ikke er bedre, og så risikerer vi selv å bli fryktelig mye fattigere.
You can make amends by just behaving and waiting for tomorrow.
Norge burde selge seg ut av USA på sikt.
Og jeg vil jo
That's how you make
tro at
amends.
det å selge seg ned i USA over tid
You don't have to make amends. Don't forget.
er jo at amerikanerne, som vi ser, allerede når vi begynner å selge oss ned,
What a god.
prøver å sette foten ned.
Still can't
Det neste som
request
skjer nå,
anything
er at
until
amerikanerne
tomorrow
vil
now.
tvinge å trekke tilbake sikkerhetsgarantien vår.
Og når man snakker altså her om å selge seg ned.
Stand firm.
Ferjesambandet mellom Bodø og Moskenes
Hardly a
vil
big
tidligst
punishment.
være i drifta til neste
It's not a
veke, det
time out.
melder Statens vegvesen. Ferja som i kveld dundrer inn i
Scolding,
ferjekaia i
not butt
Moskenes
spanking.
har seglet mot Svolvær for å
Just
losse
a little
biler
removal
og
of privileges.
passasjerer. Den turen
Privileges that you didn't even know you had until
Ombord er
tonight.
171
So don't worry.
passasjerer som hadde kjøretøy ombord. Direktør Marius Hansen i Torghatten Nord sier passasjerene har hatt en lang dag.
Rapportene som jeg har fått
YouTube, the mice in your cupboard. I don't forget. Olsen is superior to Rochester according to people.
Right, okay. Well, I'll forget, so you better remember that next time we're streaming.
Blir sittende mange ekstra timer ombord i ei ferge når man skulle ha vært i
Promise you I will indulge you if there are no more indiscretions.
Bjørne Østrem, Jukastein.
Dette er NRK Klassisk.
YouTube, the mice in your cupboard. Suppose the privileges have gone unnoticed. True.
You can't mourn. You didn't know you had. Look at this. Hey, good shout, Grand Soren. Good shout. The valley.
YouTube, the mice in your cupboard. Where are you?
Just entered Austria. Heading to Innsbruck. Then we're going east towards Graz. And then north to Vienna, where we'll probably turn the game off and watch something instead. That'll take us to about probably 5.5 hours.
YouTube, the mice in your cupboard. Oh, then you can't listen to Sigur Rós. You have to listen to something Austrian.
Listening to this radio station now. This is staying on. This classical radio station. Now I'll find new music. Tafeldenvögel.
YouTube, the mice in your cupboard. Indeed, come to think of it, I don't call of any Austrian bands. Mozart though, surely.
Austrian bands, hè? Dat ga je weten. Coming through.
Keep right, and then exit right.
Shit.
YouTube, the mice in your cupboard. Where is your wagon?
I don't have one. Couldn't find a job this way, so just came for a drive instead. So not getting paid. But Grand Soren said this might be a good scenic route. And there was no jobs coming this way, so just thought I'd just drive here instead. And he was correct. So from Innsbruck we shall go to Saffelden. Oh, let's get music out of the way, man. And then down this way. Oh. Okay, just do Saffelden first, I guess.
Time to hit the brake. Go straight on.
Need to get the motorbike mod. There's a motorbike and some car mods in that.
Keep left. Go straight on. Keep left and then turn left. Turn left. Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Oh, should have gone that way. Wait. Oh no, that would have taken me... Wait, yeah. Oh, it's taking me the wrong way if I go that way. Okay. Sorry, GPS. Alexa, I'll listen to you.
YouTube, Grandson, I'm Lastwagen Wanderlast, ist ein Liftwagen.
Yes, I agree. One wagon with no ballast is one light wagon. I think that means. Not sure though. Something one full wagon and no ballast, no weight.
Take the first exit. Exit now.
Is ein Luftwagen? Is Luft light? I don't know. I don't know what that means. 99 Luftballon, light balloons? I don't know.
Keep left.
Not even out of Innsbruck. That's Innsbruck there. To go around the Riken.
YouTube, Grandson, that pun would not have survived in English.
No. I thought there might have been something lost in translation there. I wonder why I can zoom out further when I've got the wagon on. I can zoom out further than that when I've got the wagon. It won't let me zoom out any more than that when I'm wagonless. How strange. Vehicle inspection? The fuck?
Reroute.
Yeah. That's it. Hey, merge, cunt. Oh, yeah, what? Bloody road hogs.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right.
Den gode musikken i NRK Klassisk.
Go straight on.
Heidi country. Or is Heidi Switzerland? Oh shit, shouldn't have done that. Oops, okay, I'll take the next one. Being a bit naughty here. No traffic though, we're good. We do somewhere to sleep because the night is falling. And obviously we won't be able to see the scenery at night.
Dude, you're let hand in traffic.
You're lethal.
See?
I would be if it was real life, but it's only a game, we're good. I ain't killed anyone yet. And I wouldn't drive like this in real life, obviously.
My keyboard's acting up. The typos are in.
Don't worry about it, man. I've got an auto translator in my head. Autocorrect in my head. Yes, man. See that? Okay, yes. Eh? Proper driver, man. Fucking Gran Turismo. Bed just ahead, look. Get a little sleep.
Yeah, that's why the untouchable translated to untouchables in your mind, LOL.
That was just misreading it. I just fucking read it wrong. That's partly your fault because you're always banging on about untouchables, and you'd already mentioned Billy Drago, I think, before that. So I think I just looked up and saw it, and I just read untouchables without reading it properly. Bum ba bum bum ba ba bum. Bum 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 ba bum.
Indeed, connection bias.
Yeah.
But Billy is like Danielle notwithstanding.
Bro, if you mean Luke's, I completely disagree, but no problem.
Suppose their nose is very pointy.
Those fucking Pinocchios, but you don't look like either of them two either. Pinocchio! Zappelden. Right, where's next? To Graz through
Is the descent any good?
Biskopshofen. I've never seen it. It's supposed to be really good though. That's the horror film about caving, right? It's supposed to be really good. I've never seen it, so can't comment, but I've had a lot of people recommend it to me. And thank you for going to Twitch, because no offense to Grand Soren. But when I keep hearing YouTube, the mice in your cupboard, YouTube, Grand Soren, YouTube, mice in your cupboard, it's a bit daunting after a while. But no problem, if people don't have a Twitch, they don't have a Twitch. By the way, that didn't happen. What you just might have seen.
Take the second exit.
Get back. You going? Oh, mate, you could have gone then, bro. I'd have waited for you.
Exit now.
Okay, it's 8:21. Too long. But I hope before the next stream you give it a listen. I
Nope.
shall beg no more. But
Nope.
Twitch delay has improved immensely.
Guess what?
Exit now.
The more you ask for it, the more chance I won't even play it next stream. So if I were you, I'd cut your losses, as they say, and just wait for next time. A few more, and I might think, oh, you know what? Next stream, no. I'm not going to listen to it then either. Remember what I said to you? We've had this conversation. The more somebody recommends, says you got to do this, you got to do this, or you do this, or you do that, the less you want to do it. That's why I'm never going to watch Road to Perdition now. Because you've over-egged it too much.
Dear oh dear, as Darth Vader said, I'm altering the deal. Pray I alter it no more.
Okay. Okay, bro. I'll pray. Hey, Davey.
I'm lurking and I'm stalking when you least expect.
YouTube,
Nova!
Nova Prospect 1337, luck.
Yeah, it's been a while, bro. Hope you're well.
Well,
You can hear me even if you can't reply.
Compared to Perdition and Scent of a Woman, it's a masterpiece. As you said, you
Yeah.
prefer alternate movie recommendations rather than Hollywood.
To ask for them, bro. Like you asked me.
YouTube, Nova Prospect 1337, LOL don't crash.
Don't worry about me, man. I'm a fucking master truck driver. Other people might crash into me, but I won't be crashing. No, nothing. These are my roads. See? I'm fine. Everything's fine. Wrong way, round a one-way street.
1337, I never get tired of hearing your name, LOL.
Why? Because it's Leet. Leet? Ah, Soren, this was a good suggestion, man. This Austria route's nice. I'll have to do some deliveries around here, so we go a bit slower.
I found a plot hole in Lost.
Holy fuck. I've dreamt about this place. I've been up in... No, but real. Oh my god, a dream's just come flooding back to me from years ago. Been down this now, not going up it. That freaked me out a bit then. That actually freaked me out, man. can't fucking get back on the road. What did it say about diff lock? What's diff lock? I know that from SnowRunner. Button for it. Differential. What's it? Diff lock V. I've been here, bro. In a dream. This was different. That's a little bit different. We went to a restaurant. It was a little hotel type place. A bit like what you see in DayZ. Vehicle malfunction. I fucking broke my van. It's going to cost me a shitload, but whatever. I found a plot hole and lost, bro. Just one, yeah? There's fucking tons of them. Go on, give it to me. Give it to me, whisper. Give it to me, whisper. Biscoff schaffen.
Take the first exit. Exit now. Get ready to turn left.
Chitty bang bang.
Turn left.
Chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. And our pretty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang loves us too. High, low, anywhere we go, on chitty chitty we depend. Bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, our fine offended friend. Bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, our fine offended friend. You're sleek.
And then exit right.
Exit right.
Exit right.
We'll turn everybody's head today. We'll fly in a motor car, we'll travel near and far, the envy of all we display. Oh chitty you, chitty pretty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. And chitty oh chitty pretty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang loves us too. High chitty low chitty, anywhere we go, chitty chitty we depend. A bang bang chitty chitty bang bang, our fine for offended friend. A bang bang chitty chitty bang bang, our fine for offended. Chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, fine for offended, chitty chitty friend. Wait, oh fuck. Oh, my shoulders are in fucking bits. Whisper, what plot hole, man? If you don't answer him in fucking a minute, it just disappears. So entitled, Whisper. So entitled. Couldn't you just give me a few minutes? Carinthia. Klagenfurt, Wien. Vienna. No rain for the last 2 sessions either. A bit of a strange one. Sorry, mate. I was looking at a fucking tower, wondering what it was. Delia.
Keep left.
Ocean Airlines.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right.
My damn truck, look, crashed it too much. The fixer-upper. Is this a fixer-up here on the right?
Go straight on.
Or is it a recruitment agency?
Finding a new route.
Fucking recruitment agency. This thing I
Please
fucking
make a U-turn when possible.
mashing some rando's car up. I need a garage, mate. My fucking motor's fucked. Transmission's gone. I just heard the fucking crunch of the gears.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Ah, trammers. Fucking trams. Wicked, man. Yo, this pro mod's is bad boy. Right. Made it to Graz.
Your destination. Your route guidance is now finished.
Okay, we'll fix the truck when we get there. Oh, this place is nice, isn't it? Look at that. Graz.
Go straight on. Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right.
Yes, man. On a dime.
Get ready to turn left.
Gran Turismo Truck Edition.
Turn left.
Bloody caravans. Gappa.
Keep left.
You Bezos. I'm coming for you. No, I'm not. I'm going this way. No, I'm not. I'm going this way. Coming for you, Bezos. Get me fucking way. No, I'm doing that. I love Prime. I've Prime deliveries about 3 times a week.
Keep right, and then exit right.
Fucking hell, how many exits? Oh, we're on the freeway then, I think.
Exit right. Keep left. Keep left.
Here he is. In bed.
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
på NRK Klassisk.
Keep left.
Station. The rest is rest. Learn in other languages. Das Rast. Oh. This, by the way, everything I earned from the other two jobs, I think I've lost on this one, on this run. It's cost me about 50 grand to fix my damn truck. I think I only earned about 80.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Keep left, and then exit left. Keep right.
YouTube, Dalton. For a second I know I heard Luna and Lucy purring, but it was my cat.
There you go. Neither of them are with me tonight. Luna's a bit weird at the moment. She's been a bit poorly, but Lucy's upstairs somewhere. Hope you're well, Big D. What you been up to, man? Nearly there, yeah? I'm so close. Good, because I'm fucking tired of driving 5 hours, 20 minutes. I drive the length of fucking Britain in 5 hours 20 minutes. Maybe not.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right.
God natt med NRK Klassisk.
Get out of the fucking way, man. Grand Theft Auto style. I ain't got time. Ain't got time. Vienna! I made it. Okay, this'll do. This'll do, man. Ah. Excuse me. Right outside my palace. The fuck is this place, actually? Hang on. Is there a thing here? Oh, there is. We can go find out what this place is. Pickle, pickle, pickle. Alright, I need to come across, boys. I've got time for this. Think I've got time for laws. Rocky road signs. Where are we? Hey! Right, the fucking selfie sticks out. We are... Schönbrunn. Schönbrunn. Oh. I think we've been here for time, guesser. He is... to move. It's unnecessary. Ce soir. Disaster. Wait, how is it Dalton? How is it not the name is Dalton? Did he change his name back? Or is the name is Dalton just Twitch? I'll just be Twitch. The name is Dalton. Did he change his name? Yeah, it's Twitch thing, isn't it? Oh. Or is the name is Dalton just Twitch? Right. The name is Dalton. Yeah, it's Twitch thing, isn't it? Oh. Or is the name is Dalton just Twitch? Right. I need to get a cup of tea and put the bins out. Not. Leave you unattended to though. Spaghetti-o. Dreaded moments of truth when you pay for 20 kilograms between two. I don't know what that means. That went on holiday was fucking. When was it? Paris 2000 and. When was it? When were the fucking 7/7 attacks? ...2005. I haven't been on holiday in 20 years. 20 fucking years I ain't left the country. I need to go on holiday. I need to go on holiday. I deserve a holiday. Right, I'll be right back. I'm going to get a cup of tea and put the bins out.
Should we argue?
Hey, no man.
It's okay, man. Look up, man. Hey, there's better days, man. There's better days. Oh my God, man. Why you look so sad? Oh my God. Get up, man. Keep your chin up. It's okay, man. Live. Yeah, there we go. Live, bro. Live. Yes. That's what I thought, King. Short King.
I'll be right back.
Look at this, yeah. I pull up, I get out. I thought, what the fuck's this? You caught my eye. So look, these are my original dust caps, yeah. Some cunt has gone up to my car and put little pink dildo fucking dust caps on my car, bruv. What the fuck?
There you go, mate. Hey, it's fucking empty. Yeah, I know, mate. It was meant to be a chimney.
Gee, how's these lot got a tank in Luton, bruv? What's going on? They got a tank in Luton, bruv. What the hell? Yeah, cold. Tank in Luton, bruv. These men are doing it different. Luton's a whole different breed, bruv. You man don't know. You man don't know, bruv. I'm telling you. Luton on top.
There she goes, she's hitching up her... She's going, get ready! Get ready! Get ready! Get ready!
Wow!
What's that, Leo?
Dick. Who is it?
What is it?
Dick. This is how you spell Chris. Wow.
So Nanny...
Not Nanny, but it's Nanny. It's Nanny, is it? But Daddy made it.
What's Nanny got? What's Nanny got?
A dick. What's Nanny got?
What's Nanny got?
Oh, that's nice.
Stick.
A stick.
Oh, you got something on the back of your foot. You got something on the back, on the other side.
Oh my fucking god! What have you done? What have you just done? Okay, meet me at the bar in 15 minutes.
Go on, ask again. Ask me what you just asked me. Show me.
Can you really get that in a tin? You know, I don't know.
Are you taking the piss?
No, I am actually not.
Got to scold.
Painting a wall.
Right, life hack, my love.
You just didn't know.
It's a life hack, show me.
To put that off there.
Yeah.
Put it in there. Stop them going stale.
How?
What do you mean, how?
No, I get it.
Just leave it like that, don't you?
I do.
And then you throw the top
Yeah.
of it away.
Yeah.
Not anymore, you don't. Because you put that, you rip it off.
Yeah.
And then you put that in there. Stops them from going stale.
No way.
Yeah, way.
You're gonna go viral.
Go behind the rock over there.
Who's driving this? It was you? You crashed it?
Yeah, I'll get sorted.
Look at the state of this.
Come on, neighbour! 3, 2, 1, go!
the lady that's about to come begging for money. I'm just gonna do weird noises and that. You ready?
What's up with you?
Just fell in the river.
Here?
Fucking had too much to drink.
No way.
Oh my god.
Yeah, right.
Are you alright? Oh, just need to be fucking bottle of whiskey.
Bottle of whiskey? What, give me away from me, man. Fucking hell, mate.
I look a bit soaked, haven't I?
Aye, fucking soaked. Where you just came from there?
Have you been in there all night?
Have you? Whoa.
I don't know. No, I haven't been in there all night. I've been anywhere all night.
Where you just came from there, like?
The North Sea.
The North Sea, are you off your nut?
Daddy Pig and Peppa had lots of fun, but when it was George's turn, he accidentally threw Mr. Dinosaur into the sea instead. Wow, sup, George? Watching his dinosaur float away. Mommy, cried Peppa. We need you, Mommy. Plunk and splash. I'm not doing that.
Who are you talking to? Don't talk to me like I'm a twat. Or what? I haven't said anything. I'm sick of you, Jim King. Why are you walking up to me like that? Because I'm sick of you, Luke, Christian, Jay, doing fuck, not even you, Christian, yeah? They do fuck all, me and him, yeah? Without me and him, what the fuck is your company? Nothing.
We got one of these. Cat, yeah. Mum thinks Dad's one of these. Right, we ready?
I'm keeping that. I need to keep that.
Why is it that pregnant women walk like they're about to start a scrap? Look, have a little butchers at this, look. Look. You want some fruit with that bowl? Fucking, I don't want no trouble, mate.
A quick Sangha as well. Sangarinos. Man, oh man, oh man. Still pretty early, eh? 2:10. Look at this. Look at fucking this. Hey.
One ticket to Homestead, please. Only one.
Hey, let's look at this, yeah? I pull up, I get out. For what the fuck's this? You put my eye.
Yeah, I seen some alien thing the other night, yeah? Have you heard about this Miami thing that happened earlier this year? Everyone's going mad saying 10-foot aliens. I didn't hear about it until, when was it, yesterday, day before? I don't think it's aliens, but the police presence is mad. Apparently there's a fight in a mall. Kids letting off fireworks.
January 1st, 2024.
Man, people running out of there and that.
Oh, what the fuck is happening, bro? Hey, we out of this hole! We out of this hole! We out of this hole!
On January 1st, 2024, a heavy police presence surrounded
Yeah,
a
I'm on top car. 1, 2, 3, 4.
37. That kinda sounds like any given Tuesday and Friday. YouTube,
Florida.
Mega Prospect 1337, Florida asterisk.
The thing that surprised me, Nova, was the amount of, like, the police presence is wild. Like, the things that they highlight and say are aliens, I'm like, yeah, no, man. It could just be camera artifacts. But the amount of cops that are here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Some of these aren't cops, I guess, but.
shopping mall in Miami. Panic spread through the air.
No, these are all cops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
News
Look.
outlets reported various accounts.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. About 30 odd squad cars. There's more coming around here.
Of what had transpired. Some sources claim
40,
that
maybe
local
50
gangs had
squad cars,
clashed within
right?
the mall, while others suggested that a group of children had set off fireworks. However, a more mysterious version of events quickly circulated on social media, supported by eyewitness testimonies. According to these accounts, shoppers experienced a wave of panic when they encountered several dark, translucent entities, each several meters tall. A massive panic ensued, with hundreds of people rushing to escape the mall. Those who claim to have seen these entities describe them as dark, somewhat transparent, and constantly appearing and disappearing. They emitted a strange sound reminiscent of radio interference to some and electrical equipment to others. These entities, estimated to be around 3 meters tall, moved erratically among the panicked crowd. Upon arrival, the police cordoned off the entire mall area and declared.
I don't buy it for a second, but the first thing I thought was, why would aliens turn up there, right? But apparently, I've not fact-checked this. I'm going to fact-check it right now. Apparently, the coordinates, the global coordinates of this mall on the X and Y axis, if you reverse the X and the Y axis, it takes you to the middle of Antarctica. So people are saying, yo, they put the wrong X and Y, they put the wrong X and Y in, and ended up here.
Declared a no-fly zone over the mall for 4 hours.
37, LOL, and 0 footage of this.
Social media was.
Whoa, that's another thing.
YouTube,
Yeah.
Mega Prospect 1337. Where's the CCTV?
There's apparently no CCTV from inside the mall of either aliens or this massive fight from the kids, right? And people are saying that the cameras went down because of like some kind of digital interference, but that's obviously bullshit, because if right at the beginning this guy's clearly filming on his phone.
Oh, what the fuck is happening, bro? Hey, we out of this hole! We out of this hole! We out.
Days before the incident, videos surfaced online showing a mysterious city allegedly spotted above water near Miami.
What? About that.
Speculation arose about a possible connection between these events and whether something significant was being concealed. Some dismissed the entire incident as the product of human imagination.
Just chatting.
And then, as I was reading about this one, I seen this other one in Vegas with a 911 call, 911 call.
YouTube, Roman Place.
That looks legit.
Updated. Just chatting.
In terms of the family's response, like they seem very genuine.
Footage from a backyard near an alleged Las Vegas UFO crash shows a possible alien encounter from May 1st. The video shows
I found it really hard to see him, but there's apparently one sitting in fucking one of the cabs staring at them. And then another one decloaks on the right behind a fence.
Hiding behind the forklift and one appearing to be in the forklift. Footage from a backyard near an alleged Las Vegas.
Better footage than that. Vegas, alien, backyard. Oh, the shit. Yeah. Top right. I mean, without them lines around it, obviously it just looks like fucking artifacting or whatever on the camera. Their fucking phone call is lit, genuine as fuck, man.
It was the streak seen.
Members of a local
Where's the
family
call?
who told police they had aliens.
Okay, what's going on over there?
Okay, lady. Me, my dad, and my brother, we're working on a truck in our backyard, and we have a big lot outside, right? Correct?
Okay.
We was working, and we just see in a corner of our eye something fall down from the sky, and it was with light. And when it hit down, it was like a big impact, and we felt it. We felt like an energy, and then we hear like a lot of footsteps near us, and then we have a big equipment, and we see, and there's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard.
The cop that interviewed them even said, "Yo, these guys sound genuine. Like I don't think they're lying to me."
Subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes. Like I can't explain it. And big mouth.
Always America though, isn't it? Why would they always go to
And
America?
they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe to ABC7 Chicago Eyewitness News.
Well, it goes on much longer than that. I found the other night.
It was the streak.
Aliens in their backyard.
Same object recorded on her home camera.
Investigation.
From northeastern Utah to Southern California, another Las Vegas
Just 2 years
resident
ago.
sent us a video of the same object recorded on her home camera.
Investigation by Nexstar station KLAS.
As the story of the Las Vegas incident spread across newscasts and
Oh, there
social
it is.
media, one of NASA's planetary defense officers weighed in to say it was likely a small meteor that fell to Earth hundreds of miles away from Las Vegas. Police videos obtained by 8 News Now indicate Metro officers were among the witnesses.
One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious.
The appearance of the meteor seemingly triggered the events that followed. A frightened family called 911 and told police they had 10-foot-tall alien beings in their backyard. Officers responded to the home minutes later, interviewed the witnesses, canvassed the area, and cautiously inspected the backyard to look for intruders. One thing noticed by the officers was a circle in the soil. In conversations with us and in a podcast interview, Angel, the main witness, suggested the circle might have been created when an unknown object landed in the yard. Social media sleuths have since pointed out that the circular image has been viewable via Google Earth for more than a year. The family told us by phone they had seen suspicious vehicles with men in black types checking out their home. Turns out there is substance to that. A retired police officer fessed up on News Nation that he spent days staking out the house to see what, if anything, unfolded. What about those reports that Metro installed a special surveillance camera atop the house, presumably to watch for intruders, human or otherwise, or overzealous media? Turns out that's true as well. Metro confirmed as much in a statement to 8 News Now's David Charnes. The system stayed on the roof for days. What about the Ring camera video with the weird noise? The main witness, Angel, intimated to us the video was recorded by one of his neighbors, and the audio was from the April 30th UFO crash. It wasn't. The security camera video was recorded in mid-April, according to the man who first posted the clip. He doesn't want his name used, but says the recording was from a fireball that passed over his home in the southwestern part of the valley 2 weeks prior to the alleged alien encounter. The family declined to be interviewed by us, but members have spoken elsewhere and stick to their claims of seeing aliens in the backyard. Dozens of people on social media have analyzed and dissected the images with various claims of aliens spotted in the shadows. Police do not believe this was a hoax call, which could be a crime if done intentionally. In the fervid swamp known as UFO world, our coverage of the story was itself seen as a dastardly plot to distract attention away from a prominent whistleblower named David Grush, who stepped forward around the same time. Grush unveiled his explosive on-camera account on News Nation, which is owned by the parent company of KLAS. In spite of the local news story, Grush's story was reported by news media all over the world. Curses foiled again.
All right. So, I mean, so what do you make of this whistleblower, David Grush?
He first reached out to me about a year ago. We've been in contact ever since. He's the real deal. I mean, he had a distinguished career in the Air Force. Then he went to work for a 3-letter agency you probably haven't heard of, the NGA, which basically tracks everything in space, in the air, in the ocean, under the ocean, on land. They keep track of everything. He has the highest security clearances in our government, and in that capacity, he interacted with something like 2,000 SAP, special access programs, and he learned along the way that we're reverse engineering crash flying saucers, and he's been telling that to
aliens paying us a visit from another star system? What's up with that? Let's go back a few thousand years. Consider that people tried to understand the world around them. And in so doing, every time they got to a point that they didn't understand, in came the power of a god. Let's go back to ancient Greece. Storms rose up in the seas. Where did that come from? How? Why? Did they have meteorology? No. Did they understand barometric pressure? No. Did they know anything about the atmosphere? No. But they knew the will of Poseidon. Poseidon would be enraged by the behavior of people on the shores, and that would account for what they saw. This assigning the glory and the wrath of a deity to things we don't understand is coined by philosophers as the god of the gaps. It's actually got quite a noble history when you think of it. One of the greatest works of science ever is Principia Mathematica. In there, Newton unleashes the 3 laws of motion, the laws of gravity. He figures out how the solar system works. He's figuring out, how do these planets sustain their orbits? Are they pulling on each other, and in what way and how? He figures all this out. But wait a minute, every time Earth goes around the backside between the sun and Jupiter, Jupiter's going to tug on it a little bit. Comes back around again,
Elliptical.
Jupiter tugs on it again. Jupiter has a strong gravity. What's going to ultimately happen to Earth's orbit? In this scenario, Earth's orbit will become more and more elongated. The gravitational tug of war between the sun and Jupiter will yank Earth out of its orbit, destabilizing the solar system. Not only Earth, the other planets as well. He said, oh my gosh, this will take time, but clearly the solar system is stable. So he writes, can't understand why it's stable, because I know my equations work. So God must step in every now and then to fix things. Now, you got to be badass to invoke God at the limits of your knowledge when you explain so much with the equations you wrote. That, by Newton, was a God of the gaps
Another body
invocation.
we didn't know about.
He brought in God when there was something about the natural world he could not explain and did not know. Notice Newton did not invoke God to explain the force of attraction between Earth and the moon. He nailed that. He wrote down that equation. That was working. He didn't invoke God when he talked about his 3 laws of motion. Force equals mass times acceleration. That works. We still use it today. He only invoked God at the limits of his knowledge. So let's fast forward to the second half of the 20th century on into the 21st century. What happens? Well, we have Hollywood. Nothing better than a good sci-fi movie with aliens in it. And aliens, they're aliens, so they got better technology than us, better spaceships. They do stuff we can't do. It appears to me that we live in a time where God of the gaps has been supplanted by alien of the gaps. I've had people come up to me and say, where did the pyramids come from? And I'm saying, well, I'm thinking the ancient Egyptians built it. How could they have possibly built that? That's too complicated. They must have gotten help from aliens, alien of the gaps. So this urge is strong. And I get it, and I feel it, and I want it to be true as well. I don't want to use it as a substitute for continuing to ask questions about what you're looking at. I don't want to use it as a substitute.
All right, enough preamble. What about this?
The simple
3 Atlas
statement,
thing? 3i.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know if I know what
That's
this is.
powerful. If you don't know how to say, I don't know, that means you're going to walk through life requiring answers to everything. And you know something? Some of those answers, many of those answers will just be shown to be wrong. Because you are invoking an answer when there isn't evidence to support it. We see things in the sky we can't explain. There's a light in the sky and it moves rapidly. I don't know what it is. Investigate it. Let's get more data. I'm all in. But the moment you say, I don't know what I'm looking at, therefore I know what I'm looking at. I'm looking at aliens. That is a leap. Oh my gosh. That's a leap. And it's a leap I'm not prepared to take. What's gotten a lot of attention of late, deservedly, is we've had now 3 visitors from interstellar space. Love it. We've been looking for these puppies for decades, by the way. Everything in the solar system, the planets, the moons, the comets, the asteroids, all of it. If you calculate how much energy it has, it is contained within the solar system. None of these objects have enough energy to escape the gravitational pull of the sun. The sun owns them. That's our family. It's the solar system. So we learn about the planets, we go there, we land on them, we land on the moons, we land on the asteroids, we landed on comets, we get data, so we get a sense of what these objects are. That goes into our catalogs, we form our hypotheses, we have some theories that get tested. That's how science works. Now we have a visitor from another star system. Again, we've been looking for these for decades. We expected it to show up at some point. Here's the solar system in orbit around the center of the galaxy, drifting through space. Something's bound to visit us that escaped another star system. By the way, models for the formation of our solar system suggest that we might have been born with many more planets than 8. Upwards of 10, a dozen, 15, 20,
Yo, I'm not having this disrespect on Pluto, man. We got 9, all right? Pluto's a planet. Fuck this planetoid shit.
Possibly as many as 30 planets started in this solar system, many of which had unstable orbits, crashed into Jupiter, crashed in the sun, or got ejected. You get ejected with higher speed that could be contained by the sun. They're out there somewhere. We think that happens in every star system that formed. So some of that junk at some point is likely to pass through our star system, the solar system. Okay, so 3 objects have been found in the last decade, okay? 3 of them. And they've had some anomalous features. Fun, I love it. The first of these, Oumuamua, discovered with telescopes in Hawaii. That's a Hawaiian word for first scout, basically. So that, as it came through the solar system, we said, all right, we know what trajectory an object with that speed and that direction coming in should take as it rounds the sun. Then there was the actual trajectory, which was different. Like, whoa, whoa. Well, comets have a way of outgassing when they get near the sun, and that puts an extra little sort of force on their arc of motion that has them move in ways that are not purely gravitational. And that's true for all comets. So we thought maybe that's outgassing. But suppose you look and there's no outgassing. So what's going on? Well, that's fun. We don't understand it. Not initially. So what's your first thought? Is it aliens? That could be. Like I said, it's not my first thought. I promise you, it will be my last thought. But it's not in the list. It's in the list. It's just way down based on the history of trying to understand things that we don't understand. We have 2 more objects that have come through, and they have some weird properties. The brightness, the rotation rate, and so they don't match some of our models for what comets and asteroids should do. Whatever anomalous behavior these objects exhibit, I'm delighted that they're finally in the catalog, and we'll figure it out one day, maybe. And while my first thought is not that it's aliens, I promise you that is one of my thoughts, but it'll be last on the list. It's easier for me to recognize that interstellar objects are fundamentally different from anything we've studied in the solar system before. So we have to derive a new understanding of what an object can be as it moves from one star system to the next. It's easier for me to think this is a new kind of object that requires way more study than we've given it thus far, than to say, aliens did it. Aliens. Based on my read of history, and I do a lot of reading of history, I have a certain resistance to swapping out God of the gaps and replacing it with alien of the gaps. That's just me. Regardless, in science, you always want more data. Always. You need more data. You want better data. You want different kinds of data, different kinds of telescopes, different kinds of observations, different people observing it. Often a person might have a bias that can influence how they interpret what they see or how they even measured what they see. The good thing about science is we have built-in error-checking mechanisms. One of them is peer review. That's one of them. Someone looks over your shoulder and say, what are you doing? That's one kind of peer review. Street peer review. What the hell are you doing? No, it's more formal than that, obviously. But you get someone else to sort of check up on you. They're really checking for your biases. Because as science, we know we are humans just like anybody else, and we carry biases. So you don't want your bias creeping into either your acquisition of data, your analysis of the data, or your interpretation of the data, because some other scientists will call that out. You want it to be sort of as straight as you can. And once you did all your homework, sure, you can speculate, go ahead. But the speculation should trigger more observations. Good speculations will do that. You want to know what's up with that? Aliens coming to visit Earth? Maybe, but based on my read of history, unlikely. And that's another edition of Star Talks. What's up with that?
What's up?
Ingredients of life itself. You know, hydrogen is in our bodies, but Earth itself will be just fine. So when people say, especially people in the green movement, we need to save Earth, save planet Earth, you have no idea how resilient planet Earth is. It got slammed by a Mars-sized protoplanet, made the moon, and Earth is still here. What you really mean is, can it destroy life on Earth? It's done it before, it'll do it again, unless we figure out a way to deflect the asteroids. I don't want to be the laughing stock of the galaxy, to be the only species that went extinct from an asteroid, yet we also had a space program. That's just embarrassing. Like, no. Do aliens exist? Don't know. We're looking for them. What I'm pretty sure is that they have yet to visit Earth. Because if they did, it would be odd that they only visit US government facilities. Okay, so maybe they do exist and they have visited, but they are inherently fuzzy and they target restricted naval airspace, but only of the US government. Prove the Earth is not flat. Prove it? Prove the Earth is not flat.
Drop the paper.
Okay. Do you have tall buildings where you are? If you do, and a sight line to the horizon, positions people from the ground floor up to the top floor and have someone hanging out in the roof. And all you have to do is, at a sunset, when you have a clear view to the western horizon, have each person looking out the window, when they see the sun set below the horizon, have them raise their hand or shout out. And you will see one by one, in sequence, each person raise their hand until the person does so from the roof. That tells you that the sun is disappearing behind a curved surface. And if Earth were flat, when the sun set below that edge, everyone would raise their hands simultaneously. Or you could look at photos from NASA. What's something about the universe that makes you emotional? All of it. But especially the fact that the ingredients of life itself, you know, hydrogen is in our bodies. That was birthed in the Big Bang. And then we have carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, silicon, iron. Those elements did not come from the Big Bang. They came from stars, forged in their core from thermonuclear fusion. And those stars happen to be the stars that also explode, scattering that enrichment across the galaxy, allowing subsequent generations of stars to have planets, some of which have the right ingredients for life. What is biology but highly complex chemistry? And there's no understanding of chemistry without physics. So all of this comes together. And so these ingredients that comprise us were birthed in stars. It's not just figuratively true, it's literally true that we are stardust. We are alive in the universe, and the universe is alive within us. That is a gift from 20th century astrophysics to modern civilization that borders on the spiritual. That makes me emotional. How many molecules are there in a glass of water? Ooh, there's bajillions in a glass of water. All I will tell you is that there are more molecules in a glass of water than there are glasses of water in all the world's oceans. Think about that. When you drink that glass of water and those molecules come out of your body in any one of a half dozen ways, those water molecules go back into the environment. There's enough water molecules that came back out of your body to scatter into every other glass that anyone draws from the world's water supply. Given enough time, it gets completely mixed. That means every glass of water you drink, there are molecules that pass through the kidneys of King Henry VIII, Winston Churchill. Pick your favorite historical character. So you want to talk about the oneness of all life on Earth? The water molecules through your system captures that fact. Why was Pluto demoted?
Yeah, why?
It had it coming.
Hey, fuck off, man.
Come on. Most people who are Pluto lovers don't know the following facts.
Okay,
Ready?
let me know. Hit me.
Okay. A, more than half of Pluto's volume is ice.
So, icist. Be icist, bro.
If Pluto were where Earth is right now, it would grow a tail because heat from the sun would evaporate that ice. It would have a tail. That's no kind of behavior for a planet. Not only that,
Okay.
Pluto's orbit crosses the orbit of another planet. No other planet does that. You know what does do that?
Did you just fart, Neil?
No other planet. No other planet does
farted.
that. You know what does do that? Crosses the orbit of another planet. No other planet does that. You know what does do that? Comets. You know, comets are made of ice.
What's his face?
Pluto is not necessarily the biggest thing in its orbit. There are other objects.
Wait, you just farted, bro.
That you know what does do that? Crosses the orbit of another planet. No other planet does. Pluto's orbit crosses the orbit of another planet. No other planet does that. You know what does do
Somebody better call that fart.
that? Comet, the orbit of another planet.
626. Nah, come on. There's a new 626. Because I'm dropping it. Wait, no, that's a bit before. You know what? I might hijack that one. Oh, nobody's fucking... Okay. Come on. 626. One of you's heard that. I know you have. Okay, I'm dropping it. Planetary ejection. No, or is it methane? Methane ejection. The black hole of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Self giggle.
No other planet does that. You know what does do that? Comet. No other planet does that. You know what does do that? Comets. You know, comets are made of ice. Pluto is not necessarily the biggest thing in its orbit. There are other objects that rival Pluto in size. It does not own its orbital space. In fact, we concluded Pluto was one of the larger objects of a new swath of real estate discovered in the universe called the Kuiper Belt of icy bodies, the Kuiper Belt of comets. So yeah, Pluto's happier there because it's like the king of the comets instead of the puniest planet. Is intelligent life an evolutionary fluke or an inevitability? Ooh, well, a couple of things. How inevitable could intelligence be if we're the only intelligent life on Earth and Earth has been around for 4.8 billion years?
Not the only, the most. I guess it depends how you quantify it and qualify it.
If it were inevitable, you'd think it would show up more frequently in the tree of life, but it hasn't. So it's not clear how inevitable it is. If aliens came to visit looking for intelligent life and they arrived 500,000 years ago, that's tiny compared with the history of the Earth. We're not here yet. and they wouldn't find any intelligent life. So it's not clear how inevitable it is. What you don't want, what could likely happen, especially lately, is aliens come to Earth and they go home and report back there's no sign of intelligent life on Earth.
Okay, I'm more interested in this.
It's my turn to rank the movies that matter to me. Let's start at the bottom. How about Disney's The Black Hole, one of the 10 worst movies ever made. When this movie came out, I was just in college, I think it was, and I'd known all about black holes and the physics of black holes, and it was clear that when they made this movie, they didn't know any physics at all. I don't think they had a physicist in sight of any scene that was scripted, prepared, and filmed for this movie.
A journey that begins where everything ends.
So that goes in the F category. There we go, right there. I heard they're going to be remaking The Black Hole, and they better have a science advisor, otherwise.
Yeah, and you better put Armageddon in S tier, bro. I know you're not going to.
Of all time, The Matrix. You gotta love The Matrix, and how deeply thought through those plot lines are. The one flaw in the reasoning is that they're growing humans, embryos, and the machines are pulling energy from the humans because they knew that we generate 100 watts of energy, so between 80 and 100 watts. So that's a power source for the machine. Okay. Well, then where do the people in the embryos get their power from? Well, they're fed energy from the outside. Thermodynamically, that doesn't work. If you're going to put energy into another thing before you take out the energy, you're getting less energy than what first went into the system. So apparently machines didn't know this. They didn't have a class in thermodynamics. Bypass the middleman, draw the energy directly. You don't need the humans at all. But without that little fact, there is no movie, so I'll give them a hall pass on that. All the rest of the film was so brilliantly conceived and especially executed, that is an S on my list. And for each subsequent Matrix movie, they got worse and worse. So next was Matrix Reloaded. Let me put that down to a C, and you know where Matrix Revolutions is going. That maybe not an F. No, it's not as bad as The Black Hole. Let's give that an E. The Martian. Love me some Martian.
S.
You gotta love any movie that turns a noun into a verb. As Mark Watney, the lead character, says, I'm gonna have
to science the shit out of this. Love that line.
To science the shit out of this.
Plus, it got so much science correct. Oh
S
my
tier.
gosh. And one of the highest compliments I ever received was from the writer of that original story, Andy Weir. He said, Neil, when I was writing out the science on this, I imagined you were looking over my shoulder. And that put him on notice, because if he messed anything up, he was worried I'd be tweeting about it after or Xing about it. So, The Martian is the most scientifically accurate film I have ever witnessed. So that gets very high marks. I would have
S
to give
tier,
that an
come
A.
on, bro.
Very high marks. By the way, it had a minor sort of plot flaw as well in the middle. Why did they give up Mark Watney for dead on the Martian surface? Because a dust storm was kicking up and they had their spaceship and they had to take off, and the dust storm was rocking the spaceship, and if it rocked it too much, they wouldn't be able to take off and they'd all die. And they assumed Mark Watney was dead on the Martian surface. The problem is the air density on Mars is 1% that of Earth. So high winds on Mars are just a gentle breeze. That's how you would feel it. It would barely be rocking the ship. So I told this to Andy Weir. He said, yeah, I know, you got to give me one. So I'll give him a hall pass too. It's because there is no movie without that premise, and he got everything right. He gets an A. Well, The Blob. Let's go back.
Okay, I saw Contact in there. You better put Contact S.
1958. Steve McQueen. This is an alien that landed from space, and the best portrayal of an alien ever. because it was a blob and it was alive. Do you know when it first landed on Earth, it was a transparent blobby thing? Then after it consumed its first victim, it was red for the entire rest of the film. That was cool. That was not cool. That was badass. So, the blob, just because of how different they imagined that alien to be. It was not a Hollywood actor in a costume. It was something completely different. Every other alien we see, it's got a head, nose, eyes, mouth, 2 ears, a neck, shoulders, elbows, fingers. They look practically
Not Arrival, bro.
exactly like humans. If you were an
got
oak
Arrival
tree,
on your
you would
list?
say all the Hollywood aliens look just like humans. Just like we say all trees are alike. The oak tree would think that E.T. and all the aliens, even Alien in the Aliens, that had a mouth, eyes, okay, looked a little reptilian, or a little seahorse-like, but so what? It still had a mouth. Do trees have mouths? Do viruses have mouths? So many life forms in the world don't have mouths. Anyhow, Blob gets very high scores for how creative its alien was. It still remains the most creative alien ever portrayed. I give him a B.
Is Arrival there? Arrival is there.
Contact, based on the novel by Carl
Right.
Sagan, The
S
Search
tier,
for
please. Come on, man.
Extraterrestrial Intelligence. They knew that we can't imagine what aliens look like, so they don't portray them. And what spooked me about Contact is the notion that you discover alien intelligence. What effect would that have on our culture? And this explored the cults that would rise up, the people that would act weird and crazy. I thought there was a very aware and sensitive attempt to capture human civilization in the face of the knowledge that we've made contact with extraterrestrial intelligence.
S.
I'm going to have that
S.
join Mark Watney
You
up
made
there at A,
you
right there with.
Okay, he did say The Matrix is his favorite film of all time, so he's probably not going to put anything else in S. What would I do here, right? Interstellar, B. Arrival, S. 2001, A. Back to the Future 1, S. Back to the Future 2, A. Back to the Future 3, B. Armageddon. I love it so much. It's fucking horseshit, but I love it. A. Close Encounters, A. Deep Impact, C. Day the Earth Stood Still, C. What's this? Independence Day, C. Gravity, C. Terminator 2, S.
The Martian.
White Earth I've not seen.
What's next? Oh, Interstellar. Interstellar. A lot of good physics in Interstellar. No doubt about it. And in fact, for our Star Talk, we interviewed Christopher Nolan about his whole portfolio of films. So you got to love Christopher Nolan's take on storytelling, right on up through Oppenheimer. So this one probably had more authentic physics going on than any other movie made. Why? A co-executive producer was a colleague of mine, Kip Thorne, a world-renowned cosmologist. I probably have books by the guy, okay, on my physics shelf. Kip Thorne was active in the storylines of what was told. And if you remember that film, the robot, that funky robot with the legs that would sort of spin, you remember the name of that robot? It was named Kip. So, maybe it had 2 P's in it, but it was Kip. Kip Thorne is an authentic. By the way, Kip Thorne co-wrote the companion book to the movie called The Science of Interstellar. And so you read through there. Okay, here's my issue with Interstellar. I have an issue. There's a blight on the crops. They can't figure out how to prevent the crops from dying. Really? Okay, so we can't figure out no biologist in the world can figure out how to stop the disease on the crops, yet We're going to somehow find a wormhole through the universe and ship 1 billion people to an exoplanet? Somehow that's easier? What the hell's wrong with the biologists in that future? Get back to work. The biologists and botanists and farmers. Go work on it, dudes. Okay? Please? That whatever you do, however much money it takes, I promise you it will be easier and cheaper than building spaceships, finding a wormhole, traveling through the wormhole, terraforming a planet, an exoplanet that we have to then discover and ship 1 billion people there. So, I love me some Interstellar, but that was a big issue for me. I'm going to put that down at a B. Let's make that a B right there. Okay. What else do I have going here? Gravity. Ooh. Sandra Bullock and Mr. Handsome Man. What's his name? George Clooney. Okay. The only 2 actors in the whole movie.
I think Gravity is a great looking film, but I fucking hate what they did with Sandra Bullock's character, man. It's
all
so
takes
dumb.
place in space. They really should have renamed the movie Zero Gravity, because 99.9% of the movie takes place in orbit where there is 0 G. Okay? All right. So that's fine. Fine. It's brilliantly done. I first saw it in IMAX. Oh, it's terrifying. They show a very real scenario where if you destroy a satellite and it makes a lot of bits and pieces, each of those pieces becomes a projectile that can destroy 10 other satellites. The 10 pieces can destroy 10 other satellites. Each of those by the way, they make thousands of pieces, but let's just make the math easy for a moment. They make 10 pieces. Each of those destroys 10 other satellites, making 10 other pieces each. You lose your first satellite, then 10, then 100, then 1,000. Within several orbits, 100% of all satellites can be destroyed. Look it up. It's called the Kessler effect. It's a calculation that was done several decades ago, and it has to do with how many satellites are in orbit and how much debris is there with it. And many of us worry that we're approaching that limit to create the scenario that we saw in Gravity. So there's some physics they got wrong, but they got way more physics right. And so I give them a shout out for even going there. Totally. One of the things they got wrong, there's Sandra Bullock and everything's floating around the capsule, but her bangs always seemed to know which way down was, Maybe she used heavy mousse on it before she went into space. I don't know. But the bangs should have been done a little bit of that. And there's more I could. Here's something they did right. Do you realize when you burn a candle, why does it keep burning? Oh, because it heats the air around it. The air rises and brings in fresh oxygen. There's a convection of air in the vicinity of a candle. In 0 G, if you burn any flame and it's absorbing the oxygen, the hot air doesn't know where to go. It stays there, snuffing out the flame that started it. They showed that. I saw that in Gravity. That was good. Oh, yeah. That was good. But her bangs always told me which way down was. Okay? So it was incomplete in their effort. One other scene where George Clooney is at the end of a tether and she's trying to save him. Because as you might remember, their spaceship was completely destroyed by this Kessler phenomenon. All right. He's at the end of a tether and she wants to go save him. She might use up her oxygen. Then they both die. And he does the manly, brave thing and lets go. And he flies off. Excuse me. Have we thought about the physics of this? We're in space. She's not swinging the tether. They're in space, connected on the other side of it. If she just took it, then he would drift towards her and be saved. But this didn't occur to anybody. Certainly not to George Clooney, his character. Anyhow, Gravity is a spectacle. It's a spectacle. I think it's brilliantly executed. Let me give that a B also.
Go C.
Right there next to Interstellar. There you go. Back to the Future.
S.
Best time travel movie ever filmed. Hands down. Hands down. But there was 1, 2, and 3. They're not going in the same slot. Okay? Let's take Back to the Future 1 and slide that right on up.
Yes. Yes, Neil.
It is best of genre. 1980s canon. Back to the Future. Then they made a 2 and a 3. By the way, right now we are 9 years past the future portrayed in Back to the Future 2. just FYI. Everybody wanted like the hoverboards. No, the reason why a hoverboard is not interesting, did it occur to you to think this? The hoverboard only works within a few inches of the ground the way wheels work, okay? So if a hoverboard only does what a board with wheels can do, what do you need the hoverboard for? Plus, we learned the hoverboard does not work over water, and you can't fly in the air, okay? It's still...
Correction. Those boards don't work on water, you bozo. Unless you've got power. If you've got power, then they work on water. McFly, you bozo. Those boards don't work on water. Unless you've got power.
Hey, McFly, you bojo! Those boats don't work on water! Unless you've got power!
Ladies and gentlemen, please don't call the FBI.
Biff's had power.
Still has
Griff.
to be a proximal distance above the ground, just the way the wheels of your skateboard work. So that's not a new, interesting invention. It's just not, all right? So I'm going to take 2, and I'm going to put that down.
No, come on.
C.
It's A. It's A.
And Back to the Future
3 is C. You're being too
Really?
harsh, bro.
Really? They go back
Not
to
too
the Wild
harsh.
West? Really? I'm
Too
putting
harsh.
that down.
Oh, too harsh.
to
No, not with
E.
me. No, come on. Bro.
Right next to the Matrix 3.
Oh,
Right?
I'm not having that.
That's
It's a good job I'm not in that room.
That's
with
when
you
it's
right now,
time
Neil.
for the
have to
franchise to just say,
bitch slap
move
you.
on to other things. All right, what else do I have? Oh,
It's too harsh.
I've got Quiet Earth.
I've never seen this.
Hardly anyone saw that film. Lower budget sci-fi film made in New Zealand. It's about
Never even heard
someone
of it.
who's the last person on Earth. There's some science experiment gone wrong in the sky, and this is not the first time people have addressed the last man on Earth. There's several of these. Omega Man was one of them. There's also the one with Will Smith, I Am
Forgot his name as well.
Legend.
That's it.
So one of the earlier films on this was called The World, the Flesh, and the Devil, starring, of all people, Harry Belafonte, who we lost just a couple of years ago. He was also the last man on Earth. So these last man on Earth stories intrigue me because you have to ask, how inventive is that last person on Earth to stay alive? A Quiet Earth, you see this. He happened to be a physicist, this last man on Earth in that film. And I just liked watching how inventive he became until he found a couple of other people who also thought that they were the last people on Earth, and you learn what they had in common, why they were the last people on Earth and no one else survived it. So it's just a well-made sci-fi
Hey, big up not giving any spoilers away
drama.
then. Apart from the humans and
And
people.
I'm
I
going
guess.
to put that, I'm going to put that up in A.
With contacts.
If
and the
you get,
Martian.
does
All right.
anyone have DVDs anymore? If you listen to the extras in this film, I think they're still available if you buy it even online as a streamer. The extras, I am in the producer's narration of that film. The producer heard that I liked this film. He invited me in for the narration track. So you'll hear all of my perspectives on that film if you listen to that track. So I invite you to check it out.
Nice. I miss commentaries, man.
Directors. We just
This is
sat
the
in
problem with
studio,
fucking
watched the
Netflix
film.
and Prime, man. I used to like fucking a director's commentary and that, or an actor's commentary. Don't get that anymore.
And I just talked about it, and it was fun. All right, what else do I have here? Oh, Arrival.
Right, this better be
That's the
high.
one that had Charlie Sheen from back, I think, in the 80s. That's the one that was released recently. So in Arrival, the alien is living up
right.
inside these pods. And they travel up in there, and you see the alien behind this glass, like an aquarium glass, and there's like liquid, let's assume it's water on the other side, and there's this octopus-looking alien. But it doesn't have 8 legs. It has like 6 or 7 legs, right? Got to make it different, otherwise it's not alien, right? So and it takes its ink, it's like octopus ink, and draws on that glass, and everyone says, ooh, it's trying to talk to us. And the government picks 2 people. not more than two people to interact with this alien. And it's, oh, we need a linguist and a physicist. No, you don't. Okay, excuse me. It's an
Fuck you,
alien
Neil.
trying to communicate. You're going to get an astrobiologist, not leave the physicist at home. Physicists are good for many things, not that. You bring an astrobiologist, and I'm thinking a cryptographer. I'm just thinking, okay?
That's kind of what
Love
she
me
was.
some
Anyway.
linguists. Don't get me wrong.
She was a linguist
but,
down in cryptography.
You know, and then I tweeted that when the movie came out, and then I felt bad because I'm casting shade on linguists. How often is there a linguist in a movie? Like, hardly ever. Yet we got astrophysicists all the time. So I felt bad. I did. Honestly. I shouldn't have cast that much shade. But that doesn't change the truth of the matter. That if you want to find out what an alien is saying, you're going to send a cryptographer. Pure and simple. But anyhow, here we are drawing these little circular patterns with little squiggles on the edges, and everyone is they're analyzing what they see. And I'm thinking, at no time in the movie are they saying, maybe what they're looking at is backwards, because this heptapod or septapod, whatever, not an octopod, was drawing it from their point of view. No one thought about that. So it was okay. Of course, they bring in the military and they got their weapons, like they think the weapons are really going to do something. Anyhow, interesting film, an attempt to portray an alien that did not look human. So they get a few thumbs up for that. A few thumbs up. I'm going to take...
Hey.
I'm gonna
I know you're going to give it a B.
in
No,
C.
no. Come on, bro. Neil.
C. Just for
I'm
going.
going to have to have a word with you, mate.
Otherwise, and it's definitely worth watching because they
One of my
play
favorite modern
with the
sci-fi
timeline
films.
of life. Is time on a loop or is it a straight? So they try to get a little deep and philosophical on you. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think they fully executed that as brilliantly as they could have been, but it's fine. Fine. It's fine for even just going there. All right. I had to add one more just to follow Arrival, and that would be the Europa Report. Let's put that right next to Arrival at C.
Saw that on
Europa
Netflix years
Report
ago.
is a low-budget sci-fi
It's pretty
film,
good.
and it's about a mission to Jupiter's moon, Europa, to look for life. There's an ocean of liquid water beneath the frozen surface of Europa, where we think maybe if there's life anywhere, maybe it's there. And I have a cameo in that. It's brief, and they just use pre-existing footage of me on the news talking about why we should go to Europa. But I add this here and now because it's kind of an interesting take. The entire movie is video cam footage during the mission inside the control thing panel on their helmets, and it's an assemblage of all of those cameras. So it's an interesting sort of premise. That's why it's called the Europa Report. It's the report given back to the authorities after this mission. So, spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert, I'll skip it.
Okay. So, let's keep going. Had to go there. Armageddon.
You're going to kill it, aren't you? You're going to kill it.
Fully entertaining film.
It's so fun, yeah.
Don't get me
It's
wrong.
just fun.
Fully
really
fun. It's funny. All the acting is brilliant. Bruce
Science is
Willis
nonsense,
saves the world
obviously,
from a
but-
killer comet. Okay, Bruce Willis,
Fucking
the
great.
oil driller, saves the world. Okay. Armageddon violates more laws of physics per minute than any other film ever made.
Yeah, oh, we know this, but come on.
Well, I used to think that until I saw Moonfall
I didn't see
coming
that.
out of COVID. That one violates more laws of physics. But until then, it was Armageddon. So, yeah, I don't care that it violated the laws of physics because it didn't care. It really didn't care. So, that's going to
At
be
least B, come on.
in
All
the
right, okay.
C
I'm going to let you off.
No, it's not high
It's
on
an
my
S
list, but it's
tier
not
for
as
me. I
low
love
as it
it
might
so
have
much.
otherwise been. Landing right at a C. A gentleman's C, as it was once called. Let's keep going. Next up, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That one, I'm going to have to put that down at a D. Yeah.
I'd go C or D.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun watching
Boring.
the aliens come visit and the mothership. It really gave storytelling meaning to the concept of a mothership. We were being visited by all manner of other alien smaller ships. The mothership shows up. It tells us in advance where it's going to land, and it arrives at Devil's Tower, Wyoming. And okay. And so here are all these alien spacecraft coming, and somehow the government is keeping this a secret. That's a little weird to me. Everybody has eyeballs. They can look up. They had cameras. Not everyone had cameras. But you can go home and get a camera. We could have done that. Oh, no, but the government is keeping this a secret. Really? Please. Really? And let me invoke a bit of presentism on it. The entire receiving area, when the aliens finally land and they're exchanging musical notes back and forth, 100% of the people in that receiving it, the scientists, the engineers, the all of those people, 100% of them were white men. Just saying. Now, what's weird is I didn't think that or notice it at the time. That's what presentism is. You have modern values, modern sensibilities, modern understanding of what progressive change means in society, and then you look back and apply that, then you criticize everything. It's a weird, interesting state of mind to have. But yeah, there were none. None. Well, there might have been one black person. Back when we had token black scientists, but not yet token female scientists, before they became fully part of that entire enterprise. Anyhow, the aliens come down, the mothership comes, they lower the ramp, they walk down, and by the way, aliens made handicap-accessible flying saucers long before we ever thought of it. Notice the aliens always come down ramps. You never see them climbing downstairs, okay? Just a shared observation about the history of aliens arriving on Earth. So I put that down at a D. Worth a watch, but you're not going to come away saying, oh my gosh, that was amazing. No, you're not. Okay, let's keep going. Deep Impact. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's up
Below
at
Armageddon.
A.
No, come on, man.
They got their physics right. Unlike Armageddon,
but,
where all the asteroids, all the pieces of the main comet are hitting major monuments, there's one of the pieces in Armageddon it decapitates the Chrysler Building here in New York City, keeps going, goes through the front door of Grand Central Terminal and takes out the clock in the middle of Grand Central Terminal. Excuse me? 70% of Earth's surface is water, and you're going to hit my Chrysler Building in my hometown? What, do those pieces have GPS or something? Let's take out all the human... No, it's like random rocks colliding with Earth. Deep Impact, you can still destroy New York City if you want. You can do it with a tsunami. And that's exactly what they did in Deep Impact. It hits the ocean, as it's more likely to do. They had actual NASA advisors on that. Check out Deep Impact, high-quality film, good physics, and you get to see the disaster scenes, which is why anyone watches movies such as that. All right. So next up, 1951, The Day the Earth Stood Still. That one, oh my gosh, where am I going to put that? Yeah, I got to put that at the top. S. No, there's no weird aliens. There's no violence. There's no blood. It's a suspenseful drama of how we might react learning that aliens have come to visit. It's the 1950s, so of course it's a perfectly silvery flying saucer. Oh, and of course it does have a ramp, if memory serves. Okay, so, but watch that for how much thought they put in to the human interactions with each other in the face of this visitation. So it's a classic of its genre, of its era. Check it out. Next up, Independence Day. My favorite part of that film is when Will Smith is in the desert and there's a crashed alien vessel there. He pops the hatch, punches the alien in the face and says, "Welcome to Earth," and drags the alien across the desert. Of course, where else? To Area 51. It's an entertaining film, no doubt. No doubt. But I don't know. I was a little disappointed they didn't give credit where credit was due. This movie's basically based on War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. How do I know that? They didn't really admit that. But do you remember War of the Worlds, H.G. Wells, how we finally defeated the aliens? The aliens succumbed
Virus. They
to
get a cold.
germs to which we had immunity, to which we had developed resistance. And those aliens had only just arrived. They fell victim to germs, to a virus, basically. Well, how did we defeat the aliens in Independence Day? Jeff
The computer
Goldblum,
virus.
the computer expert, uploads a virus to the alien. It's the same plot line. The same plot line. So I don't mind people copying, but I thought maybe to get a little homage there to H.G. Wells, who thought that up in 1895 when he first published his novel. So it's an entertaining film. It shows evil aliens, of course. The movie is highly pre-programmed to pull at your, I'm going to root for America and the White House and the president and the, I don't know. I felt it didn't give me room to have my own feelings, them constantly being manipulated by every scene and every script line. So I liked it, but on this scale, it's got to go down here to a D. Oh, what's left? The Terminator. Oh my gosh.
Oh, bro, that was Terminator 2.
And on this scale,
that's Terminator 2 on there. It's Judgment Day, baby. Are you doing them both? Maybe he's doing them both.
It's got to go down here to a D. Oh, what's left? The Terminator. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The Terminator. It's really a good film. No doubt about it. And good. It fully executed in all the ways it wanted to and needed to. The acting was brilliant. Arnold Schwarzenegger has, 5 lines in the movie? I don't think he was fully trained as an actor yet. Your clothes, give them to me. I'll be back. Anyhow, very well done.
Nice
Very well
night for a
executed.
walk.
But I have an issue. If you don't want Sarah Connor to give birth to the person who would grow up and lead the revolution that would render your kind non-existent, because it's a time travel movie, then do you have to kill everybody? You know what he could have done? Gone back before then and prevent Sarah Connor's parents from meeting each other. Then she'd never be born, and neither would the person who rose up. But then, of course, that's a 5-minute movie. Okay? Just get in the way of their first encounter. So I get it. I get it. By the way, he came through time butt naked. As why? This is so we can see all of his musculature. Do you remember where he got his clothes? He got them from the viewing station at Griffith Observatory, where these punks are looking through, they're fighting each other for the telescope. Love it. Anytime people are fighting each other to look through a telescope, that's a good day for me. And then he takes their punk rockers, and so he gets their clothes, a leather jacket, the chains, the boots. It's all their clothes. That's why he looks so badass. And by the way, you know who one of those punk-ass people were? One of those evil, angry thugs was Bill Paxton. Yes. In case you missed it. Anyhow, he comes through time naked because no living tissue can come through. That's part of his human exoskeleton. Yet he has hair, and hair is biologically dead. So he should have come through bald. I'm just saying. And with no fingernails. Just saying. They didn't do their biology work on that one. Anyhow, where am I going to put Terminator? It was so well done. And I'm going to give it a B, because I'm evaluating science here. Another thing they did well was the shotgun hitting him. He would recoil from the momentum of the shot. So James Cameron, it's his film, knows physics and engineering and included that fact in every time he got shot. So he did that right. So I'm going to up it a little more here. Yeah, let's give it an A. There you go. Last, needs no introduction. Hands down, 2001, A Space Odyssey. 1968, that goes to the top of the class. S. Yeah, it gets weird, and you kind of think, am I on LSD or is the movie on LSD? One of us is on LSD for the last 20 minutes of the film, okay? So fine. What matters is how much influence this film had on everything. On everything. And how much attention they gave to detail. It had an actual science advisor based on a story by Arthur C. Clarke, 2001, A Space Odyssey. It's canon, 1960s canon, and it was made a year before we walked on the moon. So check it out. I won't say any more about it, but if you've never seen it, just watch it. Oh, and by the way, the entire beginning of the Barbie movie was taken from the beginning of 2001, A Space Odyssey. If you did not know that.
Did not know that.
Right? That's how influential it is. 2001, A Space Odyssey, 56 years later, influences a movie about the Barbie doll. Enough said. I'm done here. These are my favorites and non-favorites in order.
Should have done the mist.
I don't expect others would agree with this. It's not the point, because they're my favorites. I'm not even forcing them on you, but they're my favorites in the science genre. I have other movie favorites that have nothing to do with science. Of course, we all do. But these,
The Mist doesn't that much science in it, to be fair. Love that film though. Alright, what's this one? Last one.
Because they will try to shut this down and not let you watch this video. We are going to debunk alien, UFO, UAP sightings. We're going to look at it with our trained VFX eye to see if there's any tomfoolery going on with those pixels. Is it CGI, is it manipulated, or is it the real deal?
Whoa, that's crazy.
Have you guys heard of racetrack UFOs?
I've heard of racetrack UFOs.
God, there's something like intentional jankiness in the presentation, but that's not it. Anyways,
Maybe not.
racetrack UFOs. The first thing I'm going to show you guys is a flying triangle off the wing of an airplane.
I was about to say, this looks like it's taken out of the window of an airplane.
Yeah.
Wait, oh, what the?
It's 3 distinct lights.
As professionals, is this authentic footage or is this manipulated footage?
This appears to be in camera.
Why is that?
There's a few various clues, like the micro shakes of the camera, so the dots and the wing kind of move at the same time. Secondly, the camera goes out of focus on both the dots and the wing at the same time. Those are 2 artifacts that you would have to intentionally replicate, adding that in manually. Are we looking at internal reflections of the airplane window?
You do see internal reflections of the airplane window, which is the big blue and kind of white spots that happen in the top left of the screen right there. So your instinct of looking for internal reflections or reflections through windows, especially like doubled ones, is smart. But for those reflections to work, they either need to be moving in exact opposite of each other, like you're around a pivot point, mirroring around a pivot point, or moving exactly together. And in this case, their size and shape is changing. One of the things that strikes me about this not being CGI is how much of the screen is just in darkness. So if you were trying to track these dots into real footage, you would have nothing to track and you'd have to do it all by hand. And you would inevitably get some weird jitter. But I'm not seeing any weird motion whatsoever. So let's put a pin in this one. Part of the same family of sightings is the flying disc. And this is a sighting from Jalisco, Mexico.
What the heck?
Yeah, it looked at first like it was rotating, but I think it's just like a linear trajectory of some kind.
Well, let's take another look here, because this is a multiple sighting phenomenon.
Is it rotating or is it moving in a direction and just like fading off, you know, tapering off? You're showing these together. Are you saying these are the same type of phenomena?
These are actually
lights,
all racetrack UFOs.
What do you mean by racetrack UFOs? I still haven't gotten an answer on what that means.
I'll give you an answer once you figure out what the heck we're looking at.
Oh, we're looking at cars going around a racetrack, except they're in the sky.
Oh, dude, it's a mountain. It's just dark. They're coming around the corner. I say that jokingly, but that'd be really cool if that worked out.
I honestly...
Wait a minute, is that right?
No.
Oh, that would have been so sick.
All right, here's another one. See, they're called racetrack UFOs because pilots are the ones who often report seeing these, and it's like they're racing in circular patterns on the horizon. The time at which all these videos are taken is basically the same Most pilots report seeing this at dawn flying to the east.
Those are just airplanes.
Those are not airplanes. Those are definitely not airplanes. So a racetrack UFO.
Dawn flying to the east. Sun comes up at dawn. Sun comes up in the east.
It's another way of describing a satellite when it's catching the sun from behind the horizon at that exact angle where it glints and then shines a light to a viewer as they're standing on the Earth. And we can demonstrate this really well, actually, using the couch as planet Earth. And would you mind turning on the flashlight on your phone?
Of course.
And putting it, say, on that chair? You think of like a Starlink satellite, a lot of them oriented facing the Earth. And as it's coming over the Earth, and I'll see if I can ping you with a glint. Can I get you with a glint? So as they come over the Earth, they go, shwing. I don't know if I got it. There's an exact angle where if you stand on the planet, that little flat satellite will perfectly capture the sun and glint it off that satellite and right into your eye. And it's a very small area of focus, which leads to the satellite going dark, very bright, and then going dark again. The reason pilots report seeing it to the east when they're flying to the east is because as the sun is rising, those little satellites are coming over the horizon of the planet, catching that little glint, moving out of the way.
Okay, which means going back to the first example, it looks like they're just rotating. They actually are going in a line because they're literally this constellation of like a dozen or so satellites in a line, and they're going through that small zone where they're reflecting light one after another.
So there's a couple really interesting things in these different viewings. First, let's talk about the spinning disc one. First things first, if you actually spin a disc and you have points on the edge of that disc, the points will appear to get closer together at the sides of that disc when you have perspective coming into play. But in this case, the spinning disc, all the lights stay evenly spaced apart as they come in and out of the light, so it's not a spinning disc, it's actually satellites moving in a line. And those satellites are all oriented the same way, and they're all catching that little brief glint of sun. Now remember, the sun's not shining on a little specific spot, the sun is shining on everything, right? They're just angled in a way where that reflection lines up to your eyeball for only that brief moment of time, just like I demonstrated with my phone here. Now, what you are seeing here is 3 different satellites moving in 3 different directions, and it's just by chance.
That's crazy!
That they happen to all catch the light, be oriented the same way, and make a little triangle.
That is crazy timing.
And here's proof. So Mick West has built this tool called SitRec, where you can position yourself and you can see the satellites in a live flight pattern, recreating the moment that you've seen.
That's cool.
For all these racetrack UFO sightings.
Whoa.
So there's the triangle happening in the bottom right corner, there's the position where it was filmed, and there's the video in the top right corner.
And so we're seeing when they would actually be catching light.
So those flares that you see there, like the big fuzzy balls getting bigger, is the actual program showing you when most of the glint will be happening based on the satellite's orientation. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
There's so many people convinced they're seeing UFOs from all the satellites that are catching light that they had to build this tool to effectively disprove everything. And you can see a great illustration here of like the satellite catching the light, reflecting it into the pilot's eye. Boom, flare, and then it's gone.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh baby, that's debunked for sure.
You know, once again, props to Mick West for like carrying the flag, man, and like creating a community here to like really try to like, not like angrily disprove people, like take the time to show them like, no, here's what's happening, here's the reporting, here's what's happening, and like going through and disproving it.
For the people who saw this phenomena live, it's understandable that they would draw the conclusion that they likely did. Like,
it's crazy.
It looked like a spinning disc for all intents and purposes.
Hey, that's not a UFO, that's an IFO, an identifiable flying object, also known as an airplane, like from today's sponsor, War Thunder. It's the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made, and it's complete.
Have you guys seen the mysterious floating black ring?
Yes.
No.
I saw one in real life.
What are you talking about? You okay?
In my previous life, because it killed me.
So, can somebody tell me what the is this?
Oh, that is the ring. I thought it was circling the ring in the image.
This is really cool. Like, once again, perfect UFO video presentation, right? You got the guy on the side of the road, and like, what the heck am I looking at?
It looks like something out of
Arrival.
Arrival, yeah.
That's exactly what this is. This is actually aliens trying to communicate through a new form of writing, just like in Arrival.
I knew it.
So is this VFX?
No, this is real. This is in camera. This is something that can actually be done today. We are looking at fluid dynamics in the atmosphere of a giant explosion. And then it just turns into smoke. But as it's rising, because it's very hot, it starts swirling. You get the same thing with bubbles underwater.
And here's an example of that ring being created in real life.
Yeah. I'm watching the smoke.
That is cool. It's crazy how it got darker though as it kept going up.
What you're likely seeing in the other clip is a transformer popping.
Oh, yes. Yes.
In fact, there's a clip here from shortly after a transformer has popped in India, I think, and it has the exact same effect.
Here's the thing, you know what I just thought of? If you're gonna fake a UFO video, you should totally take one of these ones where real scared people are filming real unknown phenomena, just track it. Because it's always the motion that gives it away, right? It's like so intentional. Do this.
No, you're right, because other people would also be like, hey, what is that? And like looking at it.
Yeah.
And this one like nails that. It's a really neat phenomenon, and
Cool,
now you
I've
guys
never seen
know
that.
what causes those mysterious black smoke rings that you see all the time in the air. Hey, you guys want to watch the ghost one?
I want to
on the
watch
doc.
a ghost story.
I know this is UFOs, but we also look at a ghost clip on the website. A woman and her cows and her dead grandparents and her 9 dead cats. And we debunked that on corridordigital.com.
It's low-key kind of amazing, too.
Yeah.
It's a great story. But you can only watch that one on corridordigital.com. There's also an app.
I ain't going now,
Search
so
our
I won't
name
watch it.
on the App Store.
It's only $3.99 a month.
All right.
Okay.
Orbs. I'm about to show you a real, unidentified orb.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is a good orb right here.
Orbular.
Look at this. You could make an HDRI with this orb.
Are we looking at a visual effect or are we looking at something in camera?
This could be a visual effect right now. There's something that's hitting me about the shot. There's something that's bumping me. And that is the keyframed handheld nature of it. It might not be. It could be stabilized lens, but oof.
Yeah,
Boy,
it's
does it
those
feel.
sharp linear keyframes. But yeah, I mean, are they trying to maybe stabilize in a brute force way? Although, you know, the second that you take it into a program to affect the video, already you've added some stink to the pile.
If you look at the black crane on the left, and you see that highlighted line from the sharpening filter, you see how big that white line is? I don't see that same kind of sharpening artifact on the orb. There's a small piece of black something that's effectively the same size as the orb, and yeah, look how much sharpening artifact is on there. Not saying it's VFX yet, but it's definitely like ringing a few VFX bells. And the thing is, if this camera motion was added after the fact, then you don't need to do any tracking. You just plop it in the shot, kind of get the levels to match, try to get your sharpening to match, but maybe not quite because you didn't quite figure it out. And then you add your post-camera zoom, which is all like keyframed and moving around.
So I'm kind of on the same page with you guys. I agree. I don't think this is real. I think this actually might be a visual effect. But next is an example that I want to get your opinion on.
Oh, we have the pop to the other lens. It's really nice. Can we see that again?
This is a good one.
This is yummy.
Look how it's just booking it. And it kind of changes direction a little bit. Now it's going up.
Whoa, this is a fun video. That's too much to track. What are you really gonna hold on to? When you're zooming in and out, first of all, you're zooming from the zoom lens and it's popping out to the other lenses. That's a whole challenge you probably wouldn't want to unpack. But also, as it's moving through the landscape, like, what are you holding on to maintain that plane? I guess he's not really moving in terms of parallax, he's just moving from a stationary location. But when you're trying to track a specific object in the scene, what are you tracking? A piece of the cloud that is evolving over time? Maybe it's static enough to get by. If your main object is moving quick enough, you won't notice the difference there. But all of these leaves are moving to some capacity, which makes tracking them kind of useless. It's just the way that he's trying to catch it. Like, it doesn't feel like it's operated with nothing there. It feels like it is operated truly trying to catch something. I would say operating a camera like that is harder than acting like you're seeing something that isn't there.
The fact that like when it pops different lenses and the color change happens, just there's a slight color change and it matches that on the ball is very compelling to have it feel like it was shot in camera. This feels like a balloon though. Does the video go any further than that, or does it end basically there?
It ends basically there.
Because that's another thing, a little bit of a flag, where it's like, if that was a crazy UFO, they'd probably have like the full shot. They wouldn't just clip off beginnings and ends, which leads me to believe that shortly after it does a little balloon thing where you go, oh, that's a balloon.
It
and
pops.
they clip that off so you don't see it. Yeah.
So here's the thing though. This was a few weeks after the Buga sphere. Buga is the name of a city in Colombia.
Interestelar, con Jaime Maussan.
Esto es Interestelar.
Oh,
this guy. I was about to ask, do you remember this guy? It's kind of wild, but this guy is a nut. You remember him from the
the mummies?
The mummies, the little mummy dolls that were actually just a bunch of bones glued together.
100%. Well, now that this guy's involved.
Mira cómo alumbra de varios colores. Eso es como metálico, ¿cierto?
For me to like be into this and like think it's aliens, like it needs to do something. It can't just do what a balloon or a bubble does, but not look like a balloon. It's like, well, okay, but it might just be a weird looking balloon. You know, it's gotta be more than that.
That's a good point, because if it is intelligent life that has made it all the way over here, it wouldn't just kind of be doing loop-de-loops. Like, it would be probably have like a goal or purpose or direction.
So here's more example of the balloon flying around. Sorry, the booga sphere flying around. And eventually, it lands. Now, I was waiting for this guy to pick it up.
Yeah, you gotta pick it up.
You gotta pick it up.
You notice how they cut to the camera already set up and looking at it, and they have this guy enter frame?
You involve someone who's already been caught with fraud, like I'm already out.
Point the camera at it.
Point the camera at it. Do not. No, you don't cut. You do not cut.
Bull.
Now we're talking.
The
This is
camera guy
garbage.
sets himself up first to get the shot of the guy walking in to grab it, but he can't bother to get the shot and picking it up or the guy walking away with it. I'm calling it. That's a yoga ball.
This is what they found that fell out of the sky, supposedly. I skipped through a lot of this. This is a freaking 26-minute video, but he goes through some analysis. Apparently, it was cold. They're pouring hot water on it, and yet it is still cold to the touch.
First of all, there was no pattern like that on the freaking balloon. We would have seen it in the specular.
This is at the very least a hand-fabricated thing. This is not something you could just buy off of Amazon. Someone made this.
Oh my God. What are they doing?
Another university is about to lose accreditation.
Like, I know what those tools do. It's a soldering iron.
I paused and I was like, all right, that's a soldering iron, that's a power supply.
Oh, the magnifying glass here to flip it over. And she's pointing.
You see it? I can see it here.
Like, ugh, I hate this kind of stuff. It's obvious. It's so obvious.
Yeah, he made his mummies out of paper mache. Cause that alone, like, I'm sorry, bro, it's over. If you find real alien footage, don't give it to him. It's tainted at that point.
So the first one, probably digital. Second one, most likely real. But this one, I don't know what I'm looking at.
FAF, bro.
Oh. Yo. That is a freaking orb.
That looks like an airplane behind that.
Yeah,
light.
something's following it.
It's a helicopter tailing a sphere, according to the poster of this video.
First question, is the second light added digitally?
I would say no.
I would also say no.
Do you see how that smeary?
Yeah, stretch and motion blur.
I mean, look at that. That's immaculate. And you got that bright hot spot
That
even in the
same
motion blur streak.
subframe motion blur.
Yeah, you're totally right. Like, the detailing, that's not a linear motion blur. That has detail in it. So it's in camera.
Could also be a second helicopter with its spotlight on.
You clearly do not see any helicopter spotlight itself. If a helicopter's got a spotlight on, you can still see the cone of light from it, even if it's not pointed directly at the camera.
Yeah, I don't really know what this is. And it's not doing anything like inhuman or like technologically advanced, so I'm not inclined to say it's an alien, but I don't think it's VFX, and I don't think it's just like another airplane. I could see it being something they're filming, and if a helicopter's following it that closely and that perfectly, the helicopter's likely coordinated, and they're probably filming. Because you don't have to follow that closely if you're just gonna tail something. You do follow that closely when you got your camera on a gimbal and you wanna get a cool shot.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's definitely unidentified.
This is an unidentified one. I don't know what this is.
Okay. That's a UFO. Heck yeah.
There's one more orb video that I honestly could not figure out. Okay, so what we're looking at is a nuclear power plant in Japan. We're seeing a bunch of drones or orbs or something in the sky.
These are airplanes flying into the airport.
There is no airport near this place, by the way.
Based on how fast that light is strobing on that building, this is sped up footage. I have to be inclined to say we're just looking at airplanes.
I will tell you, they are not airplanes. What is that?
Whoa, what is that? Wait a minute, I figured it out. I was thinking that we're just seeing reflections in a window.
Aren't we seeing that kick up off the top of the water?
Oh, that's something up close that's causing, it's either out of focus, causing some sort of weird reflection. Yeah, that's not light shining on the background. Don't be fooled by the cone in the appearance of like a light shining a helicopter shining a spotlight down on the ground. That's definitely not what we're seeing. All right, keep going.
Why is he laughing?
It's laughing so much.
Is this a miniature?
No. What you just described is exactly what it is.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
That is a helicopter shining light down on the ground? Oh, wait. I see it now. I see it now.
They're boats!
Hey!
They're boats!
Hey! Oh, finally being fooled pays off.
Nico's like, it's definitely not a helicopter shining its light at the ground. And it's like, it was actually exactly a helicopter shining its light down at the water.
Delete that clip. Delete that clip. Don't put that out. Don't undermine my professional credibility.
The reason why this works as an illusion is because you assume you're viewing something from roughly the same altitude as the actual power plant, whereas in reality, the camera is up on the mountain from a webcam. And so we're looking down at not just the power plant, but the ocean beyond it. So we're just seeing a bunch of boats and ships in the background just slowly going back and forth.
That makes a lot of sense. It's just boats scooting back and forth.
But I was stumped. I was like, I don't know what those could be. Are they drones? They might be drones flying around inspecting the power plant. That was what people were assuming.
From the right angle, ocean is sky. Holy crap.
So going back to that shot,
yeah, you can see some of the detail of the ocean.
You called it when you said it's a reflection of the light off the water.
yeah, I looked at him. I was like, you knew it was
I
water?
thought it was such a bad guess that you started laughing.
Wow.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Mystery solved. Wait, what is this? 1 million alien sightings, 5,200 abductions, and new subscribers, 290,000. What is this?
It's a subscription push to subscribe to Corridor Crew. All right, next frame.
Wait, no, hold up.
You didn't
hold up.
explain it. Wait, are we in the push? Is this the push?
What do you mean 290,000 new subscribers?
Yeah, that's how many we're gonna get from this video.
Wait, is subscribe on the screen right now?
I hope so.
Oh, shoot. You should do it then. Do it. I mean, you boys have brought some fantastic clips.
Thank you, Jordan.
Subscribed. I don't know what from.
Whoa, that was terrifying. And I want to continue in that same vein. We'll start with the first clip here. And this is more of an appetizer for the group.
Ooh. Ooh.
What the heck?
Oh, they're big.
Are those the
getting
spaceships
bigger.
from Arrival?
Oh, fuck. Hello.
Oh my god, okay, yes, all right, that's what's up. We're finally seeing some legit visual effects, all right.
You know, it's pretty fun until it VFX its way out of there.
Okay, so you guys think this is VFX. You're calling balloons.
Yes.
Easy.
Okay, what makes this so stinking easy to spot?
The hand of the animator shines proudly here when they animate those little things to zip up out of the frame in a way that I can just see the keyframes. I can just see the motion.
Also, the little smoke poof.
Yeah.
Color, the compression, all pretty good. The compositing, pretty good.
Yeah.
It's just that VFX animation, man. It's the After Effects keyframes, dude. I can just feel it. But also, just really the motion is just too fast. The person in the camera reacts too quickly to it.
Yeah. That's always a give, isn't it?
It's too much of a straight line. There's not enough reaction around it.
It's interesting you're talking about the reflexes, because that's something you guys have tested on this couch before with Sam. And he told Nick what direction he was going and that he was about to go. And Nick was much slower than this guy. This guy has apparently, I guess, been watching these ships for a while with no indication that they're going to move at all, let alone what direction they're going to move in. And for him to be so quick to follow is, he must be an F1 driver or something.
No, the aliens are just broadcasting over their speaker and 3, 2, 1, launch.
Yeah, to be fair, we don't have sound, so.
And then the little smoke puff that it leaves is just like screen mode, so it ends up being brighter than the clouds behind it, which just is physically impossible and not the correct way to composite smoke.
It would have been more believable to me without the smoke puff. It was 100% just the smoke puff that solidifies this as fake to me.
Do you know what's an underrated aspect of the fakery here? It's the perfectly anchored zoom, right to the center. That's actually really hard to do. There's no overcorrection or fixing to get the object of interest back in the center of frame. I dare you to try this at home. Take your phone and try to zoom in on a far away object and try to get it perfectly dead center in frame without any correction. Keep in mind, this is handheld. And not only that, but they're also fighting against the fear of God that is inside of them because they're watching aliens. Okay, they're not calm. They're panicked out of their minds.
Also, I'm now convinced this is actually a photo and we're looking at 100% just wiggle in After
Yeah,
Effects.
because there's way too much roll on the camera.
Yeah, the roll is what was given away to me. It's like there's constantly like a 1 or 2 degree wiggle, just constantly going back and forth.
You know what's interesting about that too? Is that the amplitude of that shake is the exact same when zoomed out as it is when zoomed in. If you zoom in, guess what? Those micro jitters of your hand or whatever's moving the camera, you're gonna feel them a lot more.
These programs all calculate their random directions in different ways, but a way that they frequently do it is by stacking sine waves. So you have one sine wave that's going back and forth at a certain amplitude, and you have another one that's a different amplitude and a different frequency. And when the two combine, you get kind of those interfering waves where you have bigger spikes and bigger valleys. But you can still see kind of the individual frequencies a little bit. And you don't get the true random motion that you do in real life, which is such a different kind of motion than having a program kind of like pick random points.
Totally.
Yeah. It's like it has to wobble like it's on the ocean for some reason when it's using a filter like this. Look, if you're gonna do a fake UFO shot, just take your phone out and film a piece of paper on a wall, grab the tracking data, and apply it to your UFO shot.
Yeah, honestly.
Real handheld camera motion just beats the fake stuff any day.
Well, you guys debunked this one pretty hard, right? This was the appetizer, because hot off the press, we have a piping hot, brand new military WAP drop. And again, we're talking, this is like a week old, okay?
Oh, really?
So I want to get your guys' eyes on this ASAP.
What's WAP? Unidentified aerial phenomena, right?
Okay. Yeah, that's it. This looks like I'm looking at inversed infrared footage.
And we're looking at a spotlight going across the clouds, but because it's inverse, it's dark.
Now, this footage was released by filmmaker Jeremy Corbell. He's in the space, okay? He makes documentaries about UFOs and stuff. And this is purported to be military footage. Now, to be clear, this has yet to be verified by the Pentagon, but he assures us that this is 100% guaranteed military footage.
Whatever.
For the sake of this, I'm taking his word for it.
We're gonna take his word for it. So with that said, there's another view of this thing that makes it a little clearer for us.
Is that a balloon?
That just looks like another orb again.
Is that another balloon? He's all wobbly. Ugh.
No, this is new footage that the military released.
It's a balloon! It's spinning end over end! I can see it!
Hold on. We're definitely seeing a strong specular highlight on the underside. And that specular is being blocked by the clouds, so we can kind of see it's going through the clouds to some degree. But yeah, it's moving in like a linear path. Really, the deduction is balloon. What kind of balloons would want to fly over a military base? What comes to mind?
Weather balloon, observation balloon,
weather
Chinese
balloon.
spy balloon.
Ah, that's what I was thinking too. Some kind of spy balloon.
Okay.
The problem is, this is what spy balloons look like. Unless, of course, you're looking at them from the bottom. In which case, they look like that. Now, I'm no expert, and this certainly isn't proof, but if we overlay... I'm not saying this is proof, I'm just saying, if this was a spy balloon, they produce a minuscule infrared signature and also have a minimal radar return.
I will say from the footage, it just looks to me like a regular sized balloon close to that camera, just drifting across the screen. Guys like this,
If it's really
he black and whited it, he inverted it, flipped it upside down, and a balloon flew across the camera.
Nico, this is going on national tours right now.
What do you mean this is going on tours?
I mean, Jeremy's going on tours with this clip right now. This is popping off right now. So I wanted to bring it to the masters here.
I guess I appreciate the hustle, but there's no substance here.
I hate balloon-themed hoaxes. I just want my balloons to be pure and innocent like they should be.
I thought we had something here. Jeremy, I did my best. Now, these guys were completely unmoved by the newest and hottest UFO footage. If you've got anything that you think will stir their cold souls, leave a comment down below, or hit us at our UFO dedicated email.
We're doing Bollywood today. Oh! Oh! Oh my God, he planned that!
That was the coolest thing I've seen.
Bahubali.
Bahubali. So there's a clip from this movie that went viral on Reddit. These guys all have these sweet shields. They get on this tree, and you're like, why are they on this tree? And then it immediately becomes apparent.
Oh, wait, see, it gets more complicated than this.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Look at that.
That's how you intro.
That was the coolest thing I've seen. The transition from spinning and to sliding is so sweet.
Everyone does it too.
Oh my God, that's the last time they ever plant trees.
Those guys didn't make it. little 300 action. So many splinters, so many boo-boos.
That's got to be all CG. That's so cool, though.
This is really well made, really well produced.
That was like 300 on acid and mushrooms at the same time.
So they get flung, and the premise is that they're holding on to each other and they curl up into each other to block the arrows. That's kind of what this whole scene is about, is a bunch of crazy stuff. No one cares about physics here.
Basically, when they're midair, that's 100% CG. Once his feet hit the ground, it becomes real. That's a photo scan. And then it transitions.
Whoa,
see right there. See the transition from 3D model?
Okay.
See,
yeah, I do see it.
This shot is a really good example of CG transitions. Generally, like impact points are some of the best moments in a shot to transition from something that's fake to something that's real. It's a really common trick to look out for when watching any visual effects shot. If you see someone flying and then land on the ground, that transition point is generally the moment their feet touch, or anytime there's like a sharp movement.
This shot right here, they transition to an element that doesn't have any motion blur. The whole background has motion blur, but those guys don't.
This is the opposite example, where those are 3 real plates of people on wire work, but when they pull back to show the fall, they have CG doubles that are doing the fall, so they don't have a clear transition point. This is a single smooth camera move. It's slow motion. Like, there's nowhere to hide that transition.
Oh, what the heck? Woo, and they're still just gliding upwards. There's no acceleration at all, whether negative or positive.
Funny, dude.
There's a lot going on in this shot.
There's a lot. There's a lot going on in these shots.
Like that splinter, the catapult getting splintered into a million pieces.
Oh, look at that guy cheering.
Yeah, he's holding it up with one hand and pointing at it.
It's like a CG dude.
Yeah, those are CG people down there.
So he's just standing there and he just goes.
So this is again what you were talking about, Sam. There's another impact transition from the CG shields to these guys actually jumping.
If you look at the shield, like the lighting and rendering quality of them is really, really close to the live action version.
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah, it's extremely close.
I would bet that they're still CG. Because look, see this shield center? It freezes while they're still moving.
Yeah.
The center middle shield freezes for like 4 frames while everything else keeps moving.
It's not actually real yet. It's still the CG shield.
And that's how they're able to move them so fast, because those would be heavy.
That is smart.
Like, I'm willing to bet as the main guy comes running in, he's not actually holding the shield.
He's got a tiny shield.
Yep, it's a CG shield.
That's the trick. Yeah, just keep people guessing. Is it real or is it not? Because sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't.
Keep the illusion going.
That's some good stuff right there.
Car number TN09 BBW1.
Oh, this is the Indian Terminator, right?
Yeah, and this is Indian Terminator.
I've seen gifs of this.
What?
He's got magnet hand. He's like Magneto. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wait, that didn't stop him?
Wait a minute.
That didn't stop him? He got T-boned and he's still chill. Like, look at that! This guy is, I love this. I love this so much.
Whoa.
Whoa! Yeah, oh my God! Through the whole What does he know that we don't? Oh! Oh! Oh my God, he planned that! He planned that! He knew!
2.0.
I love how they just like filmed this with real traffic, by the way. This is like, they're actually in traffic. They don't close the roads off completely.
Are you kidding me? Is this where he, Jean-Claude? It's happening.
Oh, that was a CG person there.
There we go.
That person was computer generated.
Wait, so this guy's on the other side. Oh my God! Oh, that's incredible. Is this like The Mask? Didn't Jim Carrey do this in The Mask?
That sequence is pretty crazy. A lot of the visual effects is right there to enhance and highlight the extreme wire work and rigging work that's done constantly. Because every single time you see someone midair, you see a car floating for a second, like 99% of that stuff is being done with like cranes and rigs and wires. That's what I love about these scenes is the scale. Like literally, there's swinging cars around
With
on
people in the cars
with people
while they're swinging.
with cables.
So a ton of the VFX work has gone into painting those wires and those cranes and rigs out. So it's an invisible effect, which we're doing an episode on, by the way. So subscribe if you guys want to check out the invisible effects episode.
So let's break down some of the actual technical things going on in this scene.
His head turning around backwards is a motif in this film. Generally, every time they're doing it, what they're doing is they're actually doing a green screen plate of the actual actor turning around.
Right there looks like a green screen plate.
Yeah.
That's a real face we're looking at right now. You can see like right over the brow above the eyes here, the specular highlights are right there, and it looks like a real face. But then we cut away, and then we cut back to him, and now it looks like a plastic face.
It looks CG.
It looks CG because you can actually see a little bit of that feathering along the edge of like the top of his head. It's like a soft edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My son Chiti Babu to come on the stage. Hi.
These are both the same actor here.
That's not the same guy.
Yeah, it's the same actor actually.
What?
It's all about this inventor who creates a robot with his likeness.
You know, they look kind of different enough that I wasn't able to tell it was the same person.
Same.
And they're doing a really, really classic technique, which is using motion-controlled camera rigs. But it's allowing them to replicate the same shot twice, basically pull an actor from one footage and put it in the other, while having a moving camera.
You have the background of both different shots with the person in different spots match up exactly. Motion control was invented for Star Wars because they had to do all these different passes of like the backgrounds and all the different spaceships. And now with computers, you can like program it in. You can just do the same move over and over again. You see it in lots of movies. The one I really liked was from the movie Limitless. Oh, but look at that. He's hugging himself.
How do they do that?
How are they doing that?
It's a guy in a suit that is not the actor, and then they're simply doing a head replacement.
Okay.
That's really flawless.
That's pretty good.
For as goofy as like the physics are in a lot of these action sequences, there's a lot of legit visual effects work that's done really well in this piece. I feel like clone effects are one of those things that people are always going to keep working on improving.
It makes sense though too, because like cloning myself was like one of the first effects I ever did.
It was literally my first effect ever.
Exactly, because visual effects artists spend a lot of time alone, and when you don't have anyone around you, you need to be the actor in all roles. It's basically the first thing a visual effects artist learns.
Oh!
Whoa, okay, hold up. What, okay.
That's awesome. It looks legit. Oh man.
What?
Wow. Just wow.
Dude, this is like Katamari from hell.
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
Dude.
What?
This is, dude.
How imaginative is this?
May I come in?
Yeah, this stuff doesn't look so realistic. It seems ridiculous, and it's like, okay, this is crazy, but okay, if you had to film a scene where 50 robot dudes turn into a giant ball and beat everyone up, like, how do you actually go about planning and executing that sequence?
Because the moment they go into the sphere, obviously this is all computer generated.
Super solid job on the lighting, matching the lighting to that CG ball.
And then the heads all spin around. So they obviously have a really high resolution photo scan of his head.
There's a million things going on here, which are pretty cool.
Several different plates of people getting pulled by wires. And then they combine them all and then transition to the 3D elements of them forming into the sphere.
So all the head plates there.
It's all legit. Oh my God.
We thought those were CG. All the faces are practical.
Face is the one thing that when you make fake, people tend to notice. All the other stuff you can make fake and really realistic.
So they actually have a giant wire ball that they use to film these shots, which is exactly how I would do this as well too. It's like if I have to do a whole sequence with a giant ball, I need a giant ball there to film.
And then they're running him through for lighting reference. So Ren, you see this ball right here that he's holding? What is that ball doing?
So it's literally just reference for the visual effects artists later to figure out what sort of lighting the scene has. What a sphere shows you really well is the direction of a light and the intensity of that light from that direction. It's kind of hard just to create that stuff from scratch without knowing what it should look like.
A lot of the robots are CG in this, but there's an actual child in this robot costume.
They crammed a kid in there?
Crammed a kid in this. Look, see where the head has to be?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The unsung hero is that kid. So we are only scraping the surface here of awesome Bollywood movies. And if you guys know of anything that we should check out, cool visual effects, cool action scenes, leave them in the comments below. We read everything.
Okay, so guys, this is a challenge for y'all. This is Singham Returns. This might look familiar.
Mission Impossible 3.
God dang it, Ren! You ruined it immediately! You're supposed to watch the scene! I'm setting up something really cool for you guys.
I can only think of one action scene on a bridge that is memorable, and that's Mission Impossible 3.
True lies! True lies!
There we go. Now there's options. We have options now.
Easy.
Just play it. Just play it. Play it.
I'm gonna get. He's just gonna.
Look at those tiny muzzle flashes. Look at those muzzle flashes. Not even set to screen.
I love those.
So he lowered himself. Yeah.
Go to.
That's straight from Mission Impossible.
Does that look familiar?
Yeah, that's the same sort of hit from Mission Impossible 3.
But that's actually, I would argue that was a way better hit.
Nah, dude.
Lame. See, look how weak that looks compared to.
No, but they got the gravity right. They got the motion correct of his fall.
The other one looks better, and also the impact is really good.
The impact.
Yeah, he crunches, Steve.
That crunch. Oh my God. Like, ouch. Even on a pad or whatever the heck you're hitting, like. God, dude, you just got like an inch shorter from compressing your spine.
He folded into that. There's a little bit of jank involved, like.
Oh, his actual fall is linear there. He kind of like slows down as opposed to accelerating.
But
him like hitting it is fine, but then like the moment he hits, he kind of bounces off and slows down a little bit.
Yeah, they ramp his speed basically post-hit. What do you think? Which one looks better, Mission Impossible 3 or Singham Returns?
Bollywood is as cheesy as it can be. I think it's amazing. It makes me laugh every time.
It's really easy to pull one up and laugh at how ridiculous it is. But ultimately, what these guys are doing here, they are, first off, completely disregarding physics, reality, all that stuff. They don't just take a normal shot and say, oh, we're done with it. No, they'll do anything they can to make it as intense as possible. By the way, like, I just want to point this out. We made these videos called Tactical Reloads, and while it may seem that they are like anime inspired, we realized when making the second one that they're actually Bollywood inspired.
Is basically how cool can you do this mundane task? Like, how cool is your intro? How cool can you light your cigarette? How cool can you just, hey, sit down, offer someone a chair?
Yeah, so if you guys have any other Bollywood movies that have cool visual effects or cool stunts, or even like Chinese cinema, things that are a little more unfamiliar to the American audience, leave them in the comments below. We would love to check out this stuff. So it's that time where we thank some of the special...
Why does he keep doing this every night?
Settled in. It's word o'clock. Roman's got a system, a three-word trick, but tonight he's ditching the prick. He used to open with prick, that cheeky chap. Never sat right in his lap, but something in him changed with the wink and a grin. He swapped to Mount
Light years, let the jazz begin.
No more years, no more prick, I'm clean now.
Mount Light years, it's the holy three.
Letters from A to Z almost, you see. But here comes quick with a Q and a K, and Roman's smooth strategy floats away. Low bricks in chat typing, try crispy. Day no machine sipping tea with a lisp. Cosmic pentacast lost in thought. Try F Jord maybe, and oh it's not. You can't plan for a zebra, black and white and sly. It skips past your method and winks as it flies. Strategy's grand, but chaos is fun. That's how these cool down wordles get done. You try all night to avoid the yeast, but the game just gives you fungus anyway.
I'm fucking on a mad roll on Wordle. Bash them all. I mean, what's that? 1 minute. Last few nights I've done them in less than a minute. Oh, that damn prick. Wordle's still a bit of a prick. Han Solo, yeah. Shuffle. Ram, Buck, Billy. Stag.
16 words on the glowing screen, 4 neat groups or a cryptic dream. Roman's cool, but his brow's gone tight. We're one
Male
away for the 5th
versions
day
of the animals.
night.
Billy goat, sheep, deer, and
Brick hums, mono tetra. Roman
Oh,
snaps,
fuck.
you got it, you're my meta. Dioxide and monorail align.
Yeah,
Tetracycline fits, we're doing fine. Triangle seals the set.
Oh, you fucking
yeah.
bastard. Okay, let's go back to it, go back to it.
Fix groove with jazzy
Single
flair.
solo. No.
Nice.
Oh, maybe. No.
Dino machine is on fire tonight.
Buck kick.
Bag, my organs are conductors of the spirit realm.
Chin Jack, maybe?
Or just anagrams lost in a dusty helm.
Zing, zest, tang.
And bulge they twist.
Yo, all the red herrings, man.
Instruments we nearly missed. Spirit bullshit,
Kick.
Roman grins wide, guide
I could
vehicle
taste tangy taste. Oh well, yeah, tang's there. but- What? Too many red herrings, bro. It's got a zing to it. It's got a zest to it. It's got a kick to it. It's got a tang to it.
My organs are not mediums. Okay.
What do you mean one away? A punch. Which one's not then? It's got a punch to it. Probably not zest, right? Oh, you fucking piss off. Piquancy, kick, punch, zest, sing. Available through male animals. I got that. I put those four. No, wait. Did I not? Or what? I'd have got all them. I guess too many times on the first one. Herring now. Yeah, red herring get home. Too many of them.
With flair and sweat, and the jazz ain't over. Not just yet. Raise a glass to the guessing game, to every groan and psychic claim. Connections cracked, confusion done, but we'll be one away again. Come dawn.
I've seen Dune yet. Is this one of the new Dune films?
Next time I see a bugle in disguise, I'm folding. You used to spark.
DC sues the Trump administration over National Guard deployment. Venezuelan fighter jets flew over US Navy ship and quote show of force. Giorgio Armani's dead, 91 years old. LSD shows early promise as a potential anxiety treatment. Take it from me. It's also a potential anxiety instigator. Paul bans Facebook, X, YouTube, and 23 other social media platforms. Big up Nepal. In the hush of midnight swing, we cradle close the window in our hearts, what we built drift apart. DeSantis to make Florida the first state to end all vaccine mandates. This fucking guy. He needs to go. They're gonna find you. They're gonna get one way.
Eyes that glow with
goes and climbs still higher. We hold it close in human hands.
Yet wonder if it understands. Right, I'll be back tomorrow with maybe Sword of the Sea. Probably some kind of VR game in the afternoon as well. And it's Freedom Friday tomorrow. Freedom Friday, Twitch only tomorrow. So Smash Drum, Synth Riders, Pistol Whip, and then tomorrow night maybe some ETS with live radio. Adios amigos, au revoir mes amis, arrivederci miei amici, auf Wiedersehen mein Freund, sayonara, do widzenia, zaijian, alvida, dui, lakunoch, and good night. Love you a long time. See you next time. Take care of yourselves, but more importantly than that, take care of each other. Namaste. Hi. Ancient halls of written law, we raise this mind unsure, unsure. A child of code, a force unseen, a whisper of what might have been. The tiger in the cradle grown so fast, so strong. In a world of knowledge, ancient songs, we hope it finds where it belongs. We cradle it close, though we know in our hearts one day it must roam, one day we must part. But that day is not today. Have a lovely weekend if I do not see you. And if I do see you, we'll have a lovely weekend together. Love you, good night, love you, night, love you, night.